the same voice, so he didn't have a backup plan then. Should have started with a fake voice.
Yeah. Well, that sucks. But the show goes on, so here we are. We're live again. Fuck you, motherfuckers.
So Chode Jeans came in here earlier, and I went to say hi to her, and I typed the word Chode, and the server blocked me for that word.
Yeah. Chode's a dude.
No, she's a
Chode,
girl. She's
Chode
got a
Jeans
high
is
pitched
not
voice.
a dude.
Maybe. The person that was in here last night was dude from Gems. They got muted or banned or whatever.
No, you must be
probably
thinking of a
wasn't
different
Chode.
one.
Chode Jeans, one word.
Maybe okay,
She's
but I'm thinking maybe it's just Chode.
So anyway, I'm like, what the fuck? And I was trying to say hi to her, so I took a screenshot of the block and sent it to her. And then I was able to, the server said, you know, whatever, it's banned word or something. So I mentioned that the server was cock blocking me. The server had no problem with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to get. We need to get swear words allowed.
No problem with me saying cock block. I thought that was pretty funny.
Because how chode is a bad word, a slang language. What does it mean?
It could be similar to a short sausage. So in your pants, chode jeans could refer to a sausage in your pants.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, she's pretty strong on women's lib. Like, she'll bite your head off.
But me, I also chode to be here. So I said it also, but no one swear. But I was not blocked at all.
Did you use her full name?
Yes, I tag her and everything.
Yeah, I just put the word chode, which evidently separated it into something the server didn't like. Let me type it. Let me Google the word. See what it says. Chode.
Sausage dick.
A penis, especially when characterized as being short and thick.
Yeah, she's pleasant lady.
What do you mean by that?
Sarcasm.
Aha. Aha.
I was wrong, Dan. I wrote a chode, and it passed no problem.
What? You can type it and I can't? That's what you're saying? Is that what he said? Let me try it. Chode. Well, yeah, it let me type it today. Now.
Oh, let me type it, and then it's gone. No, it blocked it. This can't be posted because it contains content blocked by this server. It's not by the server. It's by you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I typed it in gems. Oops.
She'll leave you a stalker.
Oops. Better delete that. So it did give you that warning.
All these new words that these young people are making up, like, what was wrong with 2 words like sausage dick? Why did you have to make a new word like chode? Like, what the fuck?
Chode's a stubbier one, a little fatty.
Why does a penis have to have different descriptions, like words that actually mean that in particular? What was wrong with thick, short, long, bent? What's wrong with the basic words? What was wrong with the words we already had?
I like the little feller. I like little feller.
Good morning.
Yeah, I have a small thing for her.
Good morning.
That didn't sound right.
What did I just join?
Oh, welcome.
I-
Well,
wow.
they made a meme out of one of my memes, and then she drew a penis around it.
Oh God.
So I'm enamored with her because she drew a penis around something of mine.
I mean, you gotta
No,
give it to her. It does look phallic.
actually, her and I were born in the same city, small city of Encino, California.
I thought you
Okay.
were going to say incestuous. Like,
Stop it! God, you're a pain in the ass. Who wants a
Is that a cat?
cat? Yeah, it just
Oh
won't leave
man,
me alone.
I have enough of them here. I raise one. My 2 sisters have one. My mother has one, and my dad has one.
How catty.
Yeah. Often, like when we have new guests that are not used to this, they notice the amount of cat welcoming them at the door. It's like always we have to explain. Oh yeah, each of us have one. Uh,
So how did you get such a bad reputation, Ray?
it depends. What aspect of my reputation are we talking about now?
I heard
In
you
bad
had no I heard you had no integrity, and you were a troll.
Ah,
What else did I hear? I don't know. You heard it too. You were
I don't
there.
know, but I hear some of it. Yeah, I hear some of it. I don't know, but the troll bit, it could be because I get heated sometimes. But the integrity bit, I know who came up with that one, and it's Witsit and his other friend Shane or whatever he's called. Because time I joined the organization and they were talking about something, and I didn't know what an interferometer was, and he used words like a beam splitter. So I was like, I genuinely don't know what that is. So I had to actually go and Google it and stuff, and they keep holding it over my head. Like, how do you call yourself a physicist and you don't know what a interferometer is and you don't know what a beam splitter is? And I'm like, yeah, because I actually use scientific terminology. I don't know what that is, and I can't remember the name of every apparatus in the top of my head.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not that they have a lot of clever tricks like where they look like they've made the final assessment and they're finished with you now. They've given you your trial and your run and your um, you've made your play. You've
Mhm.
delivered your speech. They don't allow interaction, but usually once.
To be fair, I looked up. Well, remember when we asked them what was the ether? what's it made of, what's its relation to altitude, how do we measure it, by what unit, what's its mass, atomic number, or if it's a phenomenon or something material can
Particularly by
drive it.
what unit? That was a very good question.
Yeah. So they gave like a sheet that didn't make sense. Yeah, after that point I just gave up, man. I spent the day before it, I spent uh I think like 12 hours looking at the experiment they were talking about that were supposed to demonstrate the ether. And then I came back and asked them those questions, and they posted some stuff. I don't know it was to me specifically or just because it was the topic. And then they posted uh, two things. One of them was like a mathematical equation that demonstrates how mass does not attract mass, because he was using the entirely different math. and uh, and then he posted something that has a quantum mass but traditional mass at the same time. It has an ST1 and ST2 higher than the speed of light, which doesn't make sense. It's stuff like that. And at that point, I was like, okay, yeah, they're just using names of stuff we recognize in science and adding numbers that doesn't make sense to it. So it sounds like it's actual scientific paper to someone that doesn't like to someone that doesn't have the background, they would assume it's a scientific paper of some sort.
Yeah.
I'll also give Jay or Joy. I don't remember his name. What his name was. He pointed out something I didn't even pay attention to when we looked at the what's it called, the ether experiment, which is the stacking error at the end. It's called the systematic error. It's when you take the it's basically like when you do a data analysis and you get all the results and then you just add them one to another without taking into account any corrections that you have to do. Like for an example, zeroing out your device or taking into account the margin of error into the result. So I didn't even think of that at the time, and he was really good at noticing that. Oh yeah, Miller Morley. That's the experiment.
Yeah, I looked into that when he first talked about it because they said that there was a um, particular two tests that were deemed unclear. The results were unclear, and his claim was that those were the ones that contradicted the other ones. You know, that was the good side thing. That's what he was saying. I don't know. I posted it.
Yeah, yeah. It didn't exactly contradict it, although it can be taken that way. But basically, what they eh, pretty much what we understand about relativity demonstrated the weakness in whatever they were trying to demonstrate at the time. Because you simply just have to have a frame of reference, and from your frame of reference, you could deduce the movement of other stuff around you. If you have some sort of substance that you can't quantify and you can't measure, and you only have a direction, you can't use just the direction as a measurement for something, because they were taking the direction of the celestial bodies and whatever and called it ether wind. And if you only have a direction, you don't know by how much, you don't know relative to what, you don't know what's it like. Like, if an example, if you hold a flag, you can tell the direction of the wind. Now, wind is only a phenomenon of change in air pressure. We
Is
can
there
measure
is
that.
there a unit that we use for wind, or do we just measure it by its speed?
We measure it by speed, but we understand the amount by psi, which is the change in pressure. So now you have a change in direction. So now you have a direction, something to measure it against, and the velocity of it. They didn't have the other two for it. They just had the direction, and that's the problem.
problem for me is that Witset's right about a lot of other things, and
Yep.
he's still better than most flat earthers no, better than all the other flat earthers by far.
I'll grant you and him that. Yes,
So it
he.
really hurts me when I see his drop off point at about 85, 87%. You know,
Hmm. Hmm. I noticed it during the conversation too. At the time, I didn't know who he was, so he said he to me he seemed like he actually says real words and he says real concepts. So I'm like, I'm following, and then something slips, and then I'm following, and then something slips. So I feel confused. Like I feel like a freshman still at my first year. I don't understand what he's explaining. So I have to go and check backlogs of what he's talking about. You know what I mean? And then you start seeing it over and over and over, and you say, maybe the issue is not with me. Maybe the issue is what he's saying. Maybe he doesn't understand it completely, or maybe he's trying to connect two things. One that I'm
that's
familiar
it.
with, and one
That's
that
it right
isn't.
there. That's it.
Yeah.
We make, as flat earthers, we make connections that aren't there. For
Mm.
instance, I don't like what I've seen, therefore it must be a conspiracy. I don't understand it, therefore something's wrong. Those are poor things that we do. Um, we connect. We like to connect dots, but we don't double check. So we run with the first thing that comes out of the first theory that might come out of our head without really looking into it.
There's an experiment done on pigeons where they would have several like numbers of pigeons, four in each cage, separated by glass between them, and they would put in a red bill inside. At first, they would have the seeds on the red bill, so every time the pigeons eat from the bill, it would ring, and every time it would ring, it would pour in random seeds, extra food for them. What the pigeons don't know is that the food coming into the cage has no relation to them eating from the bill. So ringing the bill doesn't affect when or the amount of food that enters the cage. But after the pigeons started drawing a connection between the time that they ring the bill and the time they eat from the feeder, they basically became religious. They made this connection between them feeding and the amount and the time for the feeder to feed the cage, which doesn't exist. It's just set on a timer in the background doing it. And the pigeons would get hungry and they would ring the bill and wait. And then later at a random time, food would come. And they started doing it as a habit. It demonstrates how, even though there are no connection between two things, a biological brain that is very good at trying to find patterns and make models with predictability is like we have a bias as living beings of trying to make sense of things, so we draw the connection between two things when there is none. And it's not their fault per se. We're all human beings, we make the same mistake. And I made the example of the pigeon in this experiment to show even animals that don't have our cognition still do the same mistake. It's just the biological habit of things with brains. So I can't blame them for it. But what you can do as a person is that you need to recognize that you have this flaw, and you need to like proactively work against it until you like develop some sort of discipline to not like be very quick to draw these connections, or at least when you do, to wait until sufficient evidence is available.
Did you hear about the farmer's son that was he learned about farming, seeds and growth,
Mm.
and was very surprised when he was told that he could not grow birds from bird seeds. So he put some out, he fixed the soil and he put some out in a small patch of garden. And the next day there were birds there.
I, remember, I knew it. I
So,
knew
of course, he had a very good argument,
it. We have
but
a
he was
joke
not right.
locally.
But he was not correct.
Yeah, we have a joke locally here in my country. You know how like Muslim society are very conservatives, right? So there's this little boy asks his parents like the old question of where do babies come from. So his mom, like being like sweet and stuff, and she tells him, "Oh, you know how sweet babies like you come? We put sugar underneath the carpet, then we wait until one arrives." So he was like all excited, picked up the carpet, pours some sugar underneath it, and goes to sleep. Wakes up the next morning and finds cockroaches eating, and he was like, "Ah, if you weren't my kids, I would have killed you."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so Witsit's the best we got, and he's not 100%. But where he's 10% off, most of the other flat earthers are only 10% on. So
It makes me wonder, and I hate to be that kind of guy. It makes me wonder if he's, I mean, if it's intentional or not. That's the bit I keep wondering about, because it's very difficult for someone to understand so many concepts and somehow fundamentally misrepresent aspects of them. And I know what happens. I am guilty of it too sometimes. No one can understand anything, everything perfectly. But it makes me wonder, you know what I mean? Is it, I don't want to call it incompetence. Let's just say someone not understanding something, it happens. Or if he's doing it on purpose and I have no idea which is which. But yes, I'll grant you, he
yeah, okay,
does he does
okay.
represent a lot of science correctly, and then he says something that makes no sense, which makes me wonder why, how, you know?
I think he comprehends the reading and has never performed or thought about science. I think he comprehends the language well enough to
Mm.
comprehend the reading.
There
Um,
is a third option. It is he has a very very big cognitive gas that will make
Mm.
him looking at it and just looking at what will comfort his point that he want to be. He
Ah,
has he might have the whole objectivity.
yeah, that's I see it with creationists too, who open literature and trying to find stuff that confirms their bias so they could quote it. And yeah, that's a bad way to do science. You should never jump in and trying to confirm what you already believe. You should try and like constantly falsify it until it's the only conclusion that you have left, which is difficult for people to do because usually when you find what you want, you're already satisfied. So there is no drive for you to do more research. That's why it's a discipline. You actually need to like train yourself to never be satisfied with what you read and never be 100% sure. So you can always say, yeah, possibly it appears to be that way. It seemed to be that way. It's a language that appears very like unsure and dishonest to laymen, but it's literally how we can always check stuff and double check stuff. Because if I say, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine that way, I'll never have the drive to go back and check stuff over and over and over and become more accurate. It's
Yeah,
it's a
because
blessing and
I
it's a
say
curse.
that because I say that because we sit love to mention every 5 minutes Michelson and Morley experiment
Mm.
when he oblivious to the fact that Michelson and Morley they were glober, fully globe, and
Mm.
that in their experiment they use the globes everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
So how can you use this experiment or these guys where they were not flat earther or anything he wanted? They use a globe, they use a moving globe, comment orbiting, anything. So here it's a bias. So he have a big gas or he's a complete scammer to scam the flat earther.
It's harsh to say that, but I can understand where you're coming from. I was just saying the same thing. And you mentioned that it's a globe and it's a moving globe in everywhere. Like, yeah, that's a fascinating detail. Is that his example that he labels ether winds moves in one direction no matter where you go, which is, of course, later when you use relativity, you find out it's the direction of the rotation of the Earth. So, I mean, it's fascinating that such a term can be used in both ways. I don't know. I don't want to be harsh and say that he's dishonest, but I kept looking around for a lot of his videos, and I kept looking a lot of the material that he reads. So I don't know which one is it. Is it bias? Is it incompetence? Is it scam? I can't be sure, to be honest, but it's weird.
Yeah, I caught him on something, and he had blended his hopes into it. He really had, and I was surprised because he literally fabricated an event um, that I could see how he fabricated it, but I was there,
Dan,
so I couldn't.
Dan,
I had to say something.
Dan, can you fill us in what is this event? What happened and
I
what
heard,
we did
yeah,
say happened?
I heard him describing um, a conclusive piece of evidence in Geo's. He was at Geo's, and he spent. When I heard him say it the second time, I had to correct him. But what he had said is there was a moment during the work that I had done that we had worked on for the Flatlander series with lasers that we had successfully shown a horizontal test. Now, I know this horizontal test that was done, we haven't shown. So I know he didn't see it. And the horizontal test would be a 10-mile wide test with a 16-foot high middle point. And he described seeing that middle point on a horizontal laser test, and he called it a mic drop moment where you drop the microphone, where everybody got up and cheered at the premiere. So I mean, I was at the creation of the footage, and I was at the premiere, and he made up the footage and made up the event at the premiere. There was no mic drop moment where everyone stood up and cheered for a horizontal test. So he may have confused an image of a horizontal looking thing with the idea that we had a successful 35-mile test. But he definitely confused the two and described something that I couldn't listen to again. I think it was the third time when he described everybody in the theater seeing it. And it's like I was there. It didn't happen. So he is capable of confusing information. So
With intent or not?
it's a
That's the
great question
though.
because I
Yeah.
don't it seems like he could be caught on any of it. So I would be surprised if it was with intent. Uh because his attempt at being a grifter and generating money from flat earth is relatively recent.
Mm.
It hasn't been like his plan, and he's almost been like pushed by everyone, or by David Weiss and Jaron, like pushed, saying, go out there and you should do this, you should do this. But I don't think his intent to deceive was to make himself wealthy or famous. He's also he hasn't pushed his fame at all. He kills a lot of time on Discord. He should be making TikTok videos, and he should be making shorts and clips and getting an agent, to get Hollywood things and get on interviews. He doesn't do any of that stuff. Doesn't have product really. Like, so I don't think there's been a big push for him to be. I don't think there's a reason for him to lie, like a charlatan or a an evangelist.
Ah, Your example of an evangelist is a very good one, especially here, because they depend on it for a living, so they can't quit because it's their livelihood. So they
Uh,
need to, so they have a vested interest in keeping it, and it's very hard to detach even if they lose their faith. Let's just say,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. I've been reading about the clergy project, especially made for people who are like who were like priests or rabbis or whatever, and they want to quit after losing their faith, but they can't. And the clergy project is made exactly for them. So maybe if we have one for flat earthers or something, maybe it would help. But I don't know. Religion
There,
is a much bigger aspect of life than flat Earth for most people, so it'll be very hard to find a project like that.
there was someone that was talking about the UFO movement in the United States as it
Mm,
came after the Roswell incident and the Kenneth Arnold sighting, where they coined the term flying saucers
mm,
in the late 40s. And by the 50s, the movie industry and the entertainment industry really pushed towards science fiction and Martians. And the craze was big. There were conventions. It was part of popular culture.
mhm.
Well, makes a little more sense than demons and angels.
But it
Very
seems that Flat Earth did the same thing. It became part of popular culture. So imagine if you'd seen a UFO, and next thing you know, you go to a convention full of charlatans and goofballs, and silly people. Oh yeah, I saw a UFO too, and they're dressed in a funny clothes, and this is how I feel with the flat Earth community. It's like, no, I've gone out and actually measured something, and they're going, no, yippee dee, yippee dee. They're so excited to say stuff that they were told, but they don't understand, and they haven't looked. And
Well, that's not everybody, but yeah.
but it would be everyone at a convention, and the convention would be based on selling T-shirts and crap to them.
Yes.
Mhm. And a sense of community and camaraderie and believing in something against the odds and all that. I'm imagining how that could have someone invest emotionally more in something, which makes detaching from it even harder, especially after you find a sense of community. Like, oh my God, I'm not crazy. There are other people that think like that, you know? I've had the
Hmm.
same idea when I was a teenager, and I kept like me not believing in Islam and stuff like that a secret because I can't. Who am I gonna talk to, right? Who am I gonna tell this to? I can't. I can't. But
Right, when
slowly,
everyone around you is Muslim.
yeah, exactly.
Well,
And
Uh,
then I slowly
what
discovered.
gets
Hmm?
I was gonna say what gets me now is like we used to because I used to think there was a chance the Earth could be flat, and
Mm,
back then we used to say, imagine how much we're going to learn once the scientists are on board, once they realize, and the mathematicians and everybody.
mm.
And now that we've got a few, and they're saying no, it's not working. Um, it's like the they're being ostracized. It's like no, we don't want to hear that.
Well, because
I don't know. I'm
because it
saying
does
it right.
not. No, yeah, because it doesn't confirm their preconceived biases and preconceived notions, which is difficult. You're gonna have to like uh,
Yeah, like after 8 years, there's got to be a reason why all these people haven't come on board. All these, so-called experts, for lack of a better word.
well, there are a lot of fields that experts, as you call them, didn't join until way later. But the thing with that is that at least they had falsifiable claims. They had methodologies for verifying things. They wanted to be like said, okay, here's a thing we don't know what it is. We assume it's this thing, and we'd love for you people from other fields to come and corroborate data and information and help us devise stuff to verify it. We don't care if we come out wrong, as long as we actually like further our understanding into this thing. For you, it will be new information. For us, it will be corrected information. And hey, maybe we'll be right on some things and wrong on other things. But I notice in a lot of the new age sciencey stuff, none of that is going on because we have so much established science. It's very hard to just knock it all and start from the beginning with some new vision. Like, what are you gonna do when something doesn't have the same explanatory power as a lot of our previous stuff? It needs to either be better or at least equal to be considered, and that's not what we see.
I guess it just gets a bit fuzzy when corporations get involved because they can put out reports and things that
Yes,
are false, and
yes,
I don't know why that. Like with the cigarette thing, I don't know
mhm,
why it took them 2 or 3 decades to pull
yep,
that crap in.
absolutely. I mean, I see it today with stuff like renewables and climate change and stuff like that, right? I see
Yeah.
the ridiculousness that they come up with. And you know what?
Yes.
Like, I'm one of the people that actually looked as best as I can at the data, and I believe that climate change is real. But I also don't think it's happening at the rate they expect it to. And then again, renewables aren't working in the way they claim them to be, and they have their own
Yes.
downsides as well, with stuff like the material that you need, the recyclability of it. And this technology is going to get better like everything else. Like, I expect the renewables to be better, or maybe we'll even shift completely to nuclear, which is far more efficient in my eye, and things like that. But this talk of corporations and businesses and people like looking to make money or swift political views and opinion is what's going to be in the way all the time. Like, it's very difficult to get even the scientists to, hey, you know what, that company that pays for your research, yeah, your paper is going to go against everything that they're talking about politically. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult for them to publish or at least be clear in a way. Like, for an example, not a few days ago, uh there's this sociologist from Harvard who is a black man who joined a lot of NGOs to try and look into police bias shootings. And what he did is that he got his team, he picked his team, he picked the members of his team. They gathered the data, they looked into it, they found no bias for shootings for black people. And every state they did the stats from, and they looked at the archives and stuff like that, and they wanted to verify. They found that a lot of people that are listed as shooters white actually are black people with pictures and everything. They're just listed as white because the app they use to register the people has a white as default. So a lot of times people fill in the information and don't switch tag the label and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it's more crime on one aspect of society, and the statistics say that there is no bias in police. And it goes even like, he broke the paper in 150 pages explaining the process in details, right? Harvard asked him to do it again because it didn't match the other story that other professors were coming up with. So he hired a new team and asked him to follow the same process again, and they came out with the exact same result. And he had to publish, and now he has trouble with Harvard. I mean,
Because
now the
they're
poor guy.
people that
Yeah.
fund it. Yeah, they're beneficiaries, or whatever you call them.
Yep.
They're like, no, we don't give you money so you can do that.
Yep. Now the poor guy is doing a tour personally, to like actually bringing his papers with him, trying to like get a team to take his papers and do a video, like a documentary about it. He wanted to do a TED talk. He's like, the guy is trying to prove like, I literally did this. Why are you kicking me out of my job? Why are you fighting me? Why are you calling me a racist? I'm a black man like you. Like, what the heck? But no, they don't care.
There sure is an ugly side of institutional science.
Yeah, very true.
Maybe
But it
maybe that's
is
what scientists
institutional
thought.
science, not just science. It's institutional science.
Yep.
So maybe we thought all the alternate scientists who went against the grain would come forward and go, You know what? There is something wrong with space science and the shape of the Earth and blah 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 blah.
Think of it this way. Here is something that we have that works very, very well, and no one has managed to find something that works better. And this thing has got us a long way, so it has a great track record as well. And the details about it are what changes and gets like corrected and adjusted over time, so it becomes more accurate, so we can do even more better stuff with it. And this process has been going on for a while, and it achieves great stuff, gives us actual goods that we can benefit from, and like gets results. And then you take that, and the more people you have, the average is going to be like less accurate than all the sums. So while the averages are supposed to be better than you like individual calculations or results or predictions, it's still not going to be perfect because it includes all the wrong ones in it as well. And then you put that into a social aspect, which has its own pull and tug and push on people and information and all that. And then you add in economic vests into it. So remember earlier when we were talking about systematic errors of how stacking errors come up into the final results and affect it. This is the same thing that's happening here. Like you could do the calculation just fine, then hand it to someone else. They'll tweak something about it. It will deflect the result just a little bit. Then you hand it to an institution. They want it to have like a round number that looks nice on a paper, and they'll give it to a newspaper which will do that even more, maybe grandize the number so they can have a sensational headline. And then you'll have a company that wants to buy the result and wants to use it but knows it's imperfect, so they want you to work on it but not publish it. And they want to have their own PR team look at it before they post it so they can get investors to pump money into their company so they can give you money to do your R&D. And like in this long chain of details, your paper just becomes muddy and messy and you don't know what the actual number is, and good luck finding it.
Ouch.
It's a reality of people, sadly.
And that's the paper. Your work's already done, right? Or already in the middle of the process. It's not the work, it's just the paperwork.
Yeah, it's paperwork handed from person to person, from agency to agency, from an institution to another. It's people. The issue is always in people.
Well, that's complicated.
It remember me what a mathematic teacher told us in a class. He said, mathematics don't lie, but the mathematician can lie or make an error.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I liked maths over philosophy.
It's the old simple wrong input, wrong output bit, and it stacks with every person that adds in a little wrong input and output. But hopefully, our collective humanity gets their head together and do something about it. I mean, when people often complain about the environment and climate, for an example, they always say, "Oh, Carl Sagan predicted in the '80s that we're gonna have a crisis and stuff like that," and people don't remember. I was born in the '90s, not even '80s. People don't remember that we sat in the '80s and we banned the use of a lot of gases that were damaging our ozone from stuff like refrigerators and washing machines and air conditioners and pesticides like DDT and shit like that. That was really wrecking our ozone layer. And all of a sudden, people stopped hearing about it. And they were like, "Oh yeah, people were very afraid of this thing, and we didn't hear about it." So they're always like being dramatic and
It's a
stuff
bit,
like that. They don't remember that the literally world leaders sat together at the UN and decided to ban the use of these things, and we found alternatives for them the next day when a crisis were literally at our hands. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's because it's down in the south, so Australia, we still hear a little bit about it, but not as much as we used to. I think it's still there. I don't think it's fixed itself. It's just
Yeah.
not getting bigger, worse.
Oh, the ozone hole. Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
always going to be there. It's always going to be there.
I read an article last week about it, about the ozone. So it has a little bit spike to get bigger after the volcano like in the Pacific who exploded
Another volcano.
1 year, 2 years ago. But now the ozone, all what I've done is doing good, and now it's getting better
Yep. Which is
in
counterproductive.
general with some.
It's counterproductive to our problem with the climate change, with the O2 greenhouse effect. So I love how we fixed one thing that like affects another thing, and now we're causing this issue because all of the O2 we pump into the atmosphere gets stuck underneath. Not exactly underneath, but because it's heavier than O3, but lighter than the regular air, which is full mostly of hydrogen and nitrogen. So it gets stuck in between and causes the green gas effect, the greenhouse effect. I was trying to remember the ozone layer treaty thing, and it took me a bit. It's called the Montreal Protocol. It was done in 1989. Yeah, that's it. People don't remember. I wish we could have one like it for O2 soon enough. It will end this bullshit debate about climate change.
It wouldn't be so bad if they didn't bullshit about the fix for it.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah. There's also this
and I don't
thing.
know how they think they can keep going with that and still have people believe in them.
Yep.
And trust them. They're killing the trust of society.
Yep. There's another thing where
So
companies
they
with
fixed
greenwash
what?
stuff. Oh, we're talking about the climate change with the greenhouse effect, and there's a lot of companies that like bullshit with details and inventions and shit like that. And I was just gonna talk about that. There's a like a newly coined term called the greenwashing, which is when a company launches a product and says this product is green, it's gonna help fix the environment. For an example, like one company wanted to sell artificial diamonds, and they wanted to sell these artificial diamonds as, hey, buy our diamonds and help us collect O2 from the atmosphere. And they showed like this huge condenser where they would gather the air, compress the carbon to diamond form, and make diamonds with it. And yeah, sure, the process is true, but is it going to reduce the O2 from the atmosphere? Absolutely not. While it's true they take O2 from the atmosphere to condense it and make it into the diamonds, what they don't tell you how much
Wait,
energy they require to do the process. The energy pumps a hell lot more than the diamond. You know what I mean? Like by a megaton.
let me correct you a little. Since a moment you said O2, but I think you mean CO2.
CO2. Sorry, yes, CO2. Sorry. Yeah, we're talking about carbon, of course. CO2. Yeah, yeah. O2 or breathe O2. Please don't take my O2 away. I'll be in very bad
Okay.
shape.
On the same subject, I'm building ships, and since a moment, and since the 2000, the new MARPOL. MARPOL is a marine pollution code
Mm.
that fixes the limit of what a ship can exhaust, can produce what. So now it has been heavily reduced. They start step by step, and they remove a maximum of NOx. Now they will remove also a lot of SOx, and now its next phase is to reduce the carbon also. But
Are they
it
doing?
has
Are
been
they doing it?
dropping.
Are they doing it by reducing the emission itself, or by capturing the emission and reducing the leak of it into the atmosphere?
Both.
Both. That's great, actually.
Yeah. You will have mainly for the NOx, SOx. It will be by SCR, the selective catalytic reduction, or ECR, the catalytic reduction. That will
ECR.
be like a catalytic exhaust filter on your car. But also on the fuel itself. So they were using the now is mainly not used. Mainly not used heavy fuel oil. It will be oil that will be as we call it the VLHFO, the very low sulfur HFO, and it's raining. And now it's eating now to all the greenhouse gas and the carbon to reduce the maximum. And it's dropping. And now it will be the ships that they were built before that are coming to 20 years old. So the curve will be really coming down with all the ships who were not at this norm, but they're still allowed to conduct. But they will be scrapped, and time by time the fleet of ships will become more and more with ships that are according regulation.
I think I found the exact thing you're talking about. Is this it?
I cannot see. Is Marpol from IMO? Yeah.
I found it on Engine Technology Forum, which is usually a good reference for that sort of thing. As soon as I put it into the search, it was the first thing that it gave me. Because if I go to Google and I just type acronyms, it usually gives me random shit.
Scrubber and everything. You will have different. We use urea. It's a piece. Urea. It's a piece to capture all the bad things in it, and this urea is stored, and after in a port it is sent to a facility to be treated. And you have the fighter. You have many things. And you can read it.
It's actually good for industry too.
And it was progressive to reduce the ship tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Now all the ships should be tier 3, and it's like if you compare the level before and after, it's completely down.
I imagine they have I imagine that like they have benchmark for each tier, and they follow the process before and after, and they do a comparison of depends on like performance and whatnot. Yeah, that would be great actually.
Building a ship is quite a slow process. It's not like you will go to the supermarket and buy the things directly. You need a lot of time. You need to find the yard. The yard need to have time to do it because you already have a book order. So it was a little bit every 5 years. Every 5 years we were dropping one tier and getting on. But now the ships are becoming not. But if you want more detailed information, I invite you to go to the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, and to look at the Marpol code.
What?
Marpol convention. Marpol, MARPOL.
Oh yeah. I'm still. I just went to open the International Marine Organization, the IMO, and I figured I'll find it there when I search.
But I know I have to deal with this kind of regulation convention all time. So just go to Marpol and you will go to the Annex 6. Annex 6 for the air pollution.
I'm at the page. I'm still looking through that. If you can find me the link directly, because I'm still at the main page and I'm looking at the archive. There's a lot of stuff listed here.
Type in a Google. Type Marpol Convention IMO.org.
Okay. Convention. I'm at I'm at the IMO. What's the conventions called?
Marpol.
Oh, Mapo. Okay.
M-A-R
Mhm.
M-A-R-P-O-L. Generally in all in majuscule.
International. Oh, there we go. I found it. The International Convention for Prevention of Pollution from Ships. Oh, they're actually working
And
based on an old paper from 1973, and then again in 1978, 1997, and what is this?
88.
Oh, entry force to October 1983.
You have that old, and there is add-on is all time updated. We look at last one. Last one is 2019.
2000. I found one in 2005. That's the last one. I'm still scrolling on the archive.
But if you are in the archive, you are not in the current one.
I am in the archive going down. Like I see the old ones in 83, 87, 29, sorry, 92, 2002, 2003, 2005, and that's the last one right now. Like I see last one where they came with the resolution in 2005. It says sets limits on sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide emissions from ships exhaust and forbids deliberate emission of ozone depleting substances. Oh, there it is. A chapter adopted in 2011 covers mandatory technological operational energy efficiency measuring and aimed at reducing the greenhouse gases emissions from ships. There we go. It's linked as an attachment to the one from 2005. Yeah, that's not bad, man. You know what countries I worry about when it comes to this shit? Countries in the East like China and whatnot. Because I'm not worried about European countries. Like, it's European countries that came up with these regulations in the first place, and like agencies in the United States and the West and whatnot. It's countries in the East that I worry about. Man, I imagine you sitting with the Chinese, with the CCP, trying to convince them to do this. Jesus. They even listed partnership and projects in regards to it, and some of the stuff looks really promising. They even have like a roadmap for some of the tests and when they expect results, what's the prediction is expected. Under Act 13 of Climate Action. And they have a
Like
lot
you
of
said, there
documents
is
like
a lot of country around the table. So and you have come on. The power for that is according to the lady. The power to vote. The weight of your vote of one country vote is with the tonnage of who are running internationally.
Mhm.
So many of the ships they are not Chinese. Many of the ships are registered to many countries. You have the Danish have a lot. You have the Greeks, they have a shitload of it. But after you have the Bahamas, you have the Marshall Islands, you have some other countries. So China have a so huge weight in IMO organization.
Mm.
And to get a resolution passed and adopted, you just have to need 66% of the
The voting
come
seats.
on
Yeah.
of the tonnage
Mm.
to agree
Oh,
on.
you mean the actual results? I was thinking you meant 66 of the like nations attending to vote on the resolution.
No. Perhaps it's by tonnage. By tonnage.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
You're talking about the
the
actual
ship
emission in tonnage. Yeah, yeah.
as a tonnage, obviously. And when you have 66% of the world tonnage who agree upon, it is adopted.
What's that gonna be like in 2030, 2050? It's gonna take a while for us to get to something like that. I imagine with the process. I'm reading some of the what do you call them, like proposals offered, and they have a lot of organization and companies here like Green Voyage, Test Biofueling, the global, what is this, MTCC network? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the global network for energy efficiently shipping. There, so they have like a lot of great proposals. I don't know which is going to be best, or if they can do them all at the same time. Like for an example, here the Green Voyage 2050 proposal says that they expect to see the results around 2030, where the effect will be most detectable and sustainable with the, like after they pass the prototypes and actually demonstrate the efficiency of the model that they're using, and the technology can be improved from that point. It should be like hard, like best felt at 2030. But yeah, well, from
Yes,
here until then, it's gonna take a while.
it took a while because you have the world need to work, and you need ships to transfer to carry all the goods all around the world, and so it is a very long process to renew the fleet. A ship will be running 20 years, 40 years for the good one.
Yeah, yeah. I
So,
imagine. Like even
so
getting companies that actually agree and sit down and offer you their ships to try, and then have these ships run constantly and like inefficiently while you monitor the results is gonna take a while. Like getting people on board and getting ships to actually switch systems is gonna take a while in itself. And then furthermore, as they resume their operations, for you to see the change in the climate, which is hopefully they don't fix ships from here and we fuck it up by doing something else from here. Like for an example, power productions, like with the turbines that use coal and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like you would say, oh, this initiative didn't work because while we reduce the emissions from ships, we're adding more emissions from other stuff on land. So it would like give the impression that this didn't make any progress. I know you and me would look at the data and understand it, but I'm talking about like economists that will have to be asked to pay lots of money to do the transition for their equipment and ships and vessels and shit like that. You know, when they don't see results, they start
yeah,
complaining
but
and they don't care.
they see results. We start to see results. The owner can directly see that when we make the ship, with the ship, each ship is exhausting a lot less for not much more cost. And the cost of greening the ship is not the biggest cost on a ship. But after, like you will say, if you want to have new another how we say the fuel to be used for the ships,
Hmm.
just to do that, you will have to have your engine to be able to accept this new fuel.
Yep.
Like you will have the fuel you are using is less oily. You will have to have a lubrication system on your engine. If it will be running at a higher temperature, perhaps all
Mm.
your piping segment, everything, they will all break because it will be too high temperature.
Mm.
Engine, but after you will have to fuel the tank to fuel the engine. So you have to put the inside the ships. Perhaps the tank you have now is not adapted for this fuel, and have
Mm.
to put the fuel in a tank. But you don't fuel a ship at the gas station, so it takes a lot. So you need to have the storage on land to have this fuel.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuel. After you need also it's all a shame. It cannot be done. It's not only the ships, it's all the infrastructure around the ships that need to
Exactly.
evolve with it.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like if you look at the selective catalyst reductions model, it actually seemed like how should we say it? more feasible, like right now, to do something immediately other than waiting for the entire system to change, for new supply chains to happen, for new storages, for new fueling systems, for new engines to be implemented, and for all the vessels to switch into them, or wait for new ones to be built to replace them. So yeah, I'm with you with the SCR being like an immediate one to do now while we wait for the technology to shift is actually far more realistic ambition.
Yeah. And a lot of ships have been installing the SCR or the ECR also, because it was possible on existing ships. It doesn't touch at the engine; it's just touch at the exhausts.
Yeah, it's just like an attachment added after the engine to the exhaust to filter using what's it called? Nitrogen
The scrubber,
oxide. Yeah, emission of nitrogen oxide. There we go. Down to near zero level.
NOx.
Mhm.
We could, in short, we call it NOx.
NOx. You know,
Yeah,
when you were saying it, I was
nitrogen
thinking,
oxide.
yeah. And when you were saying it, I was thinking knots because of ships and units. I was thinking you would reduce the nitrogen oxide. Sorry, you would reduce the O2 using nitrogen oxide by knots. That's what I was hearing you say in my head. And you were saying knots as in NOx,
Yeah,
nitrogen oxide.
and SOx also. Sulfur oxide. Sulfur has been reduced mainly on playing on the fuel. You have
Mm.
now you have the after you have the HFO, after you have the LH LHFO, the low HFO, after you have the LSHFO, the low sulfur HFO, and now we have the PLSHFO, the very low sulfur heavy fuel oil. The SOx have been reduced by playing on the gas and the NOx playing on the exhaust. And now we are in a phase on getting directly to the engine and to try to remove a maximum of it, of all the greenhouse gas.
I imagine this model could be added even to cars later and stuff like farming equipment if it works well with chips.
You have already, it's a catalytic reduction exhaust. The fighter with some special metal. You have that. Now it's what the thief are stealing on a car. They stole that because it have rare material in it.
Ah, so it's still what do you call it? Like tedious to manufacture and distribute massively for every
Uh,
method of transport.
no, no, for the car. No, for the car. For the engine, no. It's just a little plastic piece and some urea, P,
Mm.
P to coat all these elements in it in the exhaust. No, it's quite not cheap, but it's quite easy. It's not a rare material. They find a solution without using a lot of rare material. But on your car, because it is not powered, it is not mechanical, and you don't have a pump
Ah,
to make fluid and everything. They use a fighter made of rare material to coat this greenhouse gas coming out of your car. You never heard about a catalytic fighter on your car?
what's this rare
Perhaps
material?
not in you. I don't remember. I don't remember which rare material. But now the teeth are with a disc, cutting disc machine, and they are just cutting it and getting away with it. And they are after well, getting to a foundry scrapper or anything. They get it. They get it for money. I think it's a lot of that, or this kind of thief.
Yeah, that's shit, man.
Mm.
I've seen it happen with coins and stuff like that before, but I didn't think I mean, I can imagine here in my country, for an example, copper is expensive. So a lot of people cut in like
Mm.
power cables when we have power outages for whatever reason. A lot of the civilians
In
take
France
advantage.
also.
Yeah, they take advantage of the situation and they cut power cables so they can recycle copper and sell it to other countries because they make a lot of money from it. So I imagine if they distribute something and make it mandatory and stuff, people will be buying it, cutting the pieces out of it, and recycling it, selling the.
They are stealing it from cars, from normal cars, from everyday people cars. They are stealing this kind of part of the exhaust. But copper, yes, in France, it has been a big problem. People
Is the
cutting
is the
phone line
material?
and
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. I think there's because sometimes you cut out, so I don't know if you're talking or not. Is the material you're talking
go ahead,
about the
go ahead.
it's pseudobiohemith? Crystal structure property pseudobiohemith. No, that's the. I'm not a chemist, so I'm not sure.
No, I arrive. I finish my drive line. If I take make a quick search and find you the material for the car catalytic fighter.
Just make sure to drive safely. High temperature transition aluminum in 8. I don't think it's this.
You are in Europe. You are in Europe.
No, I'm in North Africa, sadly. I wish I was in Europe. I'd kill to be in Europe.
Yeah. I don't know. You have yeah, because in Europe it's mandatory this kind of exhaust. So, but I will look in 5 minutes. I gave you.
Take your time, no rush. I'm still around.
Stop rocket.
Hello.
Not too bad. I'm creating another TikTok video. 10 images of Earth before the first CGI film was made.
Nice.
And the 10th photo, which is in 1972, is still 15 years before Photoshop was invented. But CGI was first invented back in 1958, but the first film wasn't until 1973. But yeah, no, still at least. I mean, I had to just pick and choose, but there were more than a dozen photos before 1973. First one was in actually 1946 from a V2 missile.
How dare you pick and choose, you dishonest globehead?
What sort of garbage? Wait, what sort of garbage are you really working on? The 1946 stuff I can bring right in here now. It's flatter than shit, right? Totally flat. I don't know what you're dreaming about when they stitch the four pieces together, pieces of paper. I mean,
Not
It's
that
ri-
one.
It's
Not that one.
ridiculous. It's
The one before that.
ridiculous.
That's not a
Well,
composite. That's in
okay.
1948. There's one in 1947 and one in 1946 that aren't composite images.
I find that hard to believe, but okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
you
this
have to wait for
confusion
it.
happens. This confusion happens all the time. It's why I was feeling the fire. Like you notice, I was like, "Oh, you dishonest globe!" I knew this was gonna happen because a
No,
lot
and
of
also,
people.
yeah, nobody said the blue marble was CGI. Nobody ever said that. Nobody.
Or what's the claim
And
today?
there was programs before the commercial program of Photoshop, and it was hand painted before that. So there's always been touch up work, and for you to use Photoshop as an example of high end government use of photography is ridiculous.
Well, I actually use CGI. I didn't reference Photoshop. I referenced CGI because I mean, the 1972 is 14 years after CGI was invented. But I'm also going to include
But
images.
nobody said the blue marble had CGI in it.
And you gotta give it to Don here. A lot of the softwares that gets pushed later into the civilian market becomes how shall we say this, is mostly first government use until it's like either outdated or something better, or becomes like accessible for the civilian market. So even though it's a, oh yeah, this photo was produced before the software was made, you have to remember, uh, throw 10 years into whatever software we have in the civilian market, the government probably had it for way longer before that, you know what I mean? So you got to give it to Don here. But I also understand what you're trying to do, and it's a very good concept, so good luck with your video.
Yeah, I mean, it's more aimed towards the general flat Earth people. Like, I mean, Dan, you're very experienced in this. You will know, I mean, you're probably completely right saying that no one. Well, I wouldn't say no one claims CGI because there's a lot of flat earthers there that are new in the scene. They go, "Oh, it's Photoshop to CGI," but you know better and go, there's other methods
Well,
other than
that's
that.
blue marble too. That's blue marble too, because
Yeah.
the artist talks about making.
Okay, well, this is more just for the general populace, and I'll see people's right. I'm not claiming people say it is. I'm just putting the photos and saying this was how many years before CGI and Photoshop, and see how people react. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouths. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah, you're pretty much
Well,
making like a collage of pictures and covering bases. Like, hey, did you know that this picture existed before that thing
Yeah,
existed? So you can
yeah,
use it as an excuse. Yeah, it's a good concept. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't see the concept. I see deceit. I see everything in 1946 as flat as could be. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous to think that uh, uh, when you start to look into it, uh, how high was it? 70 miles? I mean, 56 miles V2, 56 miles high, something like that. Compare these images to your Mercury program and your programs where you can see the Earth. Then you're going to get into Deans and stuff. You're going to say it's about focal length, right? I mean, it's like I don't I don't get it. What is the rest of your collage going to have? What else can I shoot down that you're going to put
Well,
in there?
I'm
And
posting the
what
video soon. I'm posting the video. I'll send you a link, and you can go ham in the comments because the more you interact with it, the more people are gonna view it. So feel free to just like throw it in under the bus, like in the mud. Do whatever you want in the comments.
Yeah, that's the
I
attitude.
I appreciate that, but I think that the entire concept that you're making it, uh, I don't. What is the title? What is the purpose again? I mean, Ray understood that. I did.
Well,
Um,
basically, what he's doing is that a lot of photos that people from the flat Earth community complain about, saying that this is CGI and this is Photoshop. So what he's doing is that he's taking pictures prior to those things becoming available for the market, and he's saying, hey, these are pictures that are taken manually. Now, you said these can exist before because the software still exists, and I even added the benefit of the doubt in it because we all understand that the government has a lot of software that the civilian market didn't have until way later. So it could be that, but it at least addresses the common complaint that a lot of the flat earthers have, So at least, it would shift the subject and progress it a little bit. Like, okay, we at least understand that this is not CGI in Photoshop. Even if it's fake, it's gonna be fake by something else. At least move the conversation towards that. Let's make some progress. Let's achieve some things instead of getting hang up on everything being fake and everything CGI, everything Photoshop. It will actually get them to look up more stuff.
Okay. When you're through playing with this, let me know, because I don't know how much what I've been doing for the past 3 days has really, I've discovered a great deal on this subject. And it was because I was told that flat earthers just won't look, that we're not looking up stuff and things are there. Because my complaint was, oh, we don't see enough from the ISS. They don't really show uh, enough. They don't show me the Hubble. They don't show me other satellites. I know they've got cameras. They don't take pictures of the moon. Um, and so I decided to look up a rocket launch. I said, but shouldn't we see a rocket launch from the ISS? They're doing 2 a week now. 2 rocket launches a week. And wouldn't that be exciting to see a high altitude rocket launch? We always lose them in the cloud, and supposedly they're, taking these parabolic arcs, whatever the fuck it is. But the point is, I go to look up rocket launch from space, and there's only one. And I'm immediately skeptical because I cannot compare it to anything. And when I went to go look at who made it and how he made it and what his other works were, I think it's obvious that the nighttime ISS stuff with color, auroras, air glows, lightning, and city lights is all bullshit, and it's always been post-production. And for some reason, they don't show that live in a day and night transition. They rob me of nighttime. They don't show me infrared like they used to. The point is that the guy's work, it looks like cartoons, and there is no images of rockets from space, whether it's from the ISS or any of the satellites that they're always telling me are up there. And that's a shock. The idea that no one has an interest in seeing a rocket come up through through the clouds and up into space. It's amazing that nobody cares. And they're really, today, with 2 rocket launches a week, it's easy. And if you look at his angles, if you look at he's looking at a very oblique angle. We should be able to see this from many positions with many cameras. And a rocket, right now there's one on the way to the moon. God knows why, but there is. And Artemis circled the Earth several times and went to the moon, but we just don't ever see this crap. So anyway, a rocket in space would be an interesting thing to see, and there really isn't footage of it. And when you look at this guy's work, I mean, there is one video. Look at the rest of his work. Look when he does these flyover shots with time lapses. Sometimes there's clouds, sometimes there's city lights, sometimes there's no clouds, sometimes there's no city lights, sometimes there's stars, sometimes there's planets and stars. But the randomness of this, and the colors and the perfect images, I think it's more fuel for me to believe that they're faking this stuff, and that the idea that they don't show day to night transitions on the ISS is drastically telling. if we go, everyone yells at me, go look at the ISS now. And you can see the Earth, but you can't, and like I said, the infrared spectrum is available, and they're not using that. They're not showing me 12 hours a day. They're not showing me space. And I don't know if you guys remember, the shuttle had infrared and it was really good. There was a lot of stuff in space.
I didn't fully understand what you meant about the ISS. You mean we can't see the ISS from Earth, or I didn't
No,
fully
the ISS has windows with cameras about. They have cameras.
Yeah.
But they don't.
Especially in the observatory, yes.
But they don't take pictures of anything. Like, wouldn't it be nice to see something going by on the way to the moon?
I mean,
or the Hubble, or
there's a live stream where there are a lot of cameras that turn. You could watch the live stream from it right
this
now.
is what I just said. That no, there isn't. No, there isn't. They don't turn.
Hey, hold on a second. Ray, wouldn't it be nice though to see something like that from the vantage of space?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if you watch this stream, sometimes they announce when there's like a specific body that is very visible. They like announce it on the stream, like here we are coming up close on this object. Like you could see the reflection of it, like in the distance, especially like at nighttime. Or here you could see the moon just finishing its
Bullshit.
orbit.
They don't
you can-
talk. They don't
Hold
talk
on.
on the live stream.
If
they
you
don't
can find
announce
one
anything.
where they've,
I'm saying
you
sometimes.
can
So when they
find
have a
one where
host,
they
do.
show a
So
launch
full of
like that. That'd
shit.
be
Don't
great.
do this to me. I mean, here it is right now. What do you get every time you go there right now? Look, fucking jack shit. Why?
Sadly, the International Space Station has been temporarily interrupted due to either
12 hours a day I get this. 12 hours a day. And when they're not showing this, they'll show post-production. And the post-production is the stuff I was talking about.
1 second. Usually, when I open it to show somebody just like for fun, I don't see this message. But
Well, 12 hours a day, I do. 12 hours a day, but
this is the
that's
first time we see this. I've seen it before, but I've sat and watched for hours, man. I don't know.
Dan, I have seen the transition from the feed of the ISS passing from day to night.
And the moon too.
God, you guys are ridiculous.
I promise you, I promise you, I've watched some streams like that. That's how I know. Sometimes like they announce something, and sometimes they say if there's a particular like significant body that can be visible or something like that. Like sometimes they have a host, either it's the lady or the usual guy from Houston, that they would announce something. Like I've watched the stream like for hours sometimes.
There is no live discussions during the live stream. There's no one
no
telling you.
discussions. No, it's not a discussion
But
or
there's
anything.
there's no audio at all. There never has been.
What happens is that, like, for example, especially the people that follow the orbit of the ISS or something, or they know like a specific event will be very visible, like as you can see, like in the last picture here, you could see the aurora. That they would basically post it on the blog, and people would be waiting for when it happens.
Right. It's the blog I'm talking about.
So Dan, do you have that data
Don't
for
talk
us
to
yet?
me. Don't talk to me. Don't interrupt this conversation. I've posted the guy's work, and all this aurora stuff you're talking about, all this pretty stuff. There's 1,000 of them to look at. But if you just look at the one rocket launch, you'll see all the anomalies. Why are there stars suddenly? Why are there city lights suddenly? These things are fascinating because we don't always see these things. But suddenly, when we want to, they're produced here in these brilliant colors. So you're making up something about the ISS live feed. Two things. First, you think it runs all the time. And second, you think there's narration. When you are seeing what you think you're seeing, it is post-production tape that they play during blackout. So this is what I'm trying to say. is this post-production is common. There's 1,000 of them in the link I just put, and I would trust someone to look at them and look at the anomalies. And for the first time, for instance, we can see satellites going by. This is the only time we ever see satellites in space is in this man's work, this on this site, really. And we see planets, we see stars, we see cities, we see lightning. Plus, it seems a little low. It seems like it's very low orbit position. And I promise you, this work is CGI. And when I look at the one rocket that got me started,
So the sky is CGI.
when I look at the rocket footage I'm showing here, the rocket launch MS-10, I couldn't compare it to anything because there wasn't anything to compare it to. And that was very telling that there are no rocket launch from space imagery. And it would be dramatic, it would be exciting, and it would be normal.
You know, when there were the fires in Australia, what happened is that they were seen from the ISS, and they were seen like mapped the exact same way from the ISS. And what happened is that there are two channels I use, one on Twitch, which is called the Armchair Astronauts, that tracks the ISS on a digital way. Like he tracks the ISS and he will give you the almost like place of all known satellites, whether they're geo-orbital or deso-orbital, and the ISS. I'll find you the channel, link it to you. So basically, what we did is that we waited for the orbit, watching the orbit on the astronaut armchair channel until the ISS got over Australia, and then we switched to NASA's stream, which was going at the time, to watch the fires from space. And there wasn't narration at the time. Usually, what happens is that when they post, like they'll have a host. That's what I'm usually interested because there isn't conversation. Like, yeah, you're right. There isn't like somebody talking or like a narration where they have a guest or anything. No, it's not like that. Just the host will announce to the people watching, like it'll be set amount of time before we start seeing this thing. Just so the people that are watching, especially if they have like a decent number of
That's
people waiting
all
for a
post
specific event.
production. That's not anything live. None of that's live.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you can track the ISS from the Earth, so a lot of people do it. You could see stuff happening on Earth from the video on the ISS, and it matches the exact photos they show on the news and things like that. And one of the biggest like impacts that like how useful this thing is like in my memory, especially, is that when we were watching the fires in Australia,
Look at this
because they
one.
were visible.
Can you see my screen now? Look, no, only cloud cover, and we got stars today. Look, we have stars today. Isn't that exciting?
I don't think those are stars. I think those are actually planets.
You don't think they're stars?
No, yeah,
What
I think
are
those are planets.
Okay. I see a cluster of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 8 planets are right there in that.
Oh
field
no,
of
I
view.
see the. Sorry, I don't have it in high definition. I only see the one on the left and one on the right because these are the two most prominent ones. And I think those two are planets. The smaller ones probably stars. I had to increase the definition of the video. My bad.
It's all right. The little things are probably on my screen. Dust.
No, they're moving because like you see the one on the right disappeared. Now you only see the other ones. The one on the left is still on the edge of the screen.
So this is the kind of inconsistencies I'm seeing constantly. And if you look, there's 1,000 videos, brilliant colors, brilliant looking shit. Just
Well, of course, because you have to remember, like right now, we're looking at the Earth from the day side. So when you have something very bright, it's going to affect seeing stars. Like if the orbit finishes and goes to where it's night side, you'll see a lot more like nebula and colors and stuff like that. You will even
no,
be
you
able to
don't
see
see
something
that
like
here
in
though. But you
California.
don't
Yeah,
see
because it's
that.
daylight.
But
Because
you
it's
don't
daylight.
see that at night here. You don't. Only in post production. This is
I don't know.
this is what it looks like at night. See it? Nothing.
Well,
That's what it looks like.
I see stuff.
Why isn't it moving then? 'Cause
Well, it's
that's
moving
point.
slowly. If you like put your mouse on the timeline and just slowly shift it, you can see it moving. It just turns very slowly. You're looking at 5 hours, so when you move your finger just a little bit, you're like skipping like 2 hours or so.
I'm just trying to look at this dust flying across. Trying to find the normal pixels that they normally should. Look at all this shit flying across the screen. What do you think that is? In
There's a lot of
colors,
there's a lot of stuff.
reds,
There's a lot of stuff in
reds,
our
and
orbit.
look at
What?
this.
There's a lot of stuff in our orbit. It's not
No,
like
they're gonna
this.
tell you that's pixel damage or noise. Do
No,
not
that's
think that that's stuff.
no.
Do not think that
There's a
that's.
lot. I assure you, there's a lot of stuff
Look at it.
in our orbit.
There's
Yeah, no,
brilliant colors going by. Reds, greens, and blues.
The
So
greens
would
and
it
blues and
be
reds is
interesting?
just light, but the stuff that is moving is probably regular stuff. There's a lot of stuff
There's
gathered
nothing
around the edge of
regularly
our atmosphere.
whipping around in space like that.
So
Yes,
We've
that's a
there
never
nice
isn't
seen this
full
stuff.
black
before.
screen.
Listen,
There
we
isn't.
When does
never
it
There isn't
seen this
become a
stuff.
full
before.
black screen?
This is an anomaly. This is an electric
It isn't. It isn't.
anomaly. This
It
is
isn't. Let me
not in
tell-
space. Trust me.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you two things. Let me tell you two things. One, okay, you have a lot of ions, charged ions, that probably
That's
passing
not
through
what that is.
Just let me finish. There's a lot of like. First of all, you have to consider that this camera is outside of our atmosphere and like further away from the protection of
Oh
our
my God.
Earth's magnetic
You have
field,
to
right?
consider that we've never seen this ever in a jillion hours.
No, you see it all the time. Just let me finish.
We've never
What you
seen
have,
this. Nobody's ever seen this.
but I'm telling you, we've seen it a lot before. I'm trying to explain to you a lot
Oh,
of things that we
fuck.
see in space. It doesn't have to be physical. There are physical stuff in front of the cameras that pass like this, to look like this, but they're very rare. And
No,
yes, they don't
we've
exist.
never
Just
seen
let me
this.
finish. Come on, just
I
let me finish.
discovered something right here we've never seen.
You don't want to listen to me, right?
No, because I want you to stop pretending this is normal.
I'm not. It is. Well, why won't you let me finish?
Because we've never seen this
'Cause
before.
Dan
But
can't
we've
let
seen
it
Dan,
it
be
all
let
the
him
normal.
time.
finish.
Okay, so first, you're right about something, is that there isn't like dust and stuff whizzing around in space. The majority of space is
There is
empty
tonight.
completely. No,
There
hang
is
on. I'm not.
tonight.
I'm not. This isn't space. This is Earth's orbit. Earth's orbit is going to have stuff because Earth exists and it has a magnetic field that gathers a lot of stuff from the space, which will condense and form a lot of stuff. That would be the little things you see. But this right here isn't something physical. I don't assume most of it is, because you have a camera that has an array on the inside of it that is very sensitive to stuff like light, electromagnetism, all sorts of things. And you have a lot of free ions in the edges of our atmosphere, in the edges of our magnetic field. These things would be passing through the camera sensors, through like the photon sensitive plate, where an actual camera takes an image and turns it into digital data. Those things will be opening and closing every time you have a charge passing through them. And this is what you see. You can capture the same thing here on Earth if you put a plate where it would excite the ions as it passes. So this is what you see, because it's further out from our atmosphere and
Can you
more
see the
exposed
bottom
to
right
the
of the
radiation.
screen? Does you see this field of colored dots here?
Yes.
This is what it normally looks like from this camera. So these are those things that we just saw are highly unusual because it normally looks like this field of dots, colored dots, depending on the contrast that they set it. So this is very interesting. It's funny that I went to it. 'Cause I've never, nobody, I don't know if anyone's ever seen that behavior from this camera.
I'm looking for something to show you that will help you understand what those little things are.
Okay, well, 2 nights ago we watched
No,
this, and there were other little things that were over here, and I got the excuse for those, but I just find it all super hard to believe. Look, I'll get you the field. This is earlier. Let's see. That shit in the middle of the screen is a reflection And this camera is inside, I think. Oh, look, there's the stars again. How cute. Look at the color of the earth tonight. Look at that. I've never seen it like.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna post something in chat with a timeline. You can watch the entire video if you want. It explains these little charged particles that I was talking about that excite the camera that would look like this. There's a video about them being captured on Earth, and you can watch the start of the video, which explains in details what they are. I've seen some clips of it, but I remember this particular thing, and I know this channel once featured it, and I just now went to check, and yes, it's exactly what I'm talking about. So just watch from this timeline. You can see how he has an apparatus on Earth that could show you what they look like if you would capture them in like 3D instead of 2D on a camera like this. And you can go at the start of the video to watch in detail what he's talking about in relation to electronics and computers and what things experience here
A
on Earth,
plane
out in
fly-
space, and what they are. Like if you can
And
see
can
the
you
timeline.
explain to me again why this is the first time we've ever seen them?
It's not the first time, I promise you. Like this is a
It's
phenomenon
the
we're
first
very
time
familiar
you've
with.
seen them.
It's the first time you two have seen them as well. How do I know
No.
that? Because it's that odd and that rare.
Uh-huh.
That's how I know that.
Just
I
in the
fucking
video,
watched enough of this. I've
in the
watched
video
enough
I
of
sent
this shit.
you, in the video I sent you, go to 10 minutes and 13 seconds. 13, 1 3, sorry. Not 30. Yeah, 13. Sorry. So yeah, 10 minutes and 13 seconds and start watching from there. That's the concept I'm talking about. If you want to understand it fully, you can watch the entire video. It explains it in details. I just find it fascinating that they actually have an apparatus for doing it on Earth. Because that's how I became familiar with this video. Like it's interesting.
Find it interesting that
No, I find
well,
I find the apparatus that they used here on Earth interesting because it's clever to capture the same effect but in 3D. So you could see it from the sides as the particle charge goes whizzing through the excited gas that they have. So you can actually see it as it passes, which is something that you usually can't capture even on a camera like this. You would only capture it like as a whizzing, like a flash of light, or like like something as you can see on the video. But to see it in 3D here on Earth, where it's like less likely, it's a very clever apparatus that they come up with.
and can I ask you why? Oh, look there. See that? That's what it normally looks like. And they're telling me that that's not there either. That that's just dead pixels. I don't know what to believe about anything anymore. Like I said, stars. Since when, right? Since when do we just see stars?
I mean, do you see the amount of stars earlier? Now you see more of them as it reaches more into the dark side of the Earth. Because it's not daytime on the side, a lot of like faintly lit objects will become more visible because there isn't like conflicting with you seeing them. It's a camera,
Mhm.
still it's limited to whatever its light capture and its aperture and its sensors are. It's still a piece of technology. It's never going to be perfect in capturing everything the way you want. And as I said, it's exposed to all these elements in space. I would really encourage you to watch the video I sent in chat. It really explains the details of all of these little things that you were seeing earlier.
Why don't I see those? Since you have such a casual and immediate explanation, I suppose you could find them somewhere in another shot, right? I'm sure it happens all the time, right? You're
Yeah, it
saying it's
happens to a lot of
common.
computers.
It's common. It happens all the.
Yes, we usually Usually, we try to use ceramic coating for stuff like this to avoid it. But I'm guessing it's just a regular camera that is meant to work for long periods in space. So eventually, it's going to catch some of this effect. It happens all the time.
But it doesn't happen all the time. We've never seen this before. That's why I was so excited.
Well,
Never seen it.
why don't you look at the video I sent so at least you know what to look for, and then you could actually
Well,
try and find
because
it
I'm
somewhere else.
busy telling you about 1,000 videos full of horse shit that you haven't looked at one of or analyzed one of yet.
I don't know what to look for because I know this effect that you showed me right now, and I know it
Okay.
happens a lot because I've
Did
seen
you
it
look at the
before, and I
rocket
know how it
launch?
works.
Did you look at
The
the
rocket
one
launch, no, no. If you send me the link, I'll look into it.
and
But
all the links are right here. I've been putting them in here. It's
in
the
chat?
one that says ISS time lapse. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was scrolled up all the way down. I didn't see it.
And beneath it is the 1,000 more, and it's all the post production. In other words, people think that we'll just wait till nighttime and we can look down and see the city lights and lightning and auroras and the stars and planets. That shit only happens in post production
Why? Would be my
because
question.
this is the crap they deliver right here at night. Like, where'd the stars go now? Oh, it's going to be a sun problem, you're going to say. Okay, so
Yeah, and also you have the big mirrors of the ISS itself, probably reflecting a lot of light, which will not make it easy for the camera to capture
No,
faintly lit
Dan's
objects.
complaining that the live video feed doesn't show what the still camera feed does.
and
I'm
I
looking
don't
at
know
the
if these
rocket.
cameras are inside or out, but I know that the other stuff is taken from inside with a regular Nikon camera.
I'm
It's
assuming that these are the cameras they use for the spacewalks because they're on arms and they're located all over the space, all over the station, so they can monitor movement of astronauts as they do mechanical works.
Well, they only show us two fixed cams. They
I
never
don't
show us.
think so.
They never ever pan, tilt, or zoom ever,
Yeah,
ever.
I'm pretty sure the live stream cams are fixed.
Which is annoying. And you just got to watch the video I posted.
Well, hey, I mean,
There's
I could
nothing.
suggest.
There's nothing real about the videos that are produced in post production. There's nothing real about them.
Here's what I can suggest about the annoying cameras. If people took more interest in watching stuff in space from the ISS, the interest would generate revenue, and I'm sure someone will take notice.
Great,
And when they take notice,
great,
they will push for having more cameras
great,
that can capture
great,
more for the public to
great.
watch.
Listen, I
But
like
people
you.
sadly don't watch that.
I like you a lot. I just want you to hear what you sold me tonight. Okay, that the audio ran all the time, which it never runs ever.
No, I didn't say all
Wait,
the time.
hang
Come
on,
be
hang
fair.
on. And
Just
then
be
that the
fair.
anomaly that I spotted was totally normal. And then you described cameras that move that don't.
I
And
said,
I'm not going to listen anymore tonight to someone who is
Dan.
totally running at the mouth because
Dan,
you
I
are.
prom- Dan,
No, you're totally running at the mouth.
That's unfair. That's unfair.
I
That's
know.
unfair.
So
I
don't
said,
do it to me. When I
No.
had shit to present to you and show you,
I'm
Hey,
looking at
Dan's on a run.
I'm just not going to do this where you just have a blanket denial for every fucking thing. Don't do it to me.
Dan.
I'm bringing real shit to your attention
Why
and
are
you're
you yelling at me?
pretending you fucking know about it.
I didn't. If I did,
Well,
if
you
I
did.
Dan,
You
come on, you're being rude.
pretended that you
Dan.
heard audio. You don't know about post production.
Are
You
you
don't
saying I
know
lied?
anything about this, man.
Dan, look.
You don't know anything about this.
If you interrupt me again, it's going to be very difficult for me to
Because I'm done. I told you, I don't want to hear you selling me shit anymore.
Well, that's fine, but I'm still going to talk. You don't have to listen, but I'm still going to talk. What I said from the start was words like probably, maybe, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure until I looked at it, and then I said, and I formed like an idea on what it looks like. I know a lot of stuff that happens, and I said in every word, maybe, possibly, because I'm not sure. I wasn't 100% definitive on any of it. So at least give me that. I don't know how many cameras it have the ISS. I know it has around 4. I know it has 4 labs because that's what I usually follow. I don't care how many cameras it has. I just watch the stream for fun, honestly, when I do. And yeah, sometimes they announce stuff. I didn't say that there was audio all the time. I just said I go watch when they want to announce something, and usually they have a host that would say when there's a point of interest coming or something like that. I didn't say that there's a show all the time. I mean, if you're going to represent what I said, at least represent it the way I said it. That's all I ask. And I gave you a video that explains those little particles you were seeing. I said they could be a lot of the stuff that forms around our atmosphere, or they could be some of these particles because they excite the same sensors on the camera. There's a lot of stuff outside. It could be both. It could be either. I'm not out there. I'm not the one looking at the machines and details. I'm just forming hypotheses about it. So I'm not trying to sell you anything. If I did, I wouldn't be using words like maybe and possibly. Just be fair, please. That's all.
Yeah, that's a sickening display because you absolutely are describing things that didn't happen. There is never narration, and the time that you're hearing someone is during the blackouts when they play these tapes that I'm trying to show you, made by this guy on my screen, trying to show you this fantastic footage, right? That we've never seen before. Stars, city lights, lightning, rockets.
But I've seen
This
them
is
before,
regular shit
and
in
I'm not
space.
lying. But I've seen them before, and I'm not lying.
Okay.
I can
But
assure
you've
you that one.
seen this stuff inserted during a blackout. Now, I know you don't believe that or don't realize that, but I'm trying to tell you about 12 hours a day of blackout, which you also didn't know about. You've claimed
Yeah,
to
I did.
watch this shit, and every 45 minutes that thing comes on the screen and says we're going to blackout, and you've never seen it before?
I guess
That's
I
every
didn't watch.
45 fucking minutes that comes up.
Well, I didn't watch it during a blackout. I guess I was the odd one that
Okay.
didn't watch it
So
during
I'm
a
just
blackout.
trying to tell you
Honestly,
the truth, okay? Just the truth. It's always blacked out. And when during those blackouts, sometimes to keep it from being too boring, they will show the kind of shit that I'm trying to get you to comment on, which is made by Ricardo Rossi. And it's like I don't know how to communicate with you. You're making up and you're back and you're doubling down, then you're going, well, I didn't say this. It's like you did. You keep saying there's reasons and excuses for stuff you haven't even watched.
okay, how about we do it like this? Put yourself in my position, okay? I know of a phenomena that happens. I just know of this phenomena that happens, okay? Just put yourself in my position for a second and imagine it from my perspective.
Right.
I
They
know
like
this
the
phenomena.
eye like the neutrinos with their eyes closed. I get it. There's
Okay,
charged
great.
particles. I
That's
fucking
wonderful.
get it. They've never
Wonderful.
appeared on the camera before. So your claim that it's totally fucking normal is bullshit.
I've seen them before, though, and I'm just
Not
saying.
on the ISS.
Yes.
Not No, you haven't.
Well, am I lying? Am I lying to you?
Yeah,
Is that what you think? If
yeah.
I lied, I wouldn't say maybe, impossibly, and I've seen this before, and I think it's either this or that. Because I don't know which one, but I've seen this stuff before. It doesn't surprise me. That's what I'm saying. If 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 I'm making it up, I'll be saying yes, it is. But I'm saying I don't know if it's this or the other or neither. But I've seen it before. I don't know what exactly it is because I'm not the one looking at the machine and what it's reading.
You're
I'm watching the
just
screen just like you.
you're just anticipating, speculating, supposing, asserting. You're not speaking as matter of fact as you're making it sound. And it
Yes,
hurts me. You're
Where
you're
hurting me.
you're
No,
right.
you're hurting me.
You're
where is
right.
I
this
don't
going?
like it.
Dan, Dan,
Where is
Dan,
this going, guys?
Dan, you're right. That's why I said maybe impossibly. If I was asserting, I wouldn't be using words like maybe impossibly because I don't know. But I know of things that happen in space, and I am just trying to like match what I know happens in space to what I see on a camera. That's why I said, put yourself in my place. I know of this phenomenon that happened, and I see something on camera that looks a lot like it. It's not a crime to assume that this is that.
Yes, it
That's
is.
all I'm doing. Why? Why is it?
Because I'm telling you, they don't. It doesn't regularly look like that. And you're making it sound like it's a regular thing.
It it happens all the time. The thing is that it doesn't happen like constantly as the stream is going, because you have to understand these things fluctuate. They're affected by a lot of stuff: Earth's magnetic field, solar flare, gaps in the space, a lot of other things that affect it. Even the direction the camera is in would
Okay,
affect it.
now look at my screen now. Do you
I am
think a
looking.
little
I haven't changed
Nikon?
it.
Do you think a little Nikon out the window just took this with no? I mean, like no filters, no After Effects, nothing. What do you think is going on here?
Your
Yes,
stream
that's
now.
generally what an aurora looks like.
Oh, okay.
Feel free to look at the photos from the ground.
Oh, I see it now. Yep, that's exactly what an aurora would look like on the outside.
Look, stars again. Wait till they
Yeah.
change focus.
Gee, really? Why would that be?
I mean, why are you surprised that there are stars? It's nighttime. why
Because when
Mhm.
you watch in some of them, there's actual satellites and stuff and planets and stuff. And you watch in others, and it's like this, they're blurry and out of focus. Do you see right now? You don't know that they're
And what's
blurry and
your
out of
problem with
focus.
this? Then?
Wait, you don't know they're blurry and out of focus, but when I fast forward, you're going to see the difference. You see the difference? Now you see the satellites flying across? Now just get a grip, okay?
I still don't
Watch
understand what the
me.
problem is.
Watch me. There's the change in contrast. From here, it gets non-blurry. There's satellites, a stream of satellites going across right there. There's another one here. Here's some here, here, and here. Now, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Let me blow this up.
I do.
But
I
there's
see it.
interesting shit here that we don't normally see. There's more satellite shit. There's those. So there's a whole ton of something with left to right behavior here. There's one up here. They start to appear at different angles. They start to disappear. So is this just the lighting? And what are we picking up? This is important stuff. But going backwards, I just want you to
No,
see.
it's definitely
Look at this.
CGI, Dan. Don't worry about it.
Look
It's
at
definitely
this
CGI.
blur. Look at this blurry shit up here, and then it clears up, and then suddenly I got shit to see in the sky. I've been begging you guys to show me satellites, begging you, and here it is. I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to tell you, this is interesting shit. Look at that one. Look, it's bright as can be. Is that going across? Look, that one just came from up there. So they're not just down here. I don't know what these fucking specks of are, why they're lighting up, but they're totally fucking interesting. And
So
this
you
is a
finally found something.
look, see this cluster of them coming in? Look at them coming in clusters. What the fuck
Cool
is that?
story, Dan. So fucking what?
I still don't understand what's your.
Look at
issue
that
with-
one. See how bright that
What are you
one
mad
is?
about? You found it. Well done. Good job. Have a star.
There's 1,000 of these.
Cool.
Well, there are
So
thousands
what?
of satellites. Why are you surprised? I don't understand.
You don't see them anywhere else in any other.
Okay, think about it this way. You have a stream that is running most of the time. Let's not say
This
all the
isn't
time.
from that. This
No.
isn't from that stream. So don't pretend it is.
I'm describing something if you let me finish. Assume you're someone or a team who has to sit and filter through hours of camera footage coming from somewhere. And you want to find like interested bits here and there, and you want to download them in their entire, because I imagine having full bandwidth all the time to something that's flying in space is going to be difficult for the most advanced of telecom companies, and it's going to be heavily
We're like,
costly
who
for whoever
cares?
is
I
running
can't
it.
believe you guys are like, who cares? I can't
We
believe
didn't.
you
We're
don't
not
care about
saying
the trajectory of these objects. It's fucking insane.
they're satellites. Not all satellites move in the same
They're
direction.
not all satellites. They're all going the same direction at the same speed as the Earth. I don't think
No, they're
so,
not.
dude. At
Jesus
this
Christ, no, they're
altitude,
not.
at this fucking altitude, I doubt it. This is only 250 miles up. This is what I'm trying to say. You're making shit up instead
No,
of
you're
going
making
over it.
shit up, Dan.
Dan,
You
Dan,
don't
there are
understand what you're
satellites.
looking
There
at.
are satellites in different orbits. Not all
Thi-
satellites on the same orbit. That's one
This
thing.
one's going down, that one's going up. How do you explain
Yeah.
that?
Satellites
They-
go in all sorts of directions, Dan.
No,
Yes, they don't have the
have
same
standard
orbits.
standard
No, they
apogee.
don't. No, they
Standard.
don't.
They stay
Dan,
No,
at
they
one
don't,
they
apogee.
don't. There are satellites that don't even appear to orbit. We call them geolocal satellites. They are meant to hover over a particular area, sent very
Geosynchronous.
far out. Yeah, sorry,
Oh my
synchronized. Thank
God.
you. Sorry for the
Look
word.
at the fake
So-
Earth here.
So they
Just,
match
you guys
Earth's.
wake
So they match
up.
Earth's rotation
Solid cloud
perfectly.
cover. Oh,
Dan,
wait.
you're gear scalloping. Stick to a
You-
single topic.
You guys are not watching this shit and looking at it like, what
We've
is
seen
this
it, Dan,
fucking shit?
and we know what
This
it
is-
is.
I'm showing you fantastic shit you've never seen before, and you guys
Yeah,
are
most
brushing
of us
it
have
off
seen it before,
like
Dan.
it's
We've
fucking
seen it
nothing.
before a lot.
You're brushing it off like it's nothing.
Because we've seen it a lot. Like I
You
casually
have
watch this
never
stuff.
seen this shit.
So
Yes,
I'm
Dan,
lying.
I have.
Yeah, I promise you. I promise you, I have. I wouldn't be suggesting that we visit this channel if I didn't. Do you remember how this thing even became the topic? Because I suggested we watch it because a lot of stuff happens on these cameras.
Look, how come there's no more satellites? How come?
Because they pass. They don't have the static orbit you think they do.
So there's just a shitload of them 10 minutes ago, and none of them ever again.
I just want to ask you one question. Do you understand the scale of our planet?
Yeah, one of
I
the big factors is
understand
also the
that
angle to the
you're
sun.
commenting on shit you haven't watched, and that's what makes you fail as a scientist.
If you're gonna
Look at
grab a
that.
random,
Look at
please, Dan, if you're gonna grab a random video from one of the ISS videos or streams, there are like hundreds of thousands of hour footage. That's one thing, and the other thing, there is millions of kilometers of distance. And like grab a random video and show it to me. It's going to be the first time I see it, but it's not going to be the first time I see this phenomenon. You understand? Like I've
there's
never
one.
seen this video, but I have
Another
seen this phenomenon before. Like that's what we're talking about.
Don't worry, Ray. We found the satellites.
They can't be satellites. They're clustered and all in the same direction. Dipshit.
Okay, so your camera looks in one direction. You're only going to see the satellite when it flashes the sun.
They're
at
all
you.
at
So
different
they're only going to be in a
altitudes.
certain area
They're
anyway.
coming in.
Yeah, they're all at different altitudes.
Did he hang up?
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, I thought he hung up or something. What was the term for the satellites again? Geo what again? I forgot what it's called.
Synchronous.
Geosynchronous. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, guys, the ones that are geosynchronically locked, they're actually heaps a long way out. Like I think it's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
three
Yeah.
times the diameter of the Earth. It's like, so if it's a tennis ball, they're about 6 inches away. The closer ones, like Elon Musk's quick little satellites, they're very close. But yeah, geosynchronous is a long way. That's why you get 3/4 of a second delay on your satellite phones.
Yep.
I unfortunately learned about it the hard way.
Yeah. In my country, we don't have cables for everything. So by default, everybody has dishes for just about every service, whether it be internet, TV, whatever you name it. And I, for an example, connect a lot to services from Nilesat, and sometimes I switch to Hotbird when I want like the Western American channels or services and stuff like that. So I have to all the time like grab the remote, adjust the satellite like direction, its arc and tilt and whatnot, and I have to go into the receiver and enter the frequency in megahertz and then save it. Like I do this usually just when I get bored of watching TV. So I'm very familiar with all of these things. Like I'm not surprised that a lot of satellites orbit in different directions and have different distances and whatnot. Like it's not a surprise.
Well, the new ones coming in are going to have something going over every 10 minutes, I think. So, you know, when you were driving in your old mobile phone, you were going in and out of towers. Well, now we're going to be locked and the satellites are going to be going over every 10 minutes. So or every 20, I think it is. But that's what's Elon's new thing? He's
Starlink.
launching it in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't remember its name now, but
Starlink, yeah.
yeah. But we find out the speed of light's limitations very quickly when you start dealing with satellites, don't you? And signals.
Anything with significant distance, yeah.
Well, when I saw the delay, I thought that can't be right. I did the math, then I looked up how high they were, and the math all checked out. It was actually perfect. It just seemed. Why would you put the synchronized ones the furthest distance away? Because they've got to go the fastest. Wouldn't you synchronize them closer to the planet so they don't need to get up to the velocity? But obviously, they know much more about it than I do. It just seems silly to have them 64,000.
Orbital effects. Orbital effects are very non-intuitive.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like you've got a spaceship that's in front of you and you want to catch up to it, so you slow down, and that's how you catch up to it.
Yeah. You either slow down or change what's the English word for it? Not diameter. I think diameter. Like imagine yourself spinning on like with a string. You basically would extend the string, which will fling you, and then you pull it back. All of a sudden, you start moving faster. Well, slower from your perspective, faster for it, so you get closer.
Yeah.
It's non-intuitive physics basically.
I have a question about satellite and
Welcome
if
back.
people. Yes, you have the ISS with around 400 kilometers over the surface. It is not pretty high. Most of the satellites, they are really more higher. So the density of satellite at the altitude of the ISS that will come close enough to be seen, it's very, very low.
Mm.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very low.
What Dan was looking at was mirror flash across the curve of the Earth, so you couldn't tell what height the satellite was, and there were definitely multiple satellites in multiple shells because there were like 3 or 4 apparently crossing each other.
I mean,
I didn't see any of what Dan shows. I was driving. I was not looking at my screen.
So he showed some of he showed some of the time-lapse photos, which look amazing because they're like full-frame camera. And yeah, so there were a couple of satellite light points. You obviously couldn't see any detail on the satellite because of angular resolution. But yeah, they only show up in the what's it called, the Venus belt. So you see this, you're in the dark, but you see them mirror the sun off.
I mean, the closest satellites get together are those Starlink trains that they have. And each one of those, although when you look up at them, they look right next to each other, they're about half a kilometer away from one another. And that's the closest you'll ever see orbital satellites going together. You know, the rest are tens, hundreds, thousands of kilometers apart laterally, let alone vertically. So it's like a lot of these sats are CubeSats, you know, they're no bigger than an air fryer. So it's like, imagine trying to spot a mini fridge, 15 kilometers
In the
away. You're not going to
vastness
do
of
it besides
space.
the
Yeah, exactly.
completely
Like holy shit.
In the pitch black dark.
Yeah, exactly.
In the pitch black dark, and it will pass for like half a second. It will pass like half a second in front of you in frame.
Yeah.
If you see the link I posted from Twitch, it's from a channel I usually refer to when we look at stuff from the ISS, because it has a mapping of every known body we have, especially the commercial, like publicly known ones, like not naming the all the military one. Like these are the usual ones we know, and look how many there are around the fucking planet.
Yep.
And every time his mouse, like he has his mouse not even moving, right? Every time his mouse hovers over one, you can see its orbit.
Yeah. I didn't even realize there was that many. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But then,
and you see the differences in between. Like you see the differences. Like you could almost see them forming another belt around the Earth, with the ones like around the equator centered. There's so many. That's without all the military ones that we're not familiar with.
I mean, it's like, when people picture the asteroid belt, it's sort of the same analogy. They when you see films and stuff, they're all close together. Within a meter, bumping into them.
Yep.
When in reality, the average distance between asteroids is 600,000 miles.
Yeah, it's
Which
the
is-
opposite statistics to what they said on Star Wars. The chances
Yeah.
of hitting something in an asteroid field are 7,009 million to 1. It's
Yeah,
totally
never
the
tell me the odds.
The average distance between each asteroid is 3 times further than the moon is from Earth. Average distance.
Wow.
So
You know
summer
when I
question.
like. Go on.
Space is big. Space is very big. And again, it all boils down to scale, time and time of fucking again.
It's why I asked him, like, do you understand the scale of what you're looking at?
Look, I think Dan's a bit upset because the NASA have stopped the anal probing at Area 51, and he missed out there. So you got to think from his point of view. He needs his anal probes.
But it's like he focuses on the weird transitions, the why don't we see this, why don't we see that, and ignoring that thousands and thousands of hours of footage of what you get in the day and videos of cameras on board rockets. It's like, oh, why don't we see rockets coming from the ISS? Because we have cameras on the physical rockets themselves. Like, why else would you want a really tiny, faint vantage point from somewhere else where you couldn't discern what it is when you have,
It's not just that. It's that I noticed a lot of like people from the public think of these like these organizations and institutions and companies and stuff like that as like entertainment. They have them in mind, so they need to take these shots before they turn and face the ISS, and they need to take another one as it comes in, just in case someone is skeptical enough to ask what they're doing upstairs. Like they're just working. All these cameras they use for utility, not to record videos and prove to you and demonstrate to you that they're doing what they're doing. I mean, it's like they have this stuff. Like, I'm grateful that they have cameras we can actually watch. They are not obligated to do this in any way, and yet they still do. You know what I mean? It's like the fuck, man. They're working. They're not gonna record and document and take photos of everything they do from every angle and every minute and every hour, and wondering if you're gonna ask what's in this direction and what this thing look like as it comes in and as it leaves, and like, come on. Speaking of the build, anyone familiar with a game called Elite Dangerous?
I've played it.
Yeah. Usually, when we like have this conversation about what stuff looks like in space, I go power Elite Dangerous and just take them on a trip to see the stuff. Because the game has stuff modeled to real scale, so it's beautiful to take someone on a trip to see what an actual asteroid built looks like, or what like rings around Venus looks like and stuff like that. Like in person, like when you actually fly into the ring itself, what it actually looks like. It's so good. It's so beautiful. When you visit something like a neutron star, you can see its tails, and you can actually fly into them and see how it starts fucking up with your instruments and shit. It's so good. That game is so beautiful to look at. It took me like 3 hours flying from the bubble, which is where all the civilizations and stuff in the game is, jumping from known star system to known star system, passing by the California Nebula, and then doing an L turn and going to Sagittarius 1, and just like hovering meters from its event horizon and being able to see like the other side of space because of how it bends light. It's so fucking good. That game is
I've
so
played it for a
beautiful.
long time. I need to get back into it.
That game is so fucking beautiful. Ah,
Oh, I've just sorry to go back on a tangent. I'm just going through the comment sections of one of my videos, and this guy is like tearing me up. And he was saying that he was like, if you want to know where they say Mars is, just look at Denver Island. And I was like, you know, a flat earther made that image and pretended it was from NASA, you utter clown.
He added like a red filter on top of it too. I
Yeah.
think I seen it on
Yeah.
Twitter.
And he was like, oh, it's from NASA, but they never showed you a link that it was from NASA and stuff like that. And he was
Yeah.
like, why does NASA say the Earth is non-rotating and flat? It's like, it's just the most base. It's like shit from 8 years ago all over again.
One
And then
guy
he-
on Twitter was showing like
Yeah.
one of the Humvees they use to carry equipment and ferry it around. And he was like showing people standing right next to it in the Humvee that says like Mars Project on it. And he's like, yep, they're filming it on Earth. And I was just so pissed, like so angry. I just went on Google and grabbed this Twitch. It's like they're streaming the damn thing. It's public. They're streaming the test right in front of you. The same car you say, oh, they're hiding it. They're shooting it here on Earth. Why
Yeah.
would they be streaming live the tests if they were gonna shoot it on video to say they went to Mars? Why would they do that? Like it's the most dishonest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's all
you know,
they
they're always
got. That's why. It's the only thing they have.
yeah.
They don't have
Well,
anything else. They
well,
simply
we were
have.
watching the Thunderbirds last night, and Dan neglected to notice they're held up by cables and actually may not be human. But he had nothing to say about that.
The guy said to me
No,
in the
they'll-
chat, he was like, who do you think built the Great Wall of China? And I was like,
The Mongolians.
Chinese.
No, they'll take something that was never ever represented as being real. It's been shown to people just out of interest, or they make a CGI image or something for illustration purposes, but they never ever try to represent that as an actual real thing. Yet these guys will take that same image and stick something on it like, this is what NASA wants you to believe. And then they will try to claim that NASA claimed it was real. They do it all the time. That's standard flat earther dishonesty.
Yep. There was a picture of the rover, Mars rover. I don't know which one, but he took like a what do you call it? Like a 360 picture. What's it called? A panoramic?
Panorama.
Yeah, panorama. Yeah, and one edge of it, he like had a GIF or a video, whatever it was, and it shows like a fly standing on the body of it somewhere, like on the edges of it. I I went and grabbed the real picture with like one of the scientists standing right next to it, girl like holding a clipboard and standing right next to it so it shows the scale. I'm like, do you understand how big that fly needs to be? It's bigger than a fucking rat, dude. So I don't even have to explain how fake this is. This is what a real human being standing next to that machine looks like. Now compare that to the fly you have on it. He thinks it's like a small RC or something.
Oh yeah, no, that piece of ice that they say is a rat would be like the size of a large dog. Because those vacuum optimized engines are huge. They're about 3-4 meters tall.
And 12,000 likes or something like that on it. I can't. I just couldn't. I swear, I'm new to Twitter. I had an account for a very long time that wasn't active, and it became active like since last month. And it's been nothing but just making my eye twitch every time I visit it. There's something like evolution denier, younger Earth creationism, uh, science denial, just most basic physics, conspiracy theories. I have no idea how this website still exists.
Yeah.
Like I kid you not. I changed my bio to like Twitter should hire me because I'm tired of fact checking everything. It's been over time. It just makes me feel furious. You know, it just makes me feel angry. Like I get no positive feeling from opening this website, and I still do. I feel like obligated to correct everything I see. It's annoying. And you know what pisses me the most about it is the limited characters. I have to be very, very creative when doing it. Like I'm trying to explain to this person how what they were talking about is that they said the 9/11 event was like an inside job. They blew up a bomb, and this is
Oh
what an
yeah.
explosion would look like and shit like this. And I'm like, okay, how can I explain that it's not in at least one Twitter that would seem concise? And
Yeah.
I couldn't. At the end, I settled for this. I just settled for this. It's like the most basic form of shit that I could post. I don't know how accurate I can be in like limited characters. Because he was like, "There's no way jet fuel would melt like hard steel beams for buildings." And like, oh, of course it wouldn't. But consider the building as a concrete box acting as a furnace. And then add in the fact that most of the structure were damaged because a fucking aircraft hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you don't need to completely melt something for the structural integrity of it to basically hit zero.
Yeah.
Even after a few hundred degrees, it starts becoming like a semi-soft putty. So, you know,
And all the cement around it will just become like what do you call it? Like when you cigarette, like when you do it on an ashtray.
yeah,
Yeah, all of that cement would become very dry. It's already dry, but I imagine with the temperature, it will start just basically turning into like dust. And those support beams will have to hold everything under that temperature, with most of them gone because a fucking aircraft took most of the side.
yeah.
Look, they're not really looking to put a case to you. They're
No.
dog whistling for like-minded people. They want someone else to reinforce their rather sheltered view. And so by you arguing with them or saying that's wrong, well, you've given them no objective to continue. They're just going to say, nah, because they don't want you. They want someone who's just going to make it an echo chamber and agree. The 9/11 stuff's pretty bad, isn't it? It's actually disrespectful to the victims too, which is the sad thing about it.
Yes, and it's this. I'm not an American, okay, but I hate seeing people think so ill of their country. Like they always talk about drinking water and how this is a conspiracy and how their government is trying to kill them. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, you are the government. You live in a country where you get to elect people, and I'm pretty positive all of these people that have the jobs in in the government, quote unquote, are actually human beings that get to go to their houses at the end of the day. They do just normal jobs at offices, just like you. If you think all of these people are out to get you, how do you navigate your normal day to day life? And what irks me the most about it, on top of this like anti my country wants to kill me idea,
Hmm.
is that you're a person that wants to be super 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 duper observant to see stuff that the common sheeple don't see. Okay, fine. I would assume that you would want to learn how to notice more of it, right? So you would go out of your way and do something most people don't do, which is learn how this stuff works, so you can become proficient at doing it. Like if I have a hobby, as in like bird catching, I'd want to open a book and learn about the seasons of the birds, where to find them, traveling, how to distinguish between two types. They don't do this. So it mesmerizes me how someone could be very interested in something and knows nothing about it. Like, take any hobbyist in any profession, they probably know a lot more than the common person, right? Here they are, like, they pretend to be very proficient in this thing, and yet they put no effort in learning it. It's strange to me.
But as Boomer said, they don't want the truth. They just want to be right.
Yeah. It's a sort of you're a part of a special club. You're a part of this, secret elite few people that know the truth. It's quite funny though because they go so on about that there's this evil elite people that only know, only certain people know, but they want to be that elite group. They want to be in the special club. They want to be in the we know something you don't.
You become what you hate, kind of thing.
Exactly.
And the best bit though, I love the clincher, is that the fact that there's actually no evidence for said conspiracy is proof of the perfection of the conspiracy. Oh, isn't that so sophisticated? It's so well set up.
Yeah.
I often make the joke of the secret organization that everybody knows about, and they're like, exactly. Oh my god, how does this work?
Yeah, that's right. So secret, everybody knows about it.
Everybody knows about it. It's featured in
Well,
every
mine's so
movie, it's
secret.
referenced in every rock concert.
Gee,
They're
that-
like, oh
Well,
yeah,
mine-
it's in plain sight. They're mocking you.
I do have to
Well, mine-
laugh. I do have to laugh at the credit they're willing to give my government. I really do.
Right.
Somehow or the other, we managed to cover up that entire 9/11 thing, but we couldn't keep a blowjob in the Oval Office.
That's what I always say. That's why.
I mean, we
You're
should have
talking
gotten those.
about-
Bill
you're
should have
talking
gotten
about
those
never-
guys, those 9/11 guys, to work on Monica, for God's sakes.
You want to know a beauty? After that went down, in Australia, we don't ask for a check in a restaurant. We ask for a bill. And as you know, with that slang, a bill is a Clinton, which is a Lewinsky. So in a restaurant, after that, you'd say, "Can I have my Lewinsky, please?" And there'd be lots of laughter within the restaurant because everyone knew what it meant. Good time.
Poor gal. I feel like she was treated so unfairly, the poor thing. I mean, she was young
Oh,
and
you
intellectual, and he's the
manufactured
most
that whole
powerful man on the planet.
She
Can you, like,
manufactured that. Come on. Give me a damn break.
like, think about it this way, right? She's a woman in one of the most prestigious places on the planet, working
Mhm.
underneath one of the like most influential and powerful men on the planet. He's a man, she's a woman. It's bound to fucking happen, okay? I don't she wouldn't need much persuasion, and I can understand why she did it. Like, fuck it, man.
Don't feel sorry for her. Believe me.
No, I don't feel sorry for what she did. I feel sorry for how she was treated after. Like, I get it. She made a fucking mistake, but come on.
I think it was pretty planned on her part, if you don't know the truth.
Yeah. I mean, how old was she when it happened, right? How old was she?
Early 20s, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, it's the age of making fucking mistakes.
Most of the
And-
girls I know
Well,
watch their
I'm not sure what age that stops at.
most of the girls I know usually wash their blowjob dresses after they perform the task.
Usually you would think so. And instead, she put hers in a fucking shadow box and hung it on the wall or something.
That's a handy little DNA sample there, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
almost as Exhibit
Yeah,
A in your
I would think if you were concerned about your reputation, you'd do something about that evidence.
yes, very good point.
Oh man.
Bagged it, froze it, kept the chain of evidence.
Mhm.
Chain of custody.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, she did something with it. She bagged it, froze it, and kept a log of custody. So it's all
Oh,
legal. No, I'm making shit up. I don't know.
okay, I didn't hear what you said. I was like trying to follow. What are you? Was he talking about? Oh man.
So, anyone seen some good CGI recently?
It depends. What type?
So the flashes that Dan was saying in that ISS video that Ray was suggesting were radiation. It turns out that is exactly correct. I put a link into
Wonderful.
a video for that.
I actually made a correct guess.
Yeah, I was saying it's either high exposure damage or radiation or a mixture of both. And I sent an image of a camera in a nuclear power plant looking over the fuel rods with the exact same sensor defect on it and stuff. And it's just shouting bloody murder because you couldn't see it when there was high exposure and a lot of light hitting the sensors. But suddenly, when
Yeah.
it became pitch dark, you could see them, and he didn't understand why.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, ironically, they happen to the eye of a human being too. The same effect. You see, my field, like my dedicated field specifically, is simulations. Like that's literally what I do for a living, and I have a degree as a general physicist, but most of what I do professionally is simulate shit. So I know what they would look like because I always look at simulated stuff that look like this. You know what I mean? Like 90% of the time, I look at stuff you would only see in certain conditions, simulated or emulated like this. So my guess was mostly that it would be that, and I'm very happy that I feel vindicated. Sorry.
I feel vindictive. It's fine. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Actually, Immersive, you did ask about CGI. There's been some good CGI getting around on the internet lately with Barnaby Joyce. Little pictures of him turning up everywhere, flat out on his back. He's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't he? A
That's
shit-faced
fantastic.
politician.
I was watching ABC Insider tonight, and one of the comments was made was Barnaby Joyce has had the most scandals in Parliament, and he's still strong. Like his backing has grown every scandal, which I think is great, personally.
I guess it follows the old sentiment of every like bad. There's no such thing as bad PR. What is it? I don't remember. It's like basically.
Yeah, no, that's it. There's no such thing as bad press.
Bad press. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so apparently what happened in this case was our lovely parliamentarian had been on some prescription medication which does not react well with alcohol. And he also had had some alcohol. So he found himself on his back on a phone call with cameras nearby.
And now what's happening? Yep, sorry. Oh, well, now what's happening, because the pictures were taken, this image of him flat out on his back, shit-faced, is appearing everywhere. It's in, like, Australiana art, where you see a picture of the old bush scene. There's Barnaby sitting next to the campfire, flat out pissed. Or just anywhere. Any news story, there's a little picture of him. It's like a thing to look for now. So, yeah, I hope we keep
It's
doing
almost
it.
quaint. In terms of Australiana humour, it's almost a quaint throwback.
Yep, I agree. Cool, isn't it? I mean, Boris Johnson, you know, the way his hair always was? Like,
yeah.
I think he deliberately messed it up. Because then people go, oh, they don't expect much. You know, like, I'll just mess my hair up and be a fucking grub. And people kind of don't expect much more, do they? It works.
Is that the picture you're talking about? I found it on Google now.
Well,
that's the one.
There you go. See, all you need is just more cameras. If you have more cameras, eventually you'll catch those lousy fuckers.
There's a great cartoon strip that I saw for it. I'm going to try and find it. I'll post it up.
That's right. And that's really what they're saying. You know, why don't we have a picture of this? Why don't we have a camera looking at that? Why don't we have live audio? Why don't we? It's another way of saying we can't find shit in what we're getting, which is a lot to begin with. Obviously, it's because we don't have enough cameras. We just need more shit to look at, and eventually we will catch these bastards.
I told them earlier, if you would have more people of the public show interest in this, someone is going to take notice. And what they're going to do is that they're going to be interested in adding more cameras or making it more entertaining or capturing more footage that is actually exciting for the public to watch. But people aren't fucking interested in space. We have entertainment now available to everybody. So no one is going to watch hours and hours of the ISS. I mean, even I don't. Yeah.
Nobody does. I mean, it's interesting to pull it up once in a while and look and have a look at it.
Yeah, when there's something novel that happens, great.
Normal people are not going to sit for hours on end staring at that. About 10 minutes of it, and I am bored to tears.
It's why I told him, like, I usually go to the blog when they're about to announce something, or they're gonna say, "Hey, we're gonna be passing right next to this thing. If you want to catch it on the ISS later," and then yeah, I
Is that
go
the
visit
blog where
the
they're 24/7 talking?
Are you gonna do the thing too? Please don't torture me. Fuck. Oh my god.
I hosted a TikTok live inviting flat earthers to come up and talk, and one of them's point of contention was that on Google Maps or Google Earth, when you go off the continents, you don't see any water. And that's a big problem for the globe because there's no water there. It's all CGI. And they're like, why would you want to look at like the fucking planet where like 70+% of it is just waves? Who wants to do that? I thought that was one of the crazier things, arguments against the globe.
I didn't even understand what he what. Oh,
So
let me.
when you go off like off Google Maps or Google Earth and go off a continent into the ocean, they did like ocean mapping topography, and they put that there because it's fucking interesting rather than just having the same
Flat
the
blue.
apparent same wave patterns repeating for thousands of miles.
I see what you meant. You mean he wants it to? He wants the same like quality and imagery of you like clicking to zoom in like a neighborhood or something. He wants.
He
it in the
wants to
middle of the
see
ocean.
waves, and it's like, who would want to see
Why?
that?
Why? I just imagine like an endless mission where they would map the entirety of the ocean with like boats coming back and forward, back and forward, back and forward.
That's not even what they want. So they have the mapping. What they want is the top-down photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be helpful.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hazard a guess, Blue, but looking at the waves across every single ocean for thousands of miles is a lot more boring than looking at the fucking ISS footage for an extended period of time.
I'll guarantee you it is.
I reckon that's the egotism coming in. Like, why does this not serve my needs? And so therefore it must be bunk.
Yeah, my TikTok live session last night. I think I had like nearly 700 people watching at one point live.
Nice.
Did you turn the camera and show them that you actually live in a house in a room in a real country and not in the void of space? Did you show them what it's outside of your window, that it's actually a real place? You didn't? It must be fake.
I did get called. Well, I had a chest infection, and in all seriousness, I did sound like a croaky fucking AI. But everybody was calling me AI. I actually I sounded like the cartoon Optimus Prime voice. I sounded like that. My name is Optimus Prime, but it was really good because of my chest infection. Everybody was calling me an AI, so I did have to turn my camera on and fucking wave.
CGI. You know what? If you want to take a break, sometimes it's not bad to train an AI on like your recordings and usual conversations and stuff like this, and have him read your script. I mean, for fuck's sakes.
I was listening to a space documentary the other night, and this was a very well-educated sort of BBC presenter's English accent, but she was saying things like oxygen and hydrogen mixes on this planet, and dynamics of this. Thinking, hang on, is this like voice to text with an English accent, or like, has anyone else noticed that? Well, it's seemingly humans mispronouncing
AI,
basic words.
AI does get the pronunciation wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
There's this company that's working on a very, very cool video games. They're a small company, but they're blowing up really big. And they're making this competitive game where you play as like competitives in this virtual reality. So when they want to test new sessions and they want to test new game modes and stuff like this, they want the announcers, because the game features that you are in a virtual reality. There's an audience, there are sponsors that throw you gifts and like manipulate the map, and so you and your other competitive players like have unpredictable stuff that happens in the game, and the game is so fucking good. The announcers are fun to listen to, and they make and they like comment on stuff that happens in the game when you kill someone, when you pick up a prize, when you run with it, when you do like a cool move, when you like use an unexpected escape route and stuff like this. And they tell the time, and they feature when there's an event happening. All AI. You would sit and listen and think you're actually listening to a real show. All fucking AI. They're like having two conversations with them because there's like a male and a female announcer. You would not know unless they told you that these are actual AIs, not real announcers recorded or something for the game. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
And the game is called The Finals.
Okay.
Oh, here's a sample of what they sound like. You would forget that these are AI. You'd listen to them and just be fascinated. And you know when you're actually playing the game and paying attention to stuff, and there's music in the background and noise and action, you barely even notice. Like if you sit and really really focus and be like pedantic about it, maybe. But it is so good. I have no idea how they have like they made an amazing module for it.
Hey, Stingray.
Yeah.
Give me the proper British pronunciation of this word. It's spelled Valkyrie.
Say that again. Sorry, I weren't listening.
Valkyrie. How do you pronounce that?
Valkyrie.
Yep, thought so. I was listening to a little documentary thing last night, and that was an AI voice doing it. I was pretty sure it was, because when it got to that point where they were talking about, it was a World War II thing, talking about Colonel von Stauffenberg and the attempt to blow Hitler's ass up and all that, and the AI pronounced that Valkyrie, and I said,
Nice.
Valkyrie? I don't think so.
Has everybody seen OpenAI's new Sorrow demonstration?
Sorrow?
Oh yeah,
Demonstration?
that's
What is that?
terrifying.
Yeah, that's scary.
Very uncomfortable.
What is that? What is sorrow?
So it's a text to video, and it will generate video. And I mean, it's 90% there of being imperceptible to being real.
Holy shit.
Let's have a look at OpenAI Sorrow. If you're on the Red Team subscription, you've got access to it now.
What got me was the guy in the spacesuit in like the Sahara Desert. That was just like I knew it was fake, but I was like, I can't, even though I know that it is, I can't spot it. It's yeah.
I mean, it's good enough to do a moderate budget looking, computer graphics, sort of like animated semi-photoreal movie, which is a bit astonishing.
Can you do a schoolgirl anime in Japanese? That would be so fun.
You get a subscription, get on the red list, and have a go. I'm pretty sure it will do a damn good job.
Oh, here we go.
Our anime waifus are close. They're at reach. Finally, we shall no longer suffer the subjugation. What is it? Our subjugators, real women. My English is suffering now. I don't know.
I was more
Brace,
thinking
man.
along the lines of I was more thinking along the lines of Panzer und Girls. You know that one where the girls, typical story, it's been done to death. Bunch of schoolgirls go out and find a Grant tank and overhaul and get it going for competition against other schoolgirls who find tanks out in mainland Japan and get them going. Oh, it's a great thing.
What is this? Just give me a reason. Is that rendered? Is that AI? I just opened your stream.
That's me. I went to a concert and I filmed it. I guess.
It looks like an ultra event. Is it?
Here you go.
What?
Check this.
She's in Australia at the moment. It's pink.
So if anybody's watching my stream, this is what scared me.
Yeah,
Not necessarily this one. That one's not brilliant, but
Open NI
it's
and
it's the puppies. It's these that get me.
This is AI generated.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So snow and fur. That's what got me. And then look at this back one. Put his head on the front one. Oh well, it isn't as long, but these are all fake as well.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. There's static ones that are fairly all right, but then there's wait a minute. Then there's ones like the dog here. That is AI.
Holy shit.
Where and it even hesitates going across.
Yeah. What the? It gets the shadows right.
This one.
Bruh.
Yeah. Flat Earthers gonna have a field day.
Dude.
Yeah, this
we're
is
not
quite cool
saying-
as well. This is quite cool as a stylistic thing.
No.
That's the only one where I could kind of see that. But
Oh yeah, and if you look at the pages of the book, you can see it's getting it a bit wrong, but everything else in this is stunning. And the prompt was simply, guy sat on clouds reading a book.
Jesus. No more buying stock footage, pretty much. You could just make whatever you want.
Yeah.
Look, that's just a drone footage. That's just a drone shot.
That's generated, and you can actually tell it's generated by if you look at wall on the left and its occlusion with things, you can see in a second it starts flickering a little bit, so it's a little bit off.
Yeah, the only way I can perceive things is collision, slight clipping and stuff like that. But
yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
But unless you're looking for it,
check this as a stylistic thing. For a couple of seconds of description of pasting a paragraph about what you want, and it generates this for an advert. This is a lot of people out of work. It really is.
It's terrifying.
Wow.
Oh, and this as well. This is stunning until you look at her legs. Yeah. At some points when you see her legs, there's a bit of an issue, and then people in the background, if you look at their legs floating, but on an initial first pass, it just looks stunning.
I mean, I could imagine that you don't just render it once, but you do it a few times, 3 times, train it to get you the thing, and then you train it on the thing again, and you just apply natural selection.
Look.
You basically just apply natural selection to the thing, and it comes and it refines the same shot over and over and over until it's perfect. God damn.
Even people's behaviors with the phones and the way they look and get a clear it's
no. What the heck?
Yeah, with the
reflection. Oh my God!
This,
Imagine it's like 100 years from
that,
now.
no, this. Oh my god.
Imagine this 100 years from now. All you have to do is give it your movie script.
Well, this is the holodeck, isn't it? Out of
This,
Star Trek, when we can do sort of like spatial light interactions. It'd be awesome.
this is just
Yeah, just think about it. Here you go. You have an AI. You just give it your movie script, and you could watch it in real time.
so many
Not
people
only
are going
that,
to lose their jobs. So
we're in
many
the last
people.
we're in the last year where we're looking at pictures made by people. Everything else, AI will be producing way more stuff than we are. I reckon.
But
In the
here's
next year
the
or two.
thing. Here's the thing, Trouble. That I think will destroy us as a society because we're not in an
Yeah.
economic or social position to be able to say,
Know
oh,
what's real.
60% of all
Yeah.
jobs now are redundant. Sorry.
Not only that, we won't know what we're looking at. We won't know because it'll be so realistic. You won't know if it's real or not, if it's made up.
Holy shit!
So many people losing their jobs.
And their reputations. Imagine if someone is like malice. Think about it this way, okay? If I wanted to ruin a girl's reputation here in my country, all I have to do is do like a piss poor, obviously fake Photoshop, and her brother will be beating her to death. And this happens so many times. Like it's such a common threat to women here. That's why women don't post their actual faces and pictures on social media in places like in my country.
Yeah,
Like
but I
not
mean,
even for her graduation, she'll be holding her degree in front of her face not to show it because someone could crop it and use it for another picture, and it's obvious it's not her, but they don't care. She brought shame to them. They're gonna have to punish her somehow. And usually ends up in death. Now, do this, and you pretty much ruined everything here.
yeah, I mean, one of
Oh,
the things about all of that though is, if you imagine the scams that will come out of this now, being able
oh
to
yeah.
say, generate me an official news report from CNN on the business desk relating to this investment using official presenters with this script.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, sorry, my boss is not here, and she'll send you like a recorded message with all the detailed information for payment, looking like she's sitting inside a busy office where there's like a bank behind her and people
That's why they
talking.
shouldn't be able to replicate anyone's image without their permission. If they want to make fake ones, go for it. But then at least we'll be able to tell who's human and who's not. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, yeah. Imagine
famous
somebody
people.
gets imagine someone gets access to your bank somehow and does a big transfer, and they call him to verify, and because he has hours and hours of you talking with him on the phone,
Yeah, my
he
voice
could simulate your
recognizes me.
voice. Yeah.
I mean, can you
You're-
imagine? I mean, even if you look at like natural learning AI models like GPT-4 or the newer ones with the entirety of access to the internet, can they work out your date of birth? Can they work out your mother's maiden name? Can they work out your bank details? Can they work? Because then they can ring the bank and have a conversation as you. That's terrifying.
some things you don't even need AI for. Like take this fascinating website called the Tower of Babel. Okay, it has it's basically a library that like blurs the line between discovery and invention and research because it has everything that could be written and was written in it. So if you write a random thing right now and go look it up there, it will tell you in which page, in which archive it has been written exactly the way you write it. Everything that could be said, everything that has been said, it's all in there because it does mathematically every combination of letters and words and words and semicolons and question marks and it's all been done there. It's a huge library called the Tower of Babel. It's fascinating. You could find Shakespeare. You could find everything you could ever write is there. Any sentence you can come up with, you can find it there, alone or attached to something else, and you could
I mean,
find how many times it is repeated.
that would be the same with music notes as well.
Yeah, Let me find you the thing. It's a fucked up website. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I
What is
mean, the only way I guess we could cover it is just watermarking the shit out of the content. But like, that is the only way. Like, if it's not watermarked, if there is no sort of validation from the source, then there's going to be huge.
Wait a minute. I can take watermarks out with like stenciling and generated fill in fucking Photoshop. An AI would be able to be trained to do that very well.
God, Jesus Christ.
Click the website I just sent right now, and just go and search and type anything you want. It will tell you when it was added to the library and which page, and you can verify it. Like, think of any sentence you could write, and it already has been written there. It still like fucks up my brain every time I visit that website.
Oh yeah, I forgot what it's called, but it's like the endless library. It's got every
Yeah, I
word
posted it.
letter.
Yeah, it's like Library of Babel. It's called.
Like
It's insane. It's still like
every single word and narration that you will say your entire life in order will be in that library.
Yep. Like, I looked up entire YouTube video scripts already written. I looked up books already written. I made like random sentences with my friends already written.
Yep. It's all
It's insane. It's
the
insane.
exact time, date, location, and method of you dying is going to be in there.
Yep. Because there is some combination of words in in the English letters that describes it in detail, so it already exists there. It's just fascinating as fuck.
Yep. And it's like it's
Yep.
not like it's just procedurally generated, because each page with this specific sentence that you look for is bookmarked and labeled. So it's like if
Previously,
you go back in a few weeks, type in the same sentence, it will pull up the exact same page. If you do 10 different sentences, they will pull up the exact same page for each one of those sentences.
Yep.
So this is literally the 1,000 monkeys on 1,000 typewriters.
Yes.
Hold my banana.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's mind-boggling.
Just open it and try it. It's insane.
I mean, technically it's procedurally generated because obviously you can't store all that information, but I don't know how it's done. I don't know whether each upload creates a new file which is saved on a server and then
Oh,
it
no.
retrieves. But
Somebody made a YouTube video explaining how it uses it. So basically, it uses an index system which references itself. So basically, what it does is that it has all the combinations. It has the formula of all the combinations of how many ways you can like sort out these things, right? And then it runs it, and then it saves the result, and then it indexes the result. So when you type in, what it does is that it runs the same process that it did the first time. Instead of having to pull like from an endless database, what it does is that it runs the same thing it ran the first time to find it. Because it ran every possible outcome it can previously. So it has index for every possible outcome you could have. So all you're doing when you're typing is that you're typing the indexes for every letter you want, and the more letter you add, the more indexes it adds. And so it becomes more specific with every stroke of your keyboard.
Jesus.
That's why, for an example, if you search one word, you will find like one word in the middle of gibberish. But if you like write like an entire book, you will find the entire book like perfect as it is, because it becomes more accurate the more indexes it removes. Like, you're not gonna find a T and a J right next to each other, for an example. But if you like take a J and an A and an R, there's so many words that has jar in it, including jar itself. So it will find you all the combination where there's jar or jar something attached to it.
Yeah.
It's a clever system. It's genius. Not just clever. It's genius. is the word.
Well, I just typed in 1,000 monkeys, and all I got was like a long internet sort of a YouTube address sort of thing. It didn't really give me something that was tangible.
Oh, hang on.
It's
Yeah.
literally just the Library of Babel online. So if you just type in the Library of Babel, it's the top link.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I know. Then in the text box, I went search. I typed in 1,000 monkeys to see if it was going to give me 1,000 monkeys on 1,000 typewriters, and all it did was put each 1,000 monkeys, and there's like a whole lot of internet jargon next to it. So
Yeah,
Okay, hang on. Like
that's what it is, because remember, it's just randomly just spitting out letters, a combination of punctuation and letters. So you're going to get a specific thread, and then it's just going to go back to jargon. It's just that the 1,000 monkeys on 1,000 typewriters was just a sequence of letters and spacing that was in that page of jargon.
yeah, like here is an example, right? I typed in 1,000 monkeys poorly. I don't think I even spelled it correctly. Like this is what it looks like, right? You'll find the sentence 1,000 monkeys here.
yeah, well,
Right
hang
there.
on. Okay, it says possible searches 20 of 29 to the 5 possible title matches. So is that 29 times 29 5 times over? Is that what that means? 29 to the power of 5?
To the power of 5. You
Yeah,
have to
it's got
type
possible.
it.
Next result 20 of 29 to the 5 possible title matches.
Yep.
Well, so what do I do with it? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't
Okay.
see what this bill does.
Jesus.
Okay. So there is so many ways you can put English letters together. Like you have 26 of them. There's so many orientations you can put them in, right?
Yeah,
Now
hang on.
think
Sorry, can I just draw you back? I don't want to know how it works. I want to
Oh.
know what it does. Do you get my
Oh,
drift? Explain
yeah,
it to me
it's
like I'm 9.
what it does is that it blurs the line between discovery and invention is pretty much what it does.
Okay, right.
Because everything you can think of, this library has already archived it, but you wouldn't find it unless you think of and search it. So it blurs the line between discovery and invention.
Right.
Because this is language, and this is how many orientation you could use it in, and this library already has written it before. Every sentence, every book, every statement, every event, everything we can describe with words is already exists there.
Okay. What I'm struggling with to grasp is just, sorry to kind of misexplain this, but you understand the dynamics of shuffling a deck of cards?
Yeah,
Apparently, if we started shuffling a deck of cards, 1 per second since the beginning of the Big Bang, there are so many combinations that we still wouldn't have shuffled them all now.
Yep.
So I don't see how this can have done what you've said in such a short space of time,
Oh,
comparatively.
what it does is that it uses an index. I was explaining it earlier. Think about it this way. Say you type in the letter J, right? There's like a million possibility for you to use the letter J in something. So you'll find endless, like random gibberish with the letter J. Then you say JA. Now it uses 2 indexes. It minimizes the search. Another
Right.
JAR. So it limits the index again. So the more every time you type in something, the index becomes more specific, so it doesn't have to look in all the possible ways that mathematically you could
Right.
shuffle the deck, as you said. It will just go to how many possibilities you could shuffle this in, and it's only 3. So it doesn't have to run all of them. It just have to run the ones where you got this combination of 3 strokes.
Okay, I'm with you. So a good example is J. Well, pretty much J, no consonant letters follow J, so it'll only be J and the 5 vowels. So there it's right now, as soon as you put J in, the next available letter can only be one of 5. In fact, what else? There is nothing that comes after J, is there? Like J doesn't have a secondary consonant, doesn't, like SH or ST. So J is probably a pretty good one. In fact, a lot of them are. Okay, so all right. Well, yeah, food for thought. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of doing multitasking over here.
Yeah, it is mind-boggling to see it happen.
I've been blown out by the new Skyrim ChatGPT NPC. My God, the amount of letters in that. So ChatGPT has made a Skyrim character who I actually like it better than any of the characters that have been properly voiced and written by people. This character's great. I haven't played the game with her yet, but I've seen YouTube videos with her, and she's awesome. And she's not real.
Imagine future NPCs being like that in video games. Like you could actually have conversations with them and do shit with them, and they would throw witty banter to you. Damn, man.
What was that Bruce Willis movie? Was it Surrogate, where you live in a little cubicle, your actual body, but your avatar? It's sort of like Avatar, but your actual robot-y body goes out and does the real world things. It'll be kind of a bit like that. You don't know whether you're talking to real people or other Chat GPT avatars. Oh my God. Oh
To be
dear,
honest
that's sad.
with you, I wouldn't even care. I wouldn't even care as long as the social experience
Are
is
you familiar
detailed
with
enough. I wouldn't care.
Are you familiar with the theoretical Van Royen probe? I think it is. This was touched on by Carl Sagan. It's the product of the next level of society from us, where it goes to AI, and then the AI then makes a probe that is capable of going to another galaxy or another
Ah,
planetary
mm,
and replicate itself.
yeah.
Like mine the resources, create another one of itself, and then continue on to go on. About every million years, the Van Royen probe can replicate itself. And Carl Sagan, one of his offsiders, theorized what would happen, and basically it'll destroy the galaxy. I think it's what they concluded. But yeah, it's biomechanical. It's not no biological fact involved. It's past us. It's done totally by AI, and it replicates itself. A bit
You don't
scary.
even need it to be AI. Like for an example, right now here on boring ass Earth, we have a lot of biochemical molecules that are self-replicating, like a lot of proteins, a lot of lipids, a lot of carbohydrate forms of biomolecular structures are already self-replicating, right? And they pass through the same natural selection the ones that animals and life forms pass through. It's just that they
Right.
don't get to evolve all the way to become like cellular or multicellular because they have to compete with all the existing life on the planet. But the chemistry is still happening. It's still shuffling the same resources, creating the same molecules. More stable molecules will build more stable structures. And then with them, it's like the same way how enzymes work inside your cell. These stuff
Yeah.
work with natural, like on the edges of natural bodies of water, like lakes and stuff like that, where they would eventually form stuff like amino acids and like small chains of RNA and like in just a liquid. It happens in nature without us even having to make it AI. So you can pretty much have it chemically set up that way, like with synthetic chemistry, and just send it. It will do that. Like it will literally do that without us even having to make like a complicated program and have it follow a set of structures. Because think about it this way. The same way words work, you have you have chemical like molecular structures have like specific binding points that can only be set in specific orientations. And as soon as the environment is favorable, the material is available, it will do the chemical reaction regardless of what we want. So
Yep.
just set it up that way and send it, and it will just start and not finish until you do it, until it finds another surface and repeats, and etc. etc.
Yep. Well,
It's
actually, now that we've been studying the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, those moons that go around on a slightly eccentric orbit get squeezed and compressed and released every so often. And they're the ones that are squirting out liquid. What is it? Panspermia, I think, is the theory, where it's squirting out what can be a biological soup. Now, if it doesn't land in the right areas, like the common cold or the flu, the virus that goes out, when it doesn't spread, it just dies. But every so often, these planets, in fact, the one that Cassini saw outside Saturn, it's squirting out what is basically biological soup every day. So eventually there's going to be inner planets that are rock like the Earth. So Earth could have been inhabited from the moons of the other planets. You know what I mean? It's just like this constant sprinkler system of potentially life chemistry waiting for the right soup to turn up, I guess. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
happening. Wow.
these stuff are found on asteroids, for crying out loud. Like, it's so abundant, it's ridiculous. Like, you know,
Yeah.
are you familiar with the Fermi paradox?
Sort of. They probably have, but yeah, okay, just
It's
run it past.
basically that it's because, like, the universe is so vast that at least our Milky Way galaxy is so big, and there's like all everything that could make life exists, like planets in the habitable zone. All this material is so damn abundant. So why there is only us in the universe? So, like, what is that? That's called the Fermi paradox. Like, we should be seeing life everywhere, either older than us or as old as us. You know what I mean? So the hypothesis is that either life comes and then hits a wall and dies at some point, whether that by natural disaster or every civilization invents something that it becomes its end, and that's why we don't see it, or we're the first.
Yep. And when you look at human development, it's with the Mongols and the Vikings, who both came out of very harsh environmental situations, were able to outperform all of the other life that came from relatively easier living. So the Mongols basically wiped out everyone as they desired, and the Vikings similarly needed to expand. So the same thing can happen in life form. Yeah, I agree with that. It's very likely. Aliens, the aliens concept of those movies with Ripley, and imagine that creature, that perfect xenomorph thing that's got acid blood and just that's kind of scary. Something like that's conceivably possible, isn't it?
And it would be hard to detect. Like, right now, we're pretty much announcing that we exist here because of stuff like radio signals, and like, we're basically making a lot of noise around our planet. But on a cosmic scale, it's nothing. We're like not even detectable. Like, we're in this boring area where nothing happened. No one's gonna care to look.
Yeah.
But if it's like a Type 4 civilization or something on the Kaznikov, what's it called? The Kaznikov scale. I forgot what his name is. He made a scale,
Yeah.
yeah, for
Yeah.
civilization. Imagine if they have like technology to detect where we are. We're like so telling on ourselves right now.
But hang on though, are we not like you look outside and how do you know there's not some ants right now, red ants and grey ants, all worshipping you because you seem to have this amazing power that to them is very, and they're kind of like they think you're God and you don't even give a shit about them. You're just a bunch of ants. You
Yeah,
step
yeah.
over them every day. So
Yeah, aliens at that level of technology would appear as gods to us, for crying out loud. At that point, you wouldn't even be able to distinguish technology
yeah.
from
Um,
miracle.
on a funny note, have you seen the movie Galaxy Quest? Loosely
No,
based on Star Trek.
no.
Oh, well, what happens is it's based on the TV series, but because the signals have been going out for 100 years or so, an aliens race has picked up on our signals and thought they were all historical documents. So what's happened is they've come to Earth to kidnap the stars of the Star Trek show, which is Galaxy Quest, to take them back to win the war because they don't know how to win wars.
I
And
thought
it's
they were
actually
actual. They thought they were actually heroic
yes,
astronauts or
yes,
something. Oh
exactly.
my god!
And look, I'll leave it at that because the movie itself, it is worth watching. It is so fucking funny in that it's possible as well, and it's got a great outcome. It's got Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver. I say it is one of the better movies to watch. It's so fucking
I
funny.
gotta look it up now. So I imagine like this great civilization that managed to master space travel don't recognize our entertainment. Oh my
That's
god!
right.
Holy
And what's
shit!
happened though, they've got there, they've taken them back. And sorry, it's a bit of a spoiler, but they've said, "Well, but we just actors, we can't save your planets, but the other guys are going to kill us." The historical documents. That's the TV series. He's calling it this. And then they've gone, hang on. So you've based all this technology on what you've seen. So does that mean these spaceships work? Yeah, of course they do. They've got photon torpedo. Have they? Like everything works. You're like, holy shit. So there's an epiphany. But anyway, look, I'm spoiling it for you now. Galaxy Quest is worth the watch. It's a great a great hour and a half to watch.
So
And Sigourney Weaver,
I imagine if someone is versed enough in the media they were watching, they could actually operate those spaceships that are based to replicate exactly how they work in the movies.
yes.
Holy shit!
So the naivety of it, their naivety made it happen.
Damn.
But then, if you watch in the Star Wars movie, Episode 4, the first one made, where they're chasing Luke down the trench and their little targeting sensors are showing you the screen coming at you, and the two poles, vertical poles, are moving in to align you with the target. Now, that triggered some US Air Force guys to make the heads up display off
Yeah.
that movie. They did that. Now, that was actually generated by the dam busters of World War II, who had a piece of wood held out at arm's length with two sticks on it. And when the two sticks lined up with the dam towers, that's when you released your bombs. So the same thing. The two, the towers started close together, and as they got further apart, when they lined up was your bomb release point. So
So yeah,
World
it is
War II
possible for entertainment to
made
inspire
a
technology.
movie that made
Yeah.
the heads up display.
Damn. I've heard about that, but I didn't know the details of it exactly. Holy shit. What was the name
Yeah.
of the movie again?
Galaxy
I wanna
Quest is the movie to watch.
I want to save it so I can watch it later or tonight.
Yeah, do it. You'll fucking. It's actually great entertainment, and that's hard because Hollywood has not kicked a goal for a long time.
Galaxy Quest: The Defensive History.
Well, it's got Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver in it, so
Did they kidnap them from a convention? Holy shit!
so they're at a Star Trek convention. These aliens have turned up and blown up, and they're all hating each other. They've kidnapped them, but everyone thought it was part of the show. Like they didn't realise this is a genuine alien
Holy
kidnapping.
shit. I'm reading the summary right now of the movie so I can put it on my watch later. Holy fuck! And these are like
Yeah.
great actors. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's well done. Just that comment, the historical documents.
I gotta watch this. Is this like 90s humor mixed with like food for thought sort of thing? Like it makes you think, what the fuck is it?
Yes, I agree.
I'm just like waiting for David Hasselhoff to pop out of nowhere. It has like 90s phone space atmosphere to it, you know, like the classic sci-fi vibe. Damn.
Yeah, sci-fi's always been a funny thing.
Absolutely. That is so cool, man. Thank you. I always look for stuff like this, but you don't know what to look for. You know, I never heard of this.
There's just so much now that you just getting over what's the word? You just get overstimulated. You type in something funny and you get so many. You don't know what to go looking for. There's just too much to find. So you got to go looking for the diamond in the rough, and that
Yeah,
can take you too.
and that requires someone that actually seen it and knows what it is to reference it for you, right? Like you can't just
Yeah.
find it randomly. The chances of you falling on something nice is so rare. So wait a second. I'm just reading like commentary, people making jokes. So the space civilization, they're so fucking advanced, but they have no concept of lying. They don't have this. They don't have the concept of lying, so they don't recognize that this is entertainment. It's not real. Oh my god!
Yeah.
No. Holy shit! It's made by DreamWorks too.
There was also a series from the wonderful BBC called Red Dwarf, which is was half an hour programs, and it used to be timed in such a way on TV that you would see Star Trek Next Generation, which was all prim and proper and Starfleet directives and all that nice stuff, and Red Dwarf is just slapstick comedy, taking the piss out of like they found a time machine once, but they were out in deep space, so they used it. So they went to the Renaissance, so they were in Renaissance deep space. It's exactly the same as deep space everywhere else. It didn't change, that sort of thing. Red Dwarf's also great, but that's a lot of that made 10 series, I think, all up, and that was actually a really popular series back in the whenever it was, the 80s, I guess, 80s or 90s or something. I don't know. I
I'm
can't
a
remember.
90s kid. I watch I watch anything that's good. I don't care when it was produced, but I'm a 90s kid. Like if it wasn't popular at the time when I was growing up or something, or on my because my father is a huge sci-fi fan, and he would like travel to a lot of countries when I was like little, and he would bring me so many of like TV series like Star Trek movies from the Star Wars, and he would bring me like Discovery Channel videos and books from the National Geography and like science. That's how I got into all of this. Like I was such like a bored kid, lonely type because I couldn't really integrate well into our local society. So I had to be kept entertained like that. And thank God my parents actually gave me shit to study and learn instead of like just letting me play in the streets.
Yeah. That's
So
sort of
it's
funny
like,
because a lot of nerdy kids, because I was a nerdy kid too, and you kind of hide the fact that you're a nerd. In fact, if you reveal what a D20 was, as in a 20-sided dice, you probably got beaten up. Like nowadays, if you don't know what a D20 is, you get beaten up.
people look at you funny. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't know what a tabletop game is until I left my country because they're not a thing here. And I imagine if my dad would bring some of them, they would like get confiscated at the airport or something, and they would consider them like a because I live in a theocracy, right? So if they would see books with demons and shit like that, they would probably think they're bad. So I think my dad just had the smart idea of not bringing any here. The first actual game I got my hands on was a PlayStation, and that was when I was like 6 years old.
But
Besides that, I just played Atari and Sega and shit like that. I never heard of a
Monopoly?
tabletop game besides Monopoly until I left
You
my
got
country.
right. You got Monopoly and chess though, like
Yeah,
the basic thing. Okay,
yeah.
right. Because I thought chess or Chinese checkers
Oh
or
no,
drafts.
no, yeah. Muslims love fucking chess. Like they're huge on chess.
What country, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I don't mind. I'm from Libya.
Libya. Okay, right. Which is Gaddafi.
Yeah, yeah.
Familiar with that
Although
sort
I'm
of.
not, although I'm not an Arab, I'm from the native population here. I'm basically Punic Roman Greek. Our culture is usually referred to as Mazar. But
Right.
yeah,
So
but I
would
am
that be
Libyan.
shit? Hang on. Fuck. Sorry, my history. I'm a bit slow today. I didn't get too much sleep.
No, it's an obscure aspect of history. Like, I know a lot of people
Yes.
not very familiar with it.
Who were the Romans up against? Who did they shit? Who kicked the Romans' ass a few times early?
Oh yeah,
Enjoy.
Hannibal Barca.
Yeah, and what's the race? I can't remember the fucking
Yeah, that's the race. The Punics. The Punics were the one fighting the Romans for the first
the
time.
Punic War. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
and
the
they
Punic
lost.
War.
Yeah, and then the Punics got this heroic figure, which is Hannibal Barca, who took the elephants and lots of his mercenaries and marched all the way through Spain, and then looped around the mountains, and then sieged Rome.
Yeah,
And after that, he lost because he lost all of his support. And the grandson of the former general of the Caesar in Rome learned from his tactic and fought him with a much better army and a better tactic. And Hannibal, at the time, because the Punics united with the Romans, lost his cavalry, so he was at a disadvantage. Couldn't do his usual tactics that he would like manipulate the battlefield with. It makes it even worse because how can I explain this? They were a lot of his soldiers were basically like militia who became loyal to him because of their victories and because they represented the culture. So when the culture is united, they pretty much lost the reason to fight, and he was just like a renegade.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I mean, there was like 4 rounds of Punic Wars, wasn't there? It wasn't
Sorry?
just a we don't like you, you don't like us, and winner takes all. It kind of, it's seesaw. Mediterranean history is actually an awesome thing. It's a shame we don't have a much of it, because usually a lot of the records get destroyed or whatever, like salting the earth. And where was it? Tunis. It's now Tunis. What was it
Yeah,
called when it was?
yeah.
Uh,
It was Carthage, basically. It was the capital of that era. Yeah,
Carthaginians, yes, Carthage. They
yeah.
salted the earth. Like, that is, you're enough of a pain in the ass. We're going to fuck you up so you cannot ever do this again. Like, that's pretty fucking brutal shit when
Yeah.
you do that.
Yeah, that's these are basically Carthage was the capital of the Punic Empire and culture at the time. And
Yeah,
then when they united with the Roman, well, we have an era known as the Massinissa era, who was like a very heroic leadership. He did this like fuck you to the Romans. Basically, he traded with them, and they paid them, of course, in Roman gold. So what he did is that he melted the Roman gold, turned it into local currency, and then bought shit with it back from them. It's like, here's your gold back.
yeah,
I love it. I love it. It's such a like a fuck you move. You know what I mean? But I'm so
yeah,
happy that I ended up from like a very interesting mix. So I'm able, like my DNA would show that I am mostly Punic Roman Greek, split between like 30, 31 and 29 something. And I got
yeah,
10% unknown, from which only 3% is highly suggested to be Egyptian. So I'm pretty much mostly North African.
yeah,
And when you look at the time periods, you got the Romans all the way around Italy from the Mediterranean, the Punics from our side in North Africa. Then you got the Libo tribes, which later formed the Tmazigh culture. You got the Tmazigh themselves with their queen Kahina Dahiya all the way until the Islamic March. And
yeah.
that's when our empire basically fell
Yeah. What
during the
changes a
rule of
little bit though is
Mhm.
to look at it as from a North African point of view, from a Western culture point of view, is that um, we look at Africa in modern times, whereas to look at it like that, it's more the coast of the Mediterranean, which does change your outlook on it significantly when you look at it like that. Because I mean, the Carthaginian navy was awesome, but it was one of their ships washed up, didn't it? And the Romans discovered how to build boats and build a navy
Yep.
from one of the ships that was so easy to replicate that they kind of regretted. That was probably one of the worst moves in history. Whatever happened to the crew, I think they all got washed off or something, and the ship washed up on the Roman fucking coast. Like, that's probably got to be one of the greatest steps in modern history when that happened, because the Romans wouldn't have had a navy had that not occurred.
There's a myth that was told. There are lots of myth when people like arrive to our areas, especially when it comes to like military tactic and navy and stuff, because Carthage had this big lighthouse that had a big mirror reflecting on the top of it. So there's this myth that the Carthaginians can use the sun to burn sails of ships, where they would redirect the sunlight and like zoom it on the ships, and they would use Greek water, where every time you would try to put it down, it would catch more fire. Again, with colorful water, when Kahina Dahiya was fighting Uqba bin Nafa and his super superstitious Muslim fighters. So there's a lot of like between myth and real history when told about like our area and stuff mixed between our cultures. It's fascinating. It's hard to like, even historians find it difficult to just to tell the differences between myth and exaggeration and actual
Yeah,
history, because the structures are there, the big mirror is still there. There are like writings from both sides about this event, and you don't know if it's exaggerated history that came after when they unified or prior. It's very hard, but it's fascinating still.
yeah. Well, one was just the Greek fire, which could have been as simple as tar. Yeah, they had, how was it? They would pump tar onto the other ship and set fire to it, and the tar would stick and then burn the wood and burn the ship down to the waterline. Of course, now the tar itself has burnt the ship and it's sunk, so there's no evidence of how they actually went about doing it because of the burning tar. But was that the Greek fire one? It was that would actually a fire-breathing Greek ship or something like that?
Yeah. The trick with the Greek fire is that all you need is just a little fire. The more water you add to it, the bigger it grows. And it's
Right.
I don't know how it's made. I think it's something with phosphate or something like that. But basically, yeah, all you have to do is fire regular fire arrows with tips doused with the Greek water, and the more water they put on it, the worse it gets. So you leave it, it's bad. You try to put it out, it's bad. So they had to carry salt and sand to try and put it out, which would make the ships heavy, which would affect them in combat. And
Fair
another
enough.
thing is with the big mirror on top of the lighthouse, where it would they would use it at night to reflect light to lead the ships into the ports, especially from the five cities of Tripoli and you got Tripoli one, you got another one which is Leptis Magna, and then you got Carthage, and then there's another one I forgot what's it called. But yeah, they thought there's this story. They don't know if it's real or not, where they would use the sunlight, especially in midday, and they would like focus the light as a beam. They would shoot it at ships to make to make it impossible to operate and burn the sails and whatnot.
So what started as a night navigation aid became a weapon of warfare during the day.
Allegedly, yeah, allegedly. They don't know if it was really used like this, but it can be used at least at a close range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's a huge mirror. It's literally a huge mirror they use to do this. It's like
Yeah,
a
it makes sense.
concave mirror they use for this.
Anyway, I've got to knock off because it's now 20 to midnight here in my part of the country, which means it's probably middle of the day for you. So it's been a pleasure
Yep.
talking to you, Ray. So I'm
Yeah, pleasure,
till
man.
next
Nice
week, mate.
meeting you.
Yeah,
Have
see
a
you
good day.
again. But I've got to
Stay
bail.
safe.
Bye.
Bye bye. That was interesting. I want to watch this movie, but I don't have anything to watch tonight, so I'll wait until tonight. I don't want to spoil it for me now and sit later not knowing what to watch. I'm gonna bounce to take a break. I've been talking for like hours. I hope to see you guys around.
Okay, definitely got some issues. So we got anyone in here who's not a foreigner? Hello, hello, hello,
Hi.
hello. Hi, welcome to Movie Phone. How about you just tell me the name of the movie you'd like to see?
Behind the curve. Behind the curve.
I got really hungry all of a sudden when I said that. Rocket Man. And Elton John could play that piano.
Indeed.
I think he said the fatter he got, the more wild the outfits got.
Oh.
He was trying to hide the thickness with glitter and glam. So am I hungry or am I thirsty? How do you tell? Does anyone have a trick, a life hack?
Drink some water if you're still hungry, then you're hungry.
But what if I'm thirsty?
Then you won't be hungry anymore.
Now, how much water do I need to drink? 8 ounces.
Question.
Then see how long later my stomach says, "That wasn't food, you limey bastard." So what were you guys and Ray talking about? That Ray guy is a little sus.
I just had someone comment on me in the comment section saying physics is just a theory. I'm giving up on life. I give up. The world wins. Physics is just a theory.
Come on, you guys use Newton. Newton is your unit of measurement.
For weight. What do you mean? What's the point? We also use pounds. We also use stone.
Whenever you use stone as a unit of measurement, it definitely sounds barbaric.
Yep, well, England is a very old country with a very rich and diverse civilization, so we still use some archaic weighing measurements.
It's funny how you people are, England, they sent all their slaves to another island, but a bigger one. I feel like America is being sent all the world's prisoners, and I think we've always been that way. Now, Australia was discovered after America, correct? A whole new world.
Depends on what you mean by discovered or colonized. Or... But we've got a town here
Officially,
called 1666 because that's when Cook arrived. But we're not federated a country until 1901. So, go figure.
yes, it's not discovered or a new world until it's been
It's got a
deemed,
parliament and it's owned.
yeah, officially taxable land.
Hey, I got a new question for your questionnaire. Can you see colors if they haven't got a name? If you don't know the name of a color, can you see it?
Oh, could I see the color cantaloupe smile without knowing it's obviously the smile of a beautiful cantaloupe?
Well, no, you can't actually. It turns out.
Well, I don't like telling people my favorite color because that's your secret question, Or if you're trying to file your taxes,
Well, you
they
can't describe a
well,
color to a blind person.
right, like
And it turns out that until we named colors, they were. I mean, it's a bit of both. Like there was no pink; it used to be just red, light red. I mean,
well,
that's an obvious one.
they said
But
the ancients didn't have a name for the color green. So what would
no,
that tell you?
green was the first color that they came up with a name for, and they have more colors for green than any other, more names for green, more shades of green than anything. The sky used to be called light black, I think. They had no
Huh.
blue. Blue was the last color to be added to the vocabulary.
Maybe I flipped those around. I
Yeah.
thought it was green. I thought it was green because
Do you want to
was
hear? It's only a
nothing.
10-minute video. I can play it. Why ancient people didn't see the color blue.
Oh well, I got an 11-minute video saying that green wasn't the color and blue was always the color.
Okay.
We'll have a battling duel of YouTube videos. Oh Jesus, the color green has a dark history. There's going to be articles about 1,000 years from now talking about us trying to find and discover a true white light as the ancients had tried to make a true green. They dye their clothing green with arsenic, wear the clothing, look popular while they stroll to get some mead. And by the time they're home in their green shirt, it's done for. The cost of looking fashionable is it worth it? Boo.
Hey. Hello, hello.
My name is Mud.
Uh-huh.
I guess Benedict Cumberbatch didn't want to hang out long.
Yeah, we're too intellectual for him. Pretty deep conversation going on, so. Didn't want to hear me eating chips, I guess.
Evening. What are you on? Oh, see you later. All make way for Armin. All make way. Armin has arrived. Armin has entered the building.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, it took me like 2 minutes because I was trying to make sure my mic wasn't fucked up. Yo, what's up, everyone? Also, it's Arma, not Armin.
What do your friends call you? What's up, Shane Saint Pierre?
They call me Arm sometimes. Also, yeah, what's up, Shane?
What's up, Arma?
Do they also call you like crazy or any derogatory terms?
No, some of them do call me though. The other limb though, leg. Because my old name from back then was actually like Lego. Because like it's complicated. But when I was like younger, I made like a Roblox account, whatever, and I named my character Lego. So some people call me Leg, and some people call me Arm. So I think that's kind of funny. But yeah, it's funny shit.
Hey Shane, what does your mother call you when you're late getting up for school? My grandmother, she would say, Morty, get up, Morty. Morty, you up? Or maybe she'd say Morton. Morton? Our brain learns to ignore certain sounds as if you were sleeping above a garage door opener, But our brain will not learn to ignore our own name. And when they say dogs don't know their own name, I think they do. Did Go Ahead just get here? I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic. What's up, Sean? Morning, all.
Fuck.
Shit.
Dude, Apple Earth.
Hurry. Someone say something controversial so we can all blow up on them.
Dude, I got this program from NASA that likes to do map projections. If you can do 200 different map projections from the same like coordinate system, does that mean that they're all different maps or the same map? What do you guys think?
Begging the question.
Like if I could make 200 equal fucking projections of the same thing that could be translated back and forth to and fro, what would you guys make of that?
Mathematics is a construct.
Anybody but Marty. Okay, Marty then. Fuck.
Saying anyone but Marty is a fallacy.
It's like the anti-Marty fallacy.
I think everyone's just been hanging out in here not saying shit this morning.
Yeah, fuck them. What are they doing? Listening? How dare you?
Listening to someone, listening to random hammering in the background of someone's hot mic. The soothing sounds of the ASMR hour at MMM. So you could take all those coordinates, right? Project them a Google amount of ways, but then times that all by 0 and it still comes out to 0, which is flat, right?
Dude, Star Earth. Yeah, that's what's up.
I guess since hold on, let me make sure my mic is working because
Super loud. It's definitely working. I can definitely hear.
Wait, hold on. Ooh, it's kind of low. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on.
Low. What the fuck? Does anyone think blowing out? What the shit?
Hold on. Wait.
It seems perfectly balanced to me.
All right, I think it's good. I think it's okay. Yeah. I guess just to, just to fill in the dead air. I mean, I would say we would first have to define what you mean by like map, right? Because like I would say they're different maps, but I mean it really depends on what you mean by map.
Well, they're not, right? Because you could load a map into this any map that has the global coordinate system that you guys like to use. Because there is only one map, right? But any map with that coordinate system can be loaded, and then you can project from that 200 fucking other types of map seamlessly back and forth. So like, do you think there are different types of map, or is there a single coordinate system projected into all projections?
You know what? I mean, I guess it really, I guess it really depends because if the coordinate like system is all the same, like if all the distances are the same,
they're all
and
the
whatnot.
same. That's the point of map translations, right, bro? Like they would stay equidistant between each other, but not to like the different maps. But within the maps, the coordinate points have their translational equidistant capacity, no matter the shape. They keep that. That's all good, right?
So like okay, so for example, like the what is it called? What is it called? Azimuth, is it azimuth equidistant? What is it called again?
I'm rocking the Burgess star right now. That's my map of choice. So I don't know what you're talking.
But the AE map though, what's the name for that though? Is it
azimuthal equidistant?
Okay, yeah. So with the AE map, yeah, like I know for that to be 1-to-1 with at least the globe. For this is used for the sake of this argument, right? Let's say So if for it to be 1-to-1 with the globe, as you go out further, even though it spreads out like wider and whatnot, right? That would actually you would actually find that the points like between like the distances between the latitude lines, right, would still be the same distance. It's just it appears larger on that map. So for it would be a weird thing. Like the map itself would be like
I gotcha, right?
Yeah.
But like, so if they're all using the equidistant like longitude and latitude sets, then they would all be translatable into each other from each other, and then literally not different at all.
Right. But then at that point, then it would still all just be like it would still be describing a sphere at that point, because at that point the only actual Euclidean shape to actually have that work, where you go between latitude lines and the distances is always whatever. What is it? Well, actually, what is it? 360. So it would be
So, like,
69 miles. Yeah.
You can say that like maybe it's all describing a sphere, or you can also say that like the same spherical coordinate system is projected unanimously into every map projection. Period. So then there is only the globe map. It's only been the globe.
Right.
I agree.
Unless it's unless let's say for example it's actually flat, and then they're now projecting that onto a globe. That means then on the globe, while it's it's translated and whatnot to like globe, whatever the distances on that, at least Euclidean wise, right? If you were to actually try to like measure distances, like in the south, for example, right? Like on the globe, well, okay, if we assume it's actually if we assume it's an actual flat Earth, right? And then we try to go, we go on the globe, whatever, and then we're like, okay, the distances between the latitude lines, they should be actually larger or whatever, right? Like they'll appear, they'll I can't talk today. They will appear small, right? Because on the globe, it sort of all just shrinks to like a point, right? Antarctica, right? But in reality, though, the actual distances would be greater than what they appear on that globe, because it's the reverse now, right? Did that make sense? Because I was kind of stuttering a lot with that.
No, honestly, but
I mean, I could. You want me to like? Okay, I'll just redo it. It's really simple though. So like,
so I see what you're saying, but let's just cut like to the chase and go look at this. So if I have this curving M map, which has a similar surface as the Earth, so therefore has the no issue with the longitude lines converging, then you have the same problem, right? So the distances would be what, equal? Wait, hold on. Oh crap!
what,
This is.
you need to post it.
Yeah, I undid it, but this is like what? Watch band Earth? I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, that's
what cut the hill Euclid coming to be the hill Euclid mapper for
Bean Earth.
Also, I keep using the map that's like the prediction of the next eclipse. So we got this fucking red line in the back. It's all right, ignore that. No one about that.
But all right, yeah. So we got Bean Earth here. What are we doing with Bean Earth?
Well, same thing. Oh, now we got M Earth. Hold on, like looks goofy, but again, same equidistant longitudinal latitudinal distribution. So, I mean, I've been playing with this for a while. Like, what the fuck? Like, how is this so easily? And then I remember, because I'm familiar with coordinate system transforms and how seamlessly that is. And then literally when you're transforming between coordinate systems, data that doesn't need to be adjusted, that conforms covariantly with each system, what you have always in relativity and air is the same data being translated to different covariant coordinate systems. So there's no difference between any of these projections, as they're all projected from the same data. That is the only thing I can conclude. Hot dog Earth. Yeah, dude, hot dog, half donut Earth. It's all the same. That's the point. All the same. All equally valid. I mean, equally valid as opposed to, well, each projection has its own, use, disadvantages, whatever. You can do shit with all of them. Jelly bean Earth is better, dude. Like, I like M bean Earth. If I can get like a Superman Earth, that'd be good. You ever heard the Quartark ortholic map? Like, oh, you want heart map? All right, I think I have a heart map.
Heart Earth. She's spaceship Mother Earth. She gets more love than Jesus for everyone.
Shane, I caught the tail end of something about flat Earth eclipses last night. I was actually in bed. I just had listening in the background, and I see a post up there. What's up with that?
Oh, well, I don't know, man. You should probably go check it out. It's meant to be enticing.
Do a UFC hexagon Earth.
Yo, Arma, just for you, right when you call. I happen to put it right in night and day too, which is really funny. You got night, evil heart, dark heart, light heart. That's cool.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, look at that. That's some Kingdom Hearts shit right there. Yep.
Totally random. Again,
dark heart.
Just as valid. Even got the curve, right? That's a curved heart, I guess, with converging poles. Well, you got a butt pole in the north.
That'll be what pumps the heart the most is when the moon and sun align with her pulling the blood out.
I have Marty on like 2%. It's probably too loud. Oh, Times Atlas. That's a good, very useful. Whoa. So many different. There's no need for 200 map projection types. Who is using this many map projections? Is this just someone showing off? What is that? Oh, all glory's here. You get some cool visuals, man. That one's kind of dope.
Those boner Earth.
It looks like a silhouette of a person with long hair standing in front of like a map.
Just remember that it's equally valid as a globe. And it's flat. Or AE. Oh, fucking M.
That's
Coordinate
Grave
system
Digger
between them
Earth.
all, man. Same longitude, same latitude, same fucking place, same map. Probably would have been more effective if I didn't use the eclipse map with nighttime. Too late.
That's the eyeball. Mother eye looking at you.
Yeah, it's like an evil eye. Because it's kind of like pointy a little bit in that one.
I don't know. Shane has me turned down. Have him do a peach or a pear.
Yep, Pear Earth is a good one.
Yeah, but it's not called pear. It's called like, perpendicular, sinusoidal, some nonsense shit that I can't tell from the names. Like, what's it really called? Because this one's called hammer and it looks like a giant sphere. So
Is there an oblate spheroid option?
there's Ginsburg's 1 through 9. Nomic cube sphere. Let's try that. No nomic cube sphere. Fucking nothing. Okay. How about, nope, that's not. Cylindrical stereographic. I think I broke it. I don't think I can transform anymore. I've done too many. Oh. I'm trying to transform a screenshot. Oh, Diamond Earth. I just feel like, people on Twitter are so fucking retarded that I appreciate people like you guys.
It's cool. That's a concave diamond Earth. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you want any similar concave projections, we could pump them out. I don't know what else there are. I don't even know.
You know what made me think or say that this is concave? You know what specifically it's about this? One way you could tell, it's the if you specifically pay attention to the longitudinal lines and the distance between them, you'll notice in the middle where we're overlooking what is that, India and stuff, it's converging, meaning it's closer together. But as you go further and further out to the edges, those longitudinal lines start diverging at the edges. Those are called diverging longitudinal lines, and that happens when we're looking at the inside of a shape or a sphere. For concave, convex is the opposite. Okay, convex is in the middle. It'll be the widest. Like you see at the edges is the widest. Well, it'll be the widest in the middle, and at the edges you'll have converging, meaning going together, meaning getting smaller, longitudinal lines. So that's the difference, and that's what those are. So knowing this knowledge, you'll start paying attention to a lot of map projections, and your mind, just by knowing that, it'll warp your mental visual thing, and you'll see it. You'll see it. That's all.
So, do you think these maps are different, man?
What it is, it's where the actual thing is represented by the pixel. Okay, now what it does is it distorts, it potentially distorts, making smaller or greater the visual distance represented visually, based on where the observer is relative to what we're looking at. So I have one way I could literally visualize it to you and show you, and you'll instantly get it. Or not just you, or anybody else listening.
I mean, I'm arguing that these are all the same. They just have different. The translation is possible because each projection is utilizing the same globular coordinate system. When you input a map into this program, it reads it by longitude and latitude, and if it lines up, you can safely equally project it to any different coordinate system. Meaning, there only really is one map, guys. There's only ever been one map, the globe, which is just various projections.
Yeah, there is only one map, and that map is points of data in which we assign based on our measurement.
Well,
now these points of data visually can be skewed and made look this way and that way, based on multiple factors, reference frame being one of them. One could project this over a sphere or inside of a sphere. There are two different things, and visually or cartographically, via the difference in the the things getting bigger and smaller, like I explained, makes it appear. I'm not disagreeing with you. Nothing you're saying is wrong. Nothing you're saying is wrong, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just adding what I know to it.
I appreciate you, man, because I just got this thing and I was having some fun, and then I was like, huh, how is it that I can make it a fucking M, diamond, upside down, backwards Q, this fucking Mercator, equidistant cylinder, circle, like so easily? And then I was like, because it's the same data. It's the only way it works is if you use the same data. And the thing between translations is the distance between the coordinates is either equal or scaled or covariantly, transformed. And some of the crazier ones, it's controlled in a way that the distance between the points doesn't vary, right? So every map has the same distance proportionate to each other, and then the way it is arrayed becomes down to what? Artistic rendering, personal preference, little more than that.
Yo, can I show you something cool real quick? You check my stream real quick. It's I have like this map thing up. And it's not to prove, I'm not going to prove any model or try to counter any model, but I don't know if you're interested in seeing it.
Hey, hold on. I'm overwhelming the people on Twitter with 17 types of maps because they all like to pick on the AE map. And I'm like, oh, tell me about that one coordinate system transform from the other again.
Dude, cartography is sick, man.
So I started looking into it, and I think it was actually called cosmography and then divided to cosmology and cartography over the years.
Nice. There is this professional program. It's free. It's called QGIS. And it's a program wrapped purely you around cartography, but not visual. It's not just that map, but also data points, like scientific data points, cities, water, anything you could imagine. You've seen a map about where they visualize data, flight paths, boat paths. What this program does is it has you load data, which because I played around with it at a very entry level, not a few years ago. You get to load, for example, flight paths, and there's like a database online. It's like a text file. You just like load it into this program after you learn how to do it, and it visualizes those actual flight paths, like where the plane is literally down to the pixel flying over. And then another layer of the program, you get to change the projection. So this program does all of that professionally. All these other ways, like that I use, like doing a warp in Photoshop, that's like second layer. These cartographic programs does it on the base layer. So what you could actually do is load up a project, throw in flight paths, throw in boat paths, and you could make them different colors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then in the end, warp it to AE or this one or that one or any of them actually, because you get to load from a database online of literally every map projection.
Yeah,
It's
but
sick.
like, why are there so many projection types? Like, there's only like 7 or 8 that get used for anything. Why are there 200?
Yeah.
And like, they're all named like weird ass random shit. Like, you don't need a Clark Twilight and a compact Miller next to the cylindrical equal area, which is different than the cylindrical equal area oblique. Plus, you got the cylindrical stereographic. I mean, it gets crazy.
I have this program I'm streaming right now, which I wanted you to see. What
Oh,
it
yeah,
does
right.
is what this program does, I can share it with you too. It's a free program. You feed it a map that's originally in that rectangular format. It's a 2x1 UTM map projection. Okay, and I have a few of those I can send you too. And what this does is this map takes that rectangle map and applies an azimuthal equidistant projection to it, with a caveat though. You could do a live transform of the map. So the AE map that we're all used to, it is an AE map, but it's specifically an AE map centered on the North Pole, is what this is. But ladies and gentlemen, none of what I'm going to say is disproving flat Earth or going against any model. I'm just sharing information. So just like there is an AE map centered on the North Pole, there is an AE map centered on the South Pole. And this is one real hard projection. They call it the AE map centered on South Pole. This is another real hard projection called the AE map centered on the North Pole. Basically, what this program allows you to do is play with every type of AE map projection possible, based on that initial rectangular thing.
Can you bring it over? Can you bring over North America real fast?
So
Okay, yeah,
depending on
that's the one I live on.
basically,
Yeah,
you want to tell me where I want to center it over. So this is the center where my mouse is, and I'm centered over Florida right now. Okay. And for Shane, this is something cool that I want to show you, because unless you get explained this way, nobody's mind's gonna see it. So right now we think we're just looking at a 2D picture. It's representing a plane, and we're seeing the different, and it distorts one way or another. Clearly Australia is not like that. Australia is not a crescent moon at the edge of our world.
I think it is though. It's not. See, it's not an ice wall. It's the Australian wall. That's,
now
it goes around the world.
Now I'm gonna share this information, and once you let it click for a second, you're gonna see everything we're seeing in a whole new way, including even this. Okay, what we're actually what I think that as a consequence of playing with this program, What I think the AE projection actually is not from a globe flattened out to, you know, a plane. What I think the AE projection actually is and check this out, it's going to sound crazy. It's an observer inside of a concave sphere, and their head is at the back of the sphere, so you're looking forward. So you're not seeing the back, you're just seeing forward, and the middle of your screen is what you're just directly looking at. So if I'm looking at here, the observer is at the other side of the globe at the same latitude looking here. So if I'm you know, looking here, the observer is now lower than Australia, and they're looking inside the sphere. Now check this out. I'm rotating the concave sphere. You see how it
Okay.
looks like you're looking inside of a 3D globe? See
I'm
what
ready to
saying?
be wowed, man. Yep.
It's crazy. Now check this out. Now, so, you know, we're still inside of a 3D sphere. Now I'm just on the other side of the world where I could see the majority of the land masses in front of me. Now I'm going to start to go down towards Antarctica. I'm going down towards Antarctica. I'm going down towards Antarctica. I'm going down towards, I've entered Antarctica. I'm now directly in the center of Antarctica looking up. Now,
oh, I think I think I see what you mean. I see what you're talking about.
I'm directly at the center of Antarctica looking up. Now I'm going back up. Now I'm going back up. Now I'm going back up. Now I just, you know, I'm a little higher than Australia now. And before, when we saw Australia look like a crescent moon and we saw it as a 2D and it didn't make sense and it wasn't real and it's clearly distorted, actually, what we're seeing is Australia clearly it isn't this big, but from the reference frame of the observer, it appears to them like this. This whole look. You see how South America is like small and it looks in proportion and in size, and as it goes towards the edges, it starts to like. Let me obviously depend. Let me try to keep the same latitude. As it goes towards the edges, it starts to get wider or distort. Look at the size of South America here, and look at the size of, like, you know, how it should be. What we're seeing here, you don't see the longitudinal lines, okay? You don't see it here, but if you were to see it here, you would see wider longitudinal lines at the edges, narrower in the center. Just like that picture we posted in chat that I talked about. So that is what I think the whole point of the weirdness of looking maps. It all has to do with the reference frame of the observer. And this AE one, I think, and you can see, is for sure inside of a concave sphere. But not all projections are created inside of a concave sphere. Some projections, the cartographer literally intend to for it to be a triangle, a tetrahedron Earth.
There's
right?
one. I mean, just M Earth. There you go.
And any other Earth. And what they'll do is they'll try to scale the distances between land masses around the shape as best as they can. There's two things they have to factor in. There's equal area, meaning they try to create a map projection where the size of those squares of those latitude and longitude remains equal, meaning it does not become like this. Those are called equal area map, where the focus of the map is to keep those blocks equal size in scaling all throughout. Then there's other types of maps called equal distant, meaning they don't mind the blocks being distorted visually as long as the points are mathematically equidistant relative to how they warp it and on what shape. And it can get complex, but
Nice, dude. Nice
that's really it,
explanation.
bro. That's really it.
That's solid, man. That's a solid explanation.
Sweet.
Well
Man.
said.
That's it. Yeah. So just pay attention to that. Look at that. It doesn't prove any model. It proves the cartographer can, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean, here's what I think it proves, right? Because here's what I think we're dealing with is back in like 1712 when they invented longitude for the apparent longitude act, and they had the grid system that made all these things. Like, I think that the real actual map isn't anywhere, and that we're allowed to project uselessly to all these coordinate systems because it doesn't fucking matter and nobody cares. But the real like layout could very well be hidden behind whatever the actual layout is behind the coordinate system that isn't projected anywhere. And then the first one they project is a globe. Project the globe everywhere else. I mean, like, they could say it's projected from the globe, but really it's just the same coordinate system manifest in various projections all over the place.
Correct. For example, if say in a hypothetically there are regardless of the model, there are hidden lands or extra lands or something to that effect, and it's being hidden or it's not discovered, that would not be represented in these base grids, this base source information, that initial rectangular thing that we use to feed these programs, in which all these flight paths and everything's based on. It's overlaid this grid, which is our source information. If this source grid potentially is either misrepresented or there are some stuff we haven't discovered yet, all of these maps, all of these visuals, they would not be 100% correct. They would be missing things at best or just wrong at worst.
Right. But they'd all be missing the same things and they'd all be wrong in the same way.
Yes.
Which is dangerous to think about.
Exactly. Including all the projections that they try to project and visualize from.
Exactly, dude. That's where I'm at. Hey, you're on the same page. But that little movement, I think so. I found the original Bob Wins today, which is where they had like every map projection except the AE because they pulled the AE off or whatever. And I didn't know that was the original, but it had like an interesting projection that was very similar to that, where it would wrap stuff around the poles. And I got stuck in that for a minute, just pulling it around like mesmerized, like, wait, what?
In that program, if you start messing with the source code, you get to figure out the way those few map projections it has. The creator didn't pull it out of his ass, and what he did is he coded a reference to another website, and all he did is link like three lines of code, like basically to pull the reference and to enable these projections in his program. So if you go and look at it and understand it, you could pull you could, because his source code's available online, you could basically edit his program and add 1,000 projections to it and be able to view live data with every projection you want.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because now I've determined, and now that I understand, all data is just given in globular longitudinal map format, and you're allowed to project it into whichever format you like because it doesn't matter. Like, I just downloaded a bunch of Eclipse data too from somewhere, and I'm putting it in, and it's like, oh yeah, I can just put this on the. God damn it! It's got to be back on the globe right away before I can translate it. Oh, you suckers! You put everything in the system that is this coordinate system that I can put in any format at all, and it will never make any difference. Oh, and crap! This Eclipse data turned into images. You really translated all that into images. What the fuck am I gonna do with? That is less than useless. Okay. All right, back to the. I'm gonna pivot table me some Eclipse predictions for Twitter people. By predictions, I mean, of course, postdictions by using all the same data as NASA. Because thanks, Kevin. Kevin produces all of NASA's data for cycle data. Don't worry about it. Oh, you have to legally thank Kevin every time you mention NASA's predictions. Just saying. It just says so on the website. Oh, Fred. Sorry, Fred Espenak. Sorry, I call him Kevin. What do the rest of you doing? Circle jerking in here?
Going hard in chat as always.
Yeah, here you are. Did you guys have fun with the math from last time? You guys remember some nice math you had to play with?
So about random math, which is my worst subject.
Random math.
I posted this diagram I made. It's about concave Earth. It's not proof of anything, but it's I got it from this book that they have online, and it talks about the mathematical transformation between the globe and concave Earth, and how it's a special one because the nature of the inside and the outside of a sphere, it's in a way where you could flip flop the two while retaining the same angles to everything, basically. In short,
Yeah, it's a 90-degree radiant transformation. How do you like that?
right? So I mean, I don't honestly, I don't really understand. I mean, I understand visually,
Oh, you have this. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I just
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, so it's like I got some images from the book, some diagrams, the math, and some snippets, and I just put it in this diagram. But
So,
go
that's
ahead.
nice.
Yeah, so in the event if Earth were concave, this would be. So with this, obviously in a hypothetical reality where Earth is concave, there would still be a deception element to it. Surely there's people that know about it, take advantage of it, and actively engage in hiding this information. But it once I learned this, it kind of like put me at ease a little bit because you kind of understand how you kind of, or I kind of grew an understanding within me in terms of to humanity, and that humanity, it makes me respect humanity more because we've been we if Earth were concave, yeah, we've been wrong and we got the world wrong and we've been lied to and stuff, but we did pretty well. We measured well. Our measurements are correct. The world appears to us at least. If Earth were concave, the world naturally it would be elusive. There's an intelligent elusive illusion built in. I don't know if it just is. Where the world appears to us, the sun sets, you'd naturally think, okay, sun goes up, sun goes down, and we do our maths and our models in this hypothetical reality, and we got our angles right. We do our best, we built up a system of science, albeit wrong, the best that we could to explain the phenomena of what we understood. And in that hypothetical reality, if Earth were concave, the closest, most accurate thing that you could come to that model is the inversion of that model. So that kind of like put me at ease a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to take that away from you, right? But there's a mathematical equation for like anything. They can invert, subvert, parabolically reflect, and transcribe. I mean, that looks a lot like the Cartesian system, like translated to the cylindrical ceiling with infinite height, which is similar to how they would do like a spherical to flat coordinate transform to do star stuff. But it's different because you get some 12th order exponents in there, which is kind of cool, but each one is the reciprocal of the other. So that's a neat kind of formula, but that just inverts an already input coordinate set. So I don't know where you'd start with that. That wouldn't be already the same fucking globe that we're in the problem of.
Yeah. Like I said,
Look at that.
hypothetical reality.
Like if that takes an X and a Y, then I'm still stuck in the same fucking reality they put me in with that no-name map that no one's ever seen.
And it talks about how one of them's non-Euclidean with curved lines, the other one's Euclidean with straight lines.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting.
That's a inversion. So like what Whitsitt always talks about with conjugate geometric expressions, that's actually what that is right there.
Oh, that's sick.
For the first time used to describe an actual conjugate geometric expression, I think. Not like an abstraction of one. Is
So
that Riggs?
that's what that means. The conjugate geometric expression is this.
Yeah, it's supposed to represent or embody a reciprocal mathematical expression where you have an inverse relationship, right? Like logarithmic or like parabolic and hyperbolic or whatever. I don't even know if that's right. One of those two cancels out.
Nice. Thank you.
But which it always uses to describe like magnetism and electro whatever to some symbolic abstraction of it, but it still means the same thing. Got Riggs posting memes. Very effective.
So like, yeah. So they would make an observation of like say something going across the sky, and in their globe model, they would like represent that like planets and stuff as never mind. I was gonna say as straight lines, but they do have curved lines too.
God, people are so stupid on Twitter. I posted 8 goofy looking maps and they're like, look at all these globe projections. Like, guys, you're not getting it. I can make it a squiggly fucking Z. No? Same thing.
So likewise for the globe, you know how they say there is no true perfect globe math projection? Let's now take us in a hypothetical reality where the Earth is a globe, okay? It is a globe, 93 million miles, all of that. In that reality, it's and let's say in that hypothetical reality, we've discovered all the lands and their measurements are correct and stuff. In that reality, you know, one can still make the claim of there is no true perfect globe math projection, and it's because of this. Is because what they're relating to is that longitudinal convergence or divergence. Remember in the concave Earth, it gets wider in the edges, or it appears wider in the edges. And with that little visual, I would explain why it does that. It's not that it's actually getting bigger and it's that much bigger here and that much bigger there. It's specifically related to the observer and where they're at and all those things. Well, the same thing for the globe one. With an observer, if you're standing outside of the globe and you're looking at it, you're going to visually get that distortion, that visual apparent distortion meaning making it appear not as it is. But it's not that it's not as it is. It's just it's this whole deeper thing that one has to have an understanding of that we just talked about. It's any way you try to visualize that to make it look like a globe, that making it look like a globe is you making those lines of for the globe, it gets thinner at the edges. When you make the lines like that, that's looking like a globe. So that person's like, oh, well, there is no true map projections of the globe because you can't show me a globe without things not being in exact shape to each other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like that's because people assume that the globe is right, and it's definitely not. Like, here's a couple instances where it's all fucked up. Ready?
Yeah, but yeah. That was just that hypothetical reality, though. You know, that's assuming
but
assuming it was right. But
But like,
the crux of that argument, of that statement, in that hypothetical reality, that's the only thing it would have left. But what you're about to say now, which is, you could be right, it's, we're not in that hypothetical reality where Earth is, at least not me and you, where Earth is 100% a globe. I'm not there. So go ahead.
well, even the people who think that Earth is glob, right? I mean, there have been issues with map distances, the distances between continents, distances above continents, leaving out, the obvious inherent flaws when you're doing a Mercator and the poles are cylindrical and it extends to infinity, or that's just why Google Earth does that at the poles, whatever. But like, leaving that out, the regular like globe map distances are skewed. They had to fix it when they first started World War II. People were in an uproar, like, what the fuck? Nothing looks like this on the map. And they had to fix it. So like, it's notoriously been wrong all the time. I don't know why they think that's been perfect, which literally just proves that the globe too is a projection of some other thing that nobody really knows, that they've determined back in 1712 when they sent people to the southernest reaches of the world to get the final marks of longitude. When they did their markings and did God knows what with that, and no one ever knows what happened.
Any Globers want to counter, or I could play one?
Wait for what?
What he just said.
But with the project, like the Earth just not having like proper distances or something on the globe Earth. I don't know enough, so I won't counter. I won't counter because I don't know enough on this.
If I were to provide a counter, just would that take away from the globe as a model something that, let's say, we progressively get better and better and more accurate with the measurements, the more we do them, and the better our methods of acquiring them. So that's a natural thing, regardless of the shape of the world that that person could live in. And I think if they were to live in in an octagonal world, that would be, and that is the true shape of their world, that would still be an effect of them progressively updating and changing their measurements to reflect their better and better methods of acquiring them. That's it.
So there's a nice little scale there with the country sizes being inflated when you're always looking at that. That's the Mercator, but that's a equilateral coordinate system transform application of the same thing, and that's the one you grew up in school looking at, also distorting sizes that you look at later. So then, I mean, the globe Earth has its own distortion issues, but that first video in there is how all things were wrong with the globe Earth. So I mean,
so the thing with Mercator. The thing with Mercator projection is the creator decided to represent data in a novel way, and he had his reasons for representing his data. Usually those that create things like maps or visuals, they represent their data to help in whatever way that they intelligently think of in their head, to help visualize something to the person, and they craft it and formulate it in a way to help do that. I think the Mercator projection was never made to represent the globe and the continents on it in scale at all.
But it has longitude lines on it.
Right, but the longitude lines, if you look at the longitude lines, they're getting wider and wider and wider as they get towards the edges. These sizes, these out of scale land masses that we see shown in that video, they are visually, Iceland or Greenland, whichever one that is not that fucking big. And Greenland, it appearing this big is a consequence of the projection in which the creator decided to create, and he made it this way he had a purpose for this way. I don't think the purpose of this was for an individual to look at and be like, okay, this is actually this big. This is actually this big. I don't think that's the purpose, because the person would use a different cartography strategy. There are strategies to represent data, and to represent accurate scaling, a cartographer would not use this distorted longitudinal thing. So I don't. For me, I don't think this takes away from any shape of the world. If the Earth were octagonal, okay, which it's not, and Mercator in that timeline created this, it wouldn't take away from that octagonal world. That's the
Well,
way. That's
it
just what I
might, dude, right? Because if they invented longitude in 1712, and that is the lore for your mainstream stuff, then when the Mercator came out in like late 1500s, how come the longitude lines, though skewed differently, equidistantly transcribed and applied to the same longitude lines now that work with the globe? Isn't that weird?
Well, it's basically he used actual. So it's like this. It's like this. I could okay in a hypothetical reality. Okay, so no pressure to anyone. In this hypothetical reality, Earth for sure is a globe, and they have these measurements that I load into my cartographic software, and in my cartographic software, I create the Mercator map projection, which lays out the world in the fashion that it does. This map projection is not a representation of reality visually. It's a representation of reality from the data sources of input it was given to present this image. But the image as it is, it does not take away from reality. That's all.
But it's just
that's
as
just
valid as the globe, just as valid as any other projection. That's my point. All of them are equally valid. No favoritism, no benefits, no differences between them. But like the thing I was also pointing out is that they claim longitude was invented, and that they declared that it was the zero prime meridian was through East Greenwich, which they put an observatory there 300 years before in 1697 from the Order of the King during the fucking, I think, Spanish Revolution or some shit. But the point is, like, if they invented it in 1712, how was it on a map in 1596 or whatever? And then if you keep looking, like they all have longitude, which you can start to argue, okay, it was local longitude. Maybe they had their own separate, unique longitudinal systems that weren't quite unified under the world system until later. But then why do they all line up with the equidistant part? Like, did they all? It's. I started to question everything, man. But I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist.
For sure, man. There's a yeah, there's things worth questioning. I just posted a video of it's a 21-minute compilation going through over 300 maps, old world maps that we've seen of similar kind, from
nice.
all over the world, from all different timelines. So you'll see maps from like 1600s, 1800s, from China, from Japan, from Middle East, from Spain, America, all. And why did all of these people, different peoples in different timelines, choose to represent the world, at least in terms of lines of longitude, as concave, as a hollow, as the inside of a sphere rather than the outside of the sphere?
So,
and it's not. Go ahead.
I meant to ask you, dude. I found a whole bunch of what I thought was 1,700 maps, but they are that like dual sphere mode where they have the left sphere and the right sphere. But I think what those really are really star maps. Because I saw a bunch of star maps that took that format, and it seemed to fit much better than any sort of globe projection that they had. We just showed that globe projections can go to any sort of fixed coordinate, M, L, upwards, back down, equilateral, equidistant, cylindrical, doesn't matter, all the same. But the circular ones lend themselves much more clearly to stars. Like, watch. But I want to watch this movie. This seems like exactly what I needed to. Because I went through all the maps I could find, and I couldn't find very many.
I have a Google Drive with all these pictures too.
Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, star maps. That's what I was. I had a whole cartographical folder going, cosmographic, whatever I had started with. But I started doing like 6 things before then. Now I have 3 unfinished projects to pull off before Wednesday.
That greatest feeling, bro, is when it just comes to you and you just get in this flow and you just start producing and creating or learning or whatever.
Yep.
And you could feel yourself like getting somewhere. It's so great, dude.
Nice.
May I ask a question? You guys are very unsatisfied with how the projection map works. So I want to ask, imagine the Earth is really a globe and you accept this fact. How would you do a 2D map out of the globe? What would your mechanic would be? I don't know. How would you present a 3D object like a globe into a flat 2D map? Your approach, please.
Oh, like these, dude. Like check these. I thought it was odd. It's also there's maps like these from like 1400s with total longitude lines, total globes. Like I know I am crazy, but I don't believe that shit. Literally, only star maps get portrayed like that, and they're from like all over the world. Every culture has star maps portrayed like that for some reason. I couldn't get over it. And I know I've seen this folder of yours, which has like all the same format with land maps.
So, like, what is the argument then? Like, at least from Glory anyway, because I don't know if you're also arguing that, Shane, but like from Glory, is it that because these like maps they have the lines curving in a certain way, it seems to be depicting like a concave Earth because the video he sent is sort of showing that where like the lines are curving in such a way that it sort of depicts like a concave Earth. Is that the argument that's sort of being presented here right now?
Yeah, those maps. I'm not talking about the cosmology models on the side as detailed decorations. The maps themselves, 100%, those are concave Earths because the difference between a concave Earth map and a globe map is how the lines of longitude are represented, where they're diverging and converging. That's the only difference. And these are 100% concave Earth maps. That doesn't mean Earth is concave. That just means these are concave Earth maps.
But they're converging all over the place, man. All different spots, different land masses.
No. Okay,
I mean,
I have this image that'll just make it really clear. I'll
No,
post
I mean,
it.
oh yeah.
I'll explain why they're concave. This image will show you. It is what it is.
Well, hold on. I know what you mean. I know. I'm just saying, like, what I was just gonna say though, real quickly, is that yeah, maybe the way they're depicted, the way they're drawn, yeah, it does, depict a sort of like concave shape, whatever. But yeah, I don't think it's,
It's not evidence, just because
Right.
just because 300 maps from timelines and cultures, all that is shows it is concave does not mean Earth is concave. I'm not saying that. I'm not thinking that. I'm not being fooled by that. But these maps are concave Earth maps, and that's it.
Wait, hold on. Let me see something. Wait, who? So I mean, because that's an interesting point. You said 300 maps, whatever. They all kind of drawn like this. I mean, who like? I mean, they're not like all by like different people. Let me see. Hold on.
These are all artistic renderings, bro. That's what Wikipedia says. All these maps are ancient or artistic renderings.
I'm not making any claims as to what all these maps are. They could be artistic renderings. They could be AI generated. I'm just saying that these are concave due to the lines of longitude.
I didn't think about fucking AI generated. Can they?
Oh yeah, bro. You should see that new fucking video thing that OpenAI one has. You feed it a video like you're playing a car, like a Mario Kart, and you could tell it like, make this Mario Kart look like I'm in Cyberpunk. It'll take the
No, I
video
know.
and add a cyberpunk fucking.
I
It'll
just
change like the elements in the game to make it look
it's
like cyberpunk.
it's not really good at abstractions, or it's not really good at like. Actually, it's not really good at like making an AE map, but it is good at making globes.
I haven't played with it yet, but I'm interested. If I feed it like a concave Earth animation, what it'll do. But yeah, I mean, I'm not making any claims to these pictures. I don't know. I didn't look that far into them.
Yeah. No, I found all these and I did a video on it, right? Expressing one opinion. And then I went back and found a whole bunch more and then found star maps and then found essentially like come to the conclusion that I don't think there like any maps before 1800 are real. Any like world maps before 1800 are real. Localized like survey maps probably definitely real, but I think 1900 is when that coordinate system was really inserted and that we have only one map since then.
And the oldest map that I could definitively say that it's concave, I just posted. It's a Ptolemy map from fucking 13 something, I think.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw. So there's a lot of fake shit on Wikipedia about Greeks that had maps that aren't there or whatever. And then there's some 1400 maps with that first wonderful globe, which we'll ignore. And then there's these.
Wait, Glory, what makes this one in particular like you
It's
said
concave.
concave?
It's curving up. It's the inside. It's not that's not a convex ship. It's a concave ship. Imagine you continue the rest of the sphere. It'll be inside of a sphere.
Let me see. I'm not sure exactly. Let me see. Where is this exactly?
Which map are you talking about? The one with the 4 pictures that you posted?
No, the one after that.
Or the one with the like the U shaped, the
Yeah.
polymer? I don't know how that's concave.
Yeah, I'm not exactly. I mean, the other ones I get, but I'm not sure about this one. I'm not sure how this one shows concave per se. I'm a little lost on this one. The other ones I get, like fair enough. Like that is what it would look like if you're looking inside a sphere. But this one in particular, this one's throwing me off. I don't really see how this gives off concave.
Yeah, maybe not. Just threw
But
that out there.
Maybe gives off flat to me because it's curving
Yeah, I guess
sort of
you
the
could see it that
wrong
way
way.
too.
Yeah, but
Because it's so close to the equator, so it should be sort of straight.
Yeah, it's just such a narrow slice and all that. It's nothing conclusive.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of thinking that as a cosmographer, all the maps are meant to be sky maps. That's how it started. That's how it's always been. All the latter geodesic surveying ends up being that and really literally forcing that. So it seems like the sky is way more important than the ground for some reason.
Isn't there an issue for you? Or are you still a flat earther?
Is what an issue for me? The sky? No.
Yeah,
I'm good.
it's just a celestial sphere, so.
No, not at all.
Well, in the picture that you posted, it is 2 hemispheres.
Absolutely, yeah. That's how every star map is portrayed, right? 2 hemispheres. That's why I think they kind of clowned us with 17th century land maps, dude. And nothing against Glory, because I love these maps, but I think that land has no place in that format, and that it's always been star map. And they kind of put them there to clown us because those are the maps they put artistic rendering on, because those are the maps you can't transform or translate from the 200 different projections that we were messing around with to start this whole thing. Because that's why they have to be artistic.
Where does the like there's 2 circles on the star map, so like the southern and the northern. Where does the like northern one end and the southern one start on a flat surface? I gotta see how that works on a flat surface.
Well, you don't, huh? Well, that's shocking to me.
Yeah, but there's 2 center points. I mean, that works 100%, 110% on a globe, but on a flat surface, I don't know how it would work.
Man, when's the first celestial sphere you can find? Wait,
Very old.
Is the star map a celestial sphere? Yeah, it's just two halves of it, right?
Yeah, it's two hemispheres. Yeah.
That's so identical. So then this is really old star maps.
Yeah, and if you have a sphere cut by a plane, you don't see the bottom half from on top of the plane. But if you have a sphere around a sphere, you can see the both hemispheres of the celestial sphere.
The
It
closest
wouldn't
I
happen on the
was,
flat surface, though.
the closest I was to fixing that, or not, maybe fixing is not the right word, but to like representing that potential idea over and with flat Earth is the dual pole model, where there are actually two. I'm not necessarily just speaking to Shane, just Mole Man as well, where there are two axes of rotation, two real ones. So it would quote fix that problem.
Dude,
on a flat surface.
Yeah, yeah. Look at the animated GIF I posted.
Just
Dude, check that map out. Japanese with or Chinese with Japanese writing going the other way. Figure that shit
Yeah,
out.
exactly, right?
Same longitude.
Same, yeah.
If these aren't like the animated thing that you posted, there's no two circles over there. It's a square.
Glory, you do know that if it was like that, you could see the supposed southern hemisphere star map. You could use it to identify constellations from the northern hemisphere.
No, because
And
they wouldn't see those stars.
And
Because the
how
whole
would that work?
perspective thing in flat Earth still applies. You wouldn't see those stars.
Okay, how's
They're
that
too far
supposed
away.
to work? That makes
Okay.
absolutely no sense.
It's like this. If and on this map, if you're situated at the equator, the stars you'll see is the stars over you is basically the stars over the equator. You'll see the limits of the stars you'll see is the northern star right at your equator, and on the south you'll be looking at basically like Sigma Octantis at the equator, the southern celestial axis. You're seeing those simultaneously, okay? And they're both right at your equator. Now you could go south or you could go north, whichever one you want. As you start going south, let's just go south. We start at the south. As you start going south, Polaris goes down lower and lower, and all the stars around it, and the southern axis of rotation rises up. So and then you could go all the way under it. You could go forward in Antarctica and it'll shift this way. You could go backward in Antarctica, it'll shift this way.
Sorry,
you could go to New Zealand, it'll shift this way.
Can you repeat that last part? I had to deafen for a second.
Okay. It's imagine a celestial sphere like on the globe. With all the points that it is flattened out. Okay, and due to
you cannot flatten out a
bro,
sphere.
it's a simple concept. I don't know how you're lost. It's a simple fucking concept. Look at the pictures. Look at the animation. You don't get it. You don't get it.
It does not work
it's
like
a simple
that.
concept, dude. You're fucking stuck. I don't know why you're
Relax.
stuck.
It does not work like
Wait, what are
that.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Simple concept.
Yeah,
He
just
is
like
not
Glory.
understanding how an observer can see the region of stars in which they're near. How could you not
so
see that?
you're saying that what would I call it? That a non-Euclidean structure blocks out the view, and that we observed it. So wait, if I got it right, you see that you say that perspective is responsible for that.
In for flat Earth, yes. When the stars you don't see is not due to curvature of the Earth, it's due to because they're too far away to the observer.
Okay, so if you use a optical apparatus to zoom
Bro,
in,
summarize your
you see
bullshit.
them.
I'm not gonna sit here and just draw that. So give it to me in a sentence or two. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. Give it to me short.
I can give you a quick problem with it. If you're on a flat Earth at the North Pole and you have two guys standing there and they start to walk on opposite directions, when they walk past the equator, they will see the same stars. Why? Because they're getting further and further away from each other, but they're getting closer and closer to the same stars that they're seeing.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't work.
let's start off at the beginning. We have two observers. Where are they at? Where are they at? Point them
North
out.
Pole.
One's at the
North
North
Pole.
Pole. The other one.
Both are at the North Pole.
Okay, and then what happens? Where are the observers going?
They are starting to walk south.
Both?
And they are
Okay.
not facing, yes, and they have their backs towards each other, so they're walking away from each other south.
Okay.
Okay. After the equator, they will see the southern celestial pole, both of them.
Yeah, on one side, the other one, the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're walking towards that same point, both, even though they're walking away from each other. Why? How in the fuck does that happen?
Because have you seen the map?
Which map?
Basically, what I saw in my mind is two observers back to back at the North Pole, and they're both going down south. Down south.
from each
One's
other.
looking one way, one's looking the other way. I don't
Both are
see-
looking towards south.
Both are, well, they can't be back to back and both looking towards south. So they could be back to
Obviously
back,
they are.
and on one of their peripheries, south will exist.
No, hold
they're
on.
not-
Hold on. If you're moving at a longitude towards away from north, you're going south by definition, right?
Okay. We're imagining right now the ground beneath us. We're at the North Pole, okay?
Yes.
Two people are back to back. One of them is facing east. The other one
No.
is facing. Okay, well that was an important thing then. So what direction
No,
are they
they're
facing?
facing south. All the
Okay, so they're
directions
not
from
back
the
to back
south.
then. They're
Hold
not
on.
back to back. That's not
Hold
how
on.
it works.
Hold
They're
on.
not back to back.
You don't understand cardinal
He's not
directions.
talking about
You are
your
at the
model,
North
Glory.
Pole. No, I
I'm
didn't
not
talk about any model. If you're, hold on, Glory, if you are at the North Pole, all directions are south. There are no other directions than south.
What are you talking about? The AE model?
Any model, if you are at a pole, all directions are south.
Don't
They
play
have
word
to
games
be.
with me, okay? Let me answer your question. There's a point, okay? There's a point on this dual pole model. It's called the north. That's called the geographic north. Directly above them, they would see the axis of rotation
Polaris.
for the north.
Yes.
Okay.
Polaris,
And
yes.
they're standing back to back. One's facing.
Yes.
And you have to look at this map that I'm explaining. Look at the map.
Sure.
Let me post it again because I have to scroll up. Let me
Yes.
post it again.
Go. I can't see.
All right, it's posted.
Just a sec. Oh yeah, here it is.
Okay.
What? What's
Yeah.
this?
Oh yeah, you'll see. That's the map of the
Oh,
world.
you're gonna get it now.
If Earth were flat and we're to have two poles, okay.
Hold on.
And then you have. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're saying that this is the map. So
okay,
so
the stars may be a little
there's no-
confusing in
hold
that
on.
image. Go ahead.
Sure, but hold on a second. Yeah, on this map, how do you fly from Mexico to Japan?
You go. You hit
amount of
one
time
end of
that
the
people
world.
do the flight.
You hit one end of the world like Pac-Man. You teleport to the other side magically.
Ah,
seamlessly.
okay, so it's magic. Okay,
Seamless.
then everything
Yeah.
works. And there's then it's pointless to talk about.
It has to be in this model. There's no other way to explain it, unless you find a physical means.
Sure, but hold on.
Of
But hold
explanation.
on. But Glory, why are you talking about this model, which is obviously shit?
Because it's trying to make progress. It's
What progress?
For example, here's progress. This model better accurately, not fully 100%, better accurately represent in the hypothetical reality where Earth actually is a globe. This model compared to the AE map,
Yes, it
better
is the map they use.
keep up
It
with
is
me.
a commonly used type
You're
of
muted.
map.
You're muted. Right click mute. You're muted. This
Okay.
map is a better representation of the reality of the smaller circles of latitude south of the equator on a hypothetical real globe. This model represents the smaller circles of latitude
Jesus
south of the
Christ.
equator compared to the
How
AE
is
map.
this a-
It's just base for base.
Oh my god.
Sure,
Go ahead.
it doesn't like what you're saying that it's a model of a flat globe now.
No,
Is it
of a flat Earth, of a topographical stationary plane.
Okay, but it doesn't work in reality.
That's for you to decide.
No, it is for reality to decide. You can't
Okay,
Pac-Man around here.
that's for you to decide.
No,
this
but you
isn't
can.
this
If
isn't
you if
created
you're
to
saying
go against. This isn't created to go against the globe. So anything useful? Do you disagree? Do you disagree that this model better represents the smaller circles of latitude south of the equator? Do you disagree with that? Better.
no,
Loki, I
it
hope you're
doesn't
not
do it
talking, bro.
better.
You're muted.
I can draw circles on an A4 paper and say this is better.
Do
It
you
doesn't work, but it's
disagree?
better.
Do you disagree that the reality of on the globe, the smaller circles of latitude, meaning you go around the globe latitudinally in a full circle? Do you disagree that full circle? Do you disagree that full circle decreases as you go more and more south of the equator? Meaning,
Yeah,
a
latitude lines
person
get
goes
shorter.
around the a person goes around the world around the equator is a longer distance than Australia, somewhere in Australia, going latitudinally around the world and coming back to the same spot. Do you disagree with?
On this map, no. But on this map, you can't even go around the Earth.
Well, on this map, I don't have it drawn out for you to see, but I hope you could visualize the circles of latitude.
Yeah, I can, but they don't go around the Earth.
The
on this
circles
map.
of latitude do get bigger. So the point would be the point equivalent to the point of the latitude on the bottom of the globe is equivalent to a point in. Bro, I'm not gonna fucking talk to you if you can't keep up. This is your last warning.
No, I am keeping up. This
Then
doesn't
let
make
me
any
finish
sense.
it. It doesn't make
No,
sense.
but hold
it
on
doesn't
a
make
second.
sense. I
Just
can't
a
do anymore.
second.
It is what it is. We've
Hold
moved
on. You're
on. It
geek
is what it
scalloping,
is.
and you can't even let me
We've
argue
moved on.
against
It
this
is what it
fucking
is. Learn how to
bullshit that
talk.
you posted.
Learn how to talk. It is what it is.
Yeah, sure. So there's a problem with this because if you are at a latitude line, you have the sun traveling. So on this weird thing, you wouldn't even see the sun ever on some
Yes, you would.
point on this. No, you wouldn't.
That's great.
No. I mean, how would you even? It's just stupid. And yeah, Tyrannosaurus Rex posted what I meant. This is why two hemispheres on a flat Earth don't work.
This
at all.
model's not for you. This model's not for you.
Yeah, because I don't take shit models for.
No, you have the globe. It works fine. Just stay on the globe. This model's not for you.
Yeah, the globe works perfectly. This doesn't. And also, two celestial hemispheres don't work on a flat Earth because, again, if you're at the North Pole and you have two observers traveling not towards each other but opposite to each other, they will reach the same point.
But one observer in their right periphery will see the southern stars, and one observer in their left periphery will be seeing the southern stars. They're looking directly forward with their backs back to back. One's going to be looking east, the other one's going to be seeing west. But both of them in different peripheries, because they are back to back, they will be seeing the same stars. And you not being able to get this simple concept, it is what it is. That's not my problem.
No, I understand the concept, but it doesn't work on this map.
You're unable to verbalize and express your
On
thoughts.
this
That's not
map,
my problem
I was talking. We don't have to over talk me every time. But on this idiotic map that you posted, if you have two people on the North Pole, one is traveling south and the other one is traveling, I don't know, you made up a new direction. The other one would escape the Earth traveling the opposite. This is
they just
weird.
they just appear back to the other side of the world because that's how it has to work.
It doesn't have to work that way. It just doesn't work.
It would have that's how it have to work because they're here and represented in the map, and then they continue going forward and they're there. So that's how it has to work.
No, but that's not Jesus. Do you think that I can make a map that is the shape of a Volkswagen Golf that works?
I don't blame you, bro. You don't sound like English is your first language. I'm using the word that's how it
I
has to work.
understand all your words.
I don't think you do. I'm using specific words here. I said that's how it would have to work. Okay, not that it's possible or I found a way to explain it. That's how it would have to work if it was like this. All right, now
and if the Earth,
let that digest. We're gonna give you a few minutes.
Yeah, and if the Earth was shaped like a Volkswagen Golf, it obviously would have to work in the way that the Earth would be able to suck in gold. But that's not reality, so it's pointless to argue.
All right, we'll stick to the AE map then.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Obviously.
All right, well, this conversation is not for you because it's about that versus this one.
Yeah, both don't work. I don't see how you can have a
I know you
flat
don't.
surface.
Just stick to the globe.
Yeah, I was still talking. You must be mentally retarded. You have to over-talk me
You
all
gave
the
a
time.
pause, and I took the strategic opportunity to say
Mul-
something.
Mul and Glory, let's not throw insults around, and let's not interrupt people the moment they start talking. Okay, thank you.
So yeah, I don't see how you can have an AE map with two celestial poles on top of that surface. It just doesn't work. Because what you posted, Glory, isn't the AE map. It's not even close.
I don't believe in this model. I know I have to give that to you because that's your whole point of this. I actually don't believe in this model. I know your point. You specifically want to. I don't believe in this model. I don't think the world's actually like this. Did you miss that part?
No, I was talking.
Oh, you feel better
jumped
now.
in.
That's great.
Oh, so you over-talk me again. So I was talking with Shane when you jumped in. And Shane said there's two celestial hemispheres above the flat surface.
Does he actually believe that the world cares about what he believes?
I wasn't talking to any of you. So I was talking to him about map projection and how they're all the same and how you guys get caught up on the globe, which is just a projection like all the others. 200 equal translateral transformations, no mistakes. But yeah, yours is special.
I think the problem is that the globe actually fits reality and the measured distances that we have. You can scale it down.
Yeah, but they all measure distance proportionally, right? If you listen to Glory, he went over exactly why they actually measured distances. He went over how it equidistant and then equal something else where the coordinates would transform equally or the distance would transform equally. So either you have equal relational points between the coordinate, the latitude and longitude points, or you have equidistance between the actual area. Or yes, that's what it was. Equal area or equal distance. See, you didn't even listen to the kid. They explained perfectly why they're all equally transforming into each other. So when they can do that uniformly with no issues into 200 fucking different shapes, then they are what?
The only problem is that the globe. The only problem is that the globe is the only one with a single scale, not multiple different scales depending on location.
A different what?
Yeah, I can take a globe. I can take the globe. I can take a globe, and it would have a one single scale for the whole globe. Let's say 1 to 3 million or 1 to 200,000. But on all maps that are flat, you have different scales depending on how far you are from. Let's say on the AE map, the further you go south, the more fucked up the map is.
Yeah, but if you're all projecting from a different coordinate system that you can, say obtain from the longitude act of 1712 and you're at the furthest depths of the southern reaches and then, made all maps coordinate to that coordinate system from then on, you wouldn't be able to tell. So.
Yeah, but you'd still not have a single scale. On a globe, you will.
Well, you'd have all projections of the same thing. So unless you have a random globe that's totally unique, except you can unilaterally transform everything in it to 200 different alternate versions without any errors and transform it back, but it's definitely special. I heard you. I heard you first.
So I can take all the flights that are flown across the world, take the distances, take yarn and a globe, a physical globe, and see if they match, and they will match. You can't do that with any other map.
Nope. Are you saying that a geodesic arc completes to a geodesic arc? That's fantastic.
No, a distance on the surface of the Earth scales down to a globe, a physical globe.
Yeah, so you have a coordinate system from an unknown source that has a
no. You don't need it. No.
Configuration of what? Oh my God! So I can take this coordinate system and I can put it in the shape of a globe. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it works. Yes,
it works.
Yes,
it works in 200 other forms, bro.
No, to be fair, Moleman's not even mentioning a coordinate system. He's just mentioning distances.
But yeah, but that's because you guys don't understand the first thing about coordinate system transforms or, unilateral equal area or anything, right? You just like, the globe, that's all you get.
But hold on. Hold on, Shane.
Let me respond to that because it was addressed towards me. Yeah, he's gone. That's
He ran. I like the poisoning in the well and the sarcastic tone that he has.
He didn't even listen to you.
And I
because
can't. And I
you're
can't
talking
insult
about
him.
this,
But yeah, you know, guys, you don't know anything about transform. But yeah, obviously the globe is the only thing where you can take 2 points, measure the distance between those, and then just scale it down to a physical globe.
I mean, one of the key things, and something that like even people on the globe side constantly get wrong, is that the globe itself, like, is not a map. Like, it's a model of the actual physical surface that we live on. Like it's not it's not a map. It's what maps are derived from, but it's not a map itself.
Yeah. But just like he was saying that Glory was right when he said that we can transform things to this and things to that, but what Glory showed doesn't work in reality because there's no Pac-Man thing, and you can travel south from the North Pole to all directions, and you'd end up where you end up. And the distances don't work.
It's an example of presuppositionalism. If you have a set goal that you must work towards, then you have to have, even if it's completely nonsensical at the end, that's how something has to work in order for you to be correct.
Yeah, the evidence don't lead you, you lead the evidence.
Yeah.
I wonder where Shane left. Like if he actually, like he could run out of battery or something. Oh, Shane appeared to run into Geo.
It may be a little bit easier for him over there.
Yeah.
You can say fluffy sounding things like covariant transformation without somebody saying bullshit. I want to see your covariant transformation going from latitude and longitude to an AE map, please.
Yeah.
Let's see what that math looks like. Wonder why it is I can take 2 points, the latitude and longitude of the two coordinates, And within 10 seconds, I can give you a very accurate distance between those 2 points. A distance that you can measure in reality over land surfaces, or you can measure on a globe. How does that work when you can't measure shit on any other map?
It's also weird that a flight from Finland to, say, Los Angeles takes longer than, or they sort of at the same time as a flight from Sydney to Johannesburg, even though the distance on the AE map is maybe a third.
Yeah.
It's funny when they say that it's the trade winds, but they forget that the flights go both ways.
Yeah, average the two coming and going and see what you get.
I was late for a lot of what just took place. Was Shane trying to talk his way out of what happens if you take the distances between latitude and longitude and
No, we didn't get that far.
the North Pole?
Just said that coordinate transformation to 200 different things. You don't know anything about coordinate transformations. And then it's just like.
I like to ask that sometimes to see what they're going to come up with if they start talking about coordinate systems or whatever, and like, okay, what's the distance? What's the distance between each degree of longitude around the equator? And then what's the distance between each degree of latitude from the equator to the North Pole?
It's also interesting that the distance between two longitude lines is shorter in Australia than the equator.
Yeah, whoops.
The one thing that they could do, or someone could do, is, well, yeah, they would just lie about the width of Australia, but you can check the sort of the what's the word for midday, like when the sun is directly north of you in, let's say, Australia. Is there a name for that specific time?
Like directly over you?
Sure, but it's directly north of you because it's not never over you in Australia.
So the sun would have to be whoever is the sun's directly over. It's noon for them. Longitude.
Sure, but noon is midday 12. But what's the word for when the sun is directly north? It's not always 12 o'clock.
Oh, where the sun's directly in the north.
Yeah, when the sun is at the same longitude line as you are. What's the word for that time?
Oh, that would midday noon. It would be noon, right? It might not be directly over your head, but it'll be at your fucking line of longitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, noon.
But yeah, you can take those times at East and West Australia and measure the time difference between those times, and then with the distance you get the distance between the longitude lines, and you can easily see that it's a shorter distance than at the equator. Obviously falsifies any further. Unless you invoke some kind of magic Pac-Man sun, but that's not reality. So.
Talking about the zenith in Australia, in the south, and in wintertime. The sun in Australia in the wintertime will be the zenith straight up north.
Yeah, right, directly up north, yes.
But it's the opposite in our summer.
Yeah, we have the it's sort of the opposite. But I'm in Finland, so I'm way farther north, so I have a long days than you have over there.
I'm south, like towards like the lower part of Australia, on the west coast.
Oh. funny that
I was
sometimes, like,
listening.
you can see. Oh, sorry?
That's all right.
Yeah, sometimes we can see the sun over here in Finland at the same time as you can see it in Australia. That's weird for a flat Earth.
Yeah, they can't get their head around it. But I was listening to Shane before that it just when he was talking about distances and how do you know and all the rest of it, it's like because people drive it all the time, people fly it, people travel it. You ask how much the especially flat Earth guy, how much they've travelled around the world. Most don't really give me an answer when they say that. I've never been to America, but I've been to a lot of other places, probably 20 countries, 20 something countries around the world. And the map that you're thinking, because you've got to know your time flights, your interconnecting flights, and all the rest of it. The only map it works on is a globe.
Yeah. The funniest thing that
Like
I've heard is someone saying that.
I've done this. I've done the Sydney to Johannesburg, and that's just over 13 hours, I think, off memory. And it's pretty much the same.
So-
It doesn't matter which way you go. The only thing you get is if you get headwinds and stuff like that. Depends on the wind thing, but most of the time it's pretty much
It's
about
slightly
13
over
hours.
13 hours.
About 13 hours, yeah, something like
Yeah, it's 11 hours and 5 minutes from Helsinki over here to Los Angeles. And that's on an AE map, that's, yeah, like a third of the distance, maybe even less. Let's see why it's only an hour or two different. Yeah, the funniest thing that I've heard is someone said that they rigged the odometers in Australian cars to show less kilometers than they actually travel. It's the funniest shit.
And so, like, I'm in Perth, Western Australia. So if I flew to say Melbourne, they're telling me, or if I drove to Melbourne, they're telling me the distances are wrong. I'm
Yeah, the
putting what
distance is
more
wrong
Ks on.
because your odometer is rigged. So, but I don't see how you won't figure out traveling at 200 kilometers an hour rather than 100. But I guess that's not the point.
Well, from where I am to Melbourne, it's probably what's that? 3.5, nearly 4,000 kilometres. One, it's not four, but in a car it'll take 4 days because I've driven it about 5 times, isn't it? And in a plane it's about 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, about like the
But then
US.
you got it. Yeah. And the only time the difference from going east to west and then vice versa is your head when you get headwinds and that, and they tell you in the plane that you get headwinds in the delay, and it doesn't always go one way. It could be the other way. I've travelled it both ways, and some flights are longer going back, some are shorter. All depends on the headwinds you get. And that's the only thing that changes. But you're only looking at probably 15 minutes or something.
And the path
It's
is
not that
weird
much.
for flat Earth. Like from Sydney to Johannesburg. Like, why would you fly south from Australia to get to Africa, which would be north on flat Earth?
Exactly. Because it doesn't make sense because you pour it out in the flat thing. It's like the flights.
Actually, how long?
Sorry.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, how long is your longest day in summer? Like
My
sun
longest
up.
day.
Yeah.
Well,
15.
our longest day is the end of December. Our longest day we had probably about 16 hours, something like that, for sunlight.
So I was wondering,
That's not,
can you
that's
see
not,
the
that's not
sun?
twilight. Can I see the sun?
Yeah, can I was wondering, like, if you can see the sun rise while the sun set in South Africa, but I think no.
Because I'm on the west side, it rises inland for me.
Ah,
So it
yeah, you're on
comes
the west
from-
side, yeah.
So I'm the west side, so I see sunsets over the ocean.
Yeah. So do you see, I was wondering, would you then see sunset while there's sunrise in South America? I think probably.
I think just on I think when I'm getting sunrise, I think it's gone, like, so the whole Australia's lit up. And it's going over, I think, yes, you're getting just the tip of America has got sun, I think.
Because you'd be looking sort of the opposite directions on a flat Earth, but you'd both look at the same sun. Weird.
Correct.
Like when the sun
And I
is
don't know,
over South Atlantic.
and the sunset, like, as I said, my longest day was in December, it was about 16 hours. Then you got the twilight after that as well. So that's why we have a hell of a lot of sun. But the videos I've taken and the photos I've taken of the sunset, it happens pretty quick. It happens pretty when it actually goes down, but we still get a lot of sunlight after that. But when they talk about perspective, with ships going over the horizon, and you still see the zoom thing, it's like how if the sun was in this, local like that, it wouldn't. There's no way to set like that because we would still see it if you know what I mean. Like it'd never go out of view.
Yeah, I think it's weird that it sets on a flat Earth. It shouldn't, because
Like I could be filming it, and the sun's not over. It's not in the water yet, so it's going onto the right because I see the water, and you watch it, and I've got a video of it. It takes about a couple of minutes, and then you see it actually as it's coming down, touch the water. It's probably 2 minutes after it's just touching the water. It's actually set in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. And it's
But
weird
the
that we
actual
can see the same.
the refraction you get, I'll get an inverted, like, upside down circle, and it sits above the water, like the refraction, and then it's like you can actually see like a bubble thing, like massive amount of refraction on it. And then when that goes, you still get like it's red around, and I still get twilight, so I can spin around right behind me, and I've still got light for another hour.
Yeah. It's weird that you and me can see some of the same stars that are roughly at the equator, but then we have sunsets. Weird, because shouldn't the stars be not seen because they're too far away?
Right?
Yeah.
So that's why you
right.
northern southern polarity. When you go out, we actually go across the equator, then you start to see it. But no one's ever seen. How can you Southern Cross? When I see it, they say, "Oh, it's perspective. You can't see that far," but you should be able to. Like on a round distance.
And it's weird that you can see it, and people in South America can see it, and people in South Africa can see it, but then I can't see it. It's weird.
You can't see it, and I can't see polarity.
Yeah.
And the constellations of especially because I work in mines which are up north of where I am, and then because you go out in the middle of nowhere, I can take photos of the stars. Like you've never seen. Oh, I don't know where people live if they go away from city lights and things like that. But I'm talking, hundreds and 100 kilometers away from anywhere. The amount of stars you see, you couldn't sit there in a one night counting all the stars. It's impossible. I'll see if I can see if I'll send a photo. Because then when you're trying to say constellations and you're picking out stars, like when you get star constellations like that, it's amazing. And I've said how do you explain that? And they're like, well, they don't believe the photo and things like that. So
I got a question.
Marty, what's the point with the meme?
I got a question for Ozzy Brad. Are you in the future? Is it already Monday where you're at?
it's because I can't sleep because it's friggin' hot. It's what's the temperature at the moment? 35. What's 35 in Fahrenheit? 90 something, whatever it is. And it's 1:45 in the morning.
So
and
you're
it's Monday, yeah. Monday.
Yeah,
Monday,
you're
yeah.
in the future.
I'm in the future. Well, yeah, if you want
And,
to, yeah, you can say that.
and you're down under too.
4 hours and 15 minutes from me to midnight.
4 hours different.
No, 4 hours and 15 minutes till midnight. 15 to 8.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yep.
That ocean must be really, really big that's between us.
The ocean, no, it's the Indian Ocean and what I've got where I am. Yes, it's big. I've been on cruises, I've been on ships and stuff like that, so I know like how far. You go across land, you think land's big and thing. When you go on the ocean, you're thinking you miss land. Funny feeling.
It's me, the refraction.
Yeah, what's the point of the meme?
The meme.
Yeah, the refraction meme.
People don't know how we conceive the world.
What's refracted? Like, are you saying that the orbits are refracted?
Well, I'm saying when you look at a stop sign, do you see it upside down?
Hey, what's that?
No.
What's
Are you sure?
Same with the orbits. Same with the orbits. Ah, yeah, sure. Upside down in yeah, the image is upside down, but then your brain transfers right side up.
Right.
But the actual stop sign isn't upside down, because then everything would be upside down, and then down would be up, and then still be right side up.
Hashtag welcome to concave Earth.
That's right. That's right. The that meme, I don't know whoever put that yellow line to represent the horizon. That's actually not the right horizon. The horizon's behind that, as you can see with the red line I showed.
Oh, the oil rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oil. You know, I just grabbed whoever did that meme. I just grabbed it. And put it
There is a horizon over there because we can't see the bottom of the orbit. I think someone
What's
did a
the red
video
line?
with Brandon. No, the yellow line at the bottom of the orbit.
Oh, the
There's a
yellow.
horizon
Oh,
there.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, someone did. I think it was Bob the Science Guy with Brandon Toy. They did a video of it, and they figured out that yeah, there is actually a horizon over there because you don't see the bottom of the orbit. There's missing things.
It's smoke and mirrors, folks. You want an illusion? You want a magic trick? You can get a trick and go pay for one. But you're also paying for these illusions you're believing. You're paying with your mind.
I don't believe in any solutions. It's like it says, it's refraction there. Why the cranes are bendy.
You know what I say? Refraction's a hell of a drug.
There's a nice refraction sunset for you. But I must have made it up.
Oh, that's good.
Not pretty clever. I've got a sun in my back pocket.
Here's a nice refraction sunset. Shows light bending up. It shows non-parallel light. Got a lot of problems here for the globe.
That's an interesting lens used there.
What's flashing at the top there, Glory?
Oh, that's just the top. That's the contraption the camera is attached to. It's a high altitude balloon. It's a 360 cam. It's a 360 cam.
360 cam.
Yeah, so it looks like an ultra wide, but it's actually 360.
Yeah, I thought so because it's all kinds of fucked up. So obviously
basically,
it doesn't show light not being parallel.
Basically, directly in front of you, as if you're looking directly in front of you, then about 45 degrees left is if you were to look actually in the left direction, if you were to look left. So in one frame, you're seeing what you would look if you were to look forward, if you were to look left, which includes the periphery now of what's behind you, and then likewise opposite for the other side. So you see the whole thing in one frame.
But it doesn't show how light doesn't travel on like parallel rays.
Oh yeah, that's right. Here's an image.
So that's what?
So if we took this image, All Glory, and we projected it onto a globe, then we can see the curve.
I mean, we're not really arguing about the curve, or we're arguing about what we see in reality versus what their model predicts, and there seems to be a wedge in between those two.
But Glory, if I take a 360-degree camera and film a house, can I then say that all the walls are actually bent?
Okay,
Because with the lens, they don't seem straight.
The purpose of like what this camera, what this visual allows you to see, if you didn't have that 360, you'd have something similar to this, and you're fucked this way too. So the other one just further highlights them how fucked the globe model is. So,
but it has nothing to do with the globe model. This is just a 360-degree camera. I can take this camera.
We understand what we all have common understanding of what is recording the video. It's the reason why the globe is fucked is not because of the 360 cam, but because of what the 360 cam, it further accentuates and highlights that a normal camera would see, which is the light bending up, which is not light. It's definitely not bending down. It's not parallel light, and the issues start from here. So we can just keep going, and I bring up more and more examples of why the globe's fucked.
How can you say that the light isn't parallel with this footage where you have a 360 camera that fucks up the view?
The first image I posted after my animated GIF, I wrote, "This is not parallel lines of light," and I highlighted the area where light is bending up. So that's the reason why.
So if you tilt the camera downwards, would the straight lines bend?
No.
No.
Well,
so if I
mean,
take a 360.
Okay, so
camera,
with your line of argument, yes, if you induce lens optics, which bends the light in a way that they're not actually are, yeah, you could warp it however you want. The key issue for the globe here is your model predicts straight light or refracted light bent down, which makes things appear higher than they are. And what we're seeing is the exact opposite of that. You're seeing light bending up, which makes it appear lower and lower the further away it is.
So if you take this observation on a globe and you tilt the camera slightly down, would the
we're not getting this effect from a tilt. I already said no.
Okay. So if I take a 360-degree camera, point it towards me when I'm walking, the ground doesn't appear to make a circle around.
I'm not interested in your coping. Go ahead, find a solid argument, present the evidence, and then I'll look into it.
All right.
Funny how he's talking about evidence.
Yeah, I can get the evidence for you. So.
Maul, if you want to continue with your point, that's fine. Like Glory interrupting with that cope comment wasn't really appropriate.
His point was analogous to if you introduce lens optics to the image and move the camera, which will bend light in various ways within the lens optics, it will change the image and potentially make it appear something that it's not.
Sure. So there's an image. Are you saying that the Earth is a hollow tube?
Are you saying that's straight light?
Straight light? Yeah, parallel sun rays. Yes.
Oh, yeah. You see light clearly curving up in front of you. You think that's parallel light?
Did you see what I posted?
Is that a yes or no?
Did you see what I posted?
Okay,
in your image.
That's
in
okay.
your image, we don't see light rays.
You can continue to think it's parallel light. I've made my diagram. I showed you what I think it looks. I highlighted the regions in which it looks that way. You disagree? I'm okay with that. Feel free to continue speaking about it, though. I don't want to stop you.
Sure. Yeah. Obviously, you don't know anything about what you're talking about because you're saying this is not parallel lines of light. where are the lines of light in the image? Do you know what a ray is? Like a light ray?
I know a Dave, but not a Ray.
But yeah, I think what I posted the image, I think now we proved that the Earth is like hollow too, with the 360-degree camera, showing that the Earth isn't parallel now.
Pretty good.
And even the trees aren't parallel. You can see the trees; they're just pointing towards each other in the image. Don't know why. Weird Earth we're living in with the 360-degree cameras.
I wonder what those images would look like too if the brightness wasn't turned down and the contrast wasn't cranked way up.
Yeah, that's good too. Do you see this glory? It's a small Earth now. Look how small it is.
It's a small Earth after all.
It's like Kami's planet from Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was posting more evidence showing how you can't do any observation with this kind of camera, deciding if light is parallel.
No. See, they use these cameras and they take half of it, right? They cut it in half and they only show you the top half. And that's how they get their live footage.
Oh God, are you drunk, Marty? Maybe you've been walking with a 360-degree camera.
Yeah, those images I posted, that orb of stars, that's a celestial sphere, and it's actually really small. It's inside of the Earth, and the light the path of the light that it takes to get to your eyes is a curved path. And by the time it gets to you, it makes it appear that it's enveloping you, but it's not. It's actually the other way around.
Hold on, are the buildings in your images, are there buildings parallel? Or are they leaning towards each other on the tops? Like they appear in the Sorry. I guess, yeah, buildings aren't parallel. So, Glory, are the buildings parallel or not?
Curved parallels, yeah.
Curved parallel. So buildings are curved.
Yeah, yeah. Are you aware of straight lines that curve?
I'm not aware of buildings that are straight that curve.
Are you aware of a curved level? You're aware of refraction and bending light? Are you aware of how light taking a curved path is not equal to light taking a straight path? Well, now you are.
But hold on these images, the light doesn't take curved path. It's the lens on the camera that does it. You should know this.
You're short on knowledge, mate. Keep seeking.
Oh my God.
Clearly, all you have at your disposal is ineffective. Keep seeking.
Jesus.
Clearly, you can't answer simple questions. Are the buildings parallel or not?
Well, I have oversight to know that the questions you're asking is not sufficient to give you what you need, because you're not prepared in your current state. In order to understand it, you need to learn more, but you're not willing to learn more. You don't want to learn more.
That's why I'm asking questions. Are the buildings parallel or not?
You've already been given it. You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, you've never said anything about the buildings.
It is what it is, bud.
It is what it is. Okay,
Just keep
you
thinking
should
your
start a
sunlight
school
straight.
where
Just keep thinking.
People are
just
asking
keep
you
thinking-
questions and you just say,
Just
"It is
keep
what it is."
thinking your sunlight straight. Keep
It
having
is-
difficulty seeing what has been what highlighted in a box in a picture in front of you to look, and you still can't see it.
sunlight is parallel because you can get the same elevation angle for the sun regardless of your elevation of the surface of it. So it has to be parallel. That's just a fact.
That's the limit of your knowledge right now. Where you're at, it has to be.
No, because of the evidence and the measurement.
The aggregated evidence, which is lacking, has led you
How
to
is
your
it lacking?
conclusion. You are being honest in the conclusion that you are making, using the
It's not
aggregated
lacking.
information thus far that has been exposed to you. You're just doing the best you can.
Where you can take a bubble sextant and regardless of your altitude, you get the same elevation angle for any celestial object. So therefore, the rays are parallel. That's just simple geometry. But I think I should learn some kind of other like concave geometry. I think you should write to someone in some university and show the 360-degree camera
I
view
think you
and
should
tell
go
them
to
that
university and learn the
okay.
consequences of bending light.
The consequences.
Light does not
What's
bend.
the consequences of bending light? Am I gonna be unemployed because of bending light?
No, you get burnt at the stake.
Oh yeah. How long are you gonna zoom, Marty? You make a nice collage out of those photos.
Why the sour face?
Would be nice to find out who the guy is in the photo and
Let me guess. Let me guess.
that is
Let me guess. You
on the
still have
internet.
no idea how, if Earth were concave, why you wouldn't see things on the other side of the world.
If
You have
it
no
were-
idea, right?
Why I wouldn't?
Yeah.
What do you
You have
mean?
no
other side
idea.
of the Earth?
Basically, let me reword that for you. In the tools available in your intellectual repertoire, you do not have a tool to grasp around and twist the gears required to fathom this in your mind. And how, if the Earth were concave, how we would not see things from the other side of the world. How would that happen, Mole Man?
Yeah, it
Use
depends
all
on
the tools at your disposal. Use them all.
Depends on the model. If you're using the LSC model, then light is bending up because of centripetal convergence and centrifugal divergence.
No, but I will
like
give
that.
it to you. I will
And
give it
then
to
the
you.
interior of the Earth, the space contracts the higher up you go, and the whole universe is inside the hollow Earth.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will give him 100% of the cake. He was correct in because of light bending up. That's the main reason. The explanation for it, he gave an explanation. Whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant. You have earned your cake, and I take back everything you said. Because you're correct. You wouldn't see light from the other side of the world. You wouldn't look up and see Halo Earth because from light from a certain distance would never reach you in the first place because it's too big. The light bent and took a curved path somewhere else away from you towards the center. So that's it. That's it. I'm not going to say anything else. It is what it is.
He took back everything you said.
Yeah, that's funny.
Wouldn't you still be able to
As he
see
complained that
directly
I
the
don't
other?
speak English.
Wouldn't you be able to see the exact opposite side still, though, because the centripetal force or whatever wouldn't be acting on that?
Yeah, there's a problem because if you are, yeah, and if you're at the equator looking up, then light can't bend more up. It would still just be up.
Basically,
so you still see the opposite side because the light wouldn't bend anywhere because it's already traveling up or down.
Basically, in a Dunning-Kruger way of explaining it, because I don't really know, but I'll just try to give the gist of the idea. If it were to be true, the whole world is one field, and the field from the center has light. It just is all the light, the whole field. It's not like only like chickens or the eggs. The whole field, and everything existing within it. It's like the electric field. The fabric of the field itself is like curved, and it's similar to if you've seen a ferrocell under a magnet. Okay, that curved path. It's curving due to the fabric of the fucking field induced by the magnet and through the ferrofluid.
But
I'm
it
not
would
saying that there
work
is a
if
ferrofluid in concave Earth. What I'm saying is this field
it's
exists,
just a similar
and
model.
all the light in the whole field, which is the whole universe, the celestial sphere, the space outside of it, and the Earth crust outside of that. The light in the whole field. When, let's say, we have a hypothetical ultra powerful laser, and we shine the laser, the laser essentially is being influenced by the refractive gradient it's going through, but the field itself is like the laser snapping onto a grid and taking a curved path towards the center. That's basically like the idea.
But there's a problem, because if the Earth is concave and you're at the equator with the laser pointing it up, it wouldn't bend anywhere because it's already pointing directly up.
Well, directly up, you're right. Directly up is just directly up. But like if you were to do like 1 degree, 2 degrees, 30 degrees either direction, it'll take a
then it
curved
would bend.
path. It almost it appears to us, even the flat earthers say this. This is where they're confused by this. I think we do see a relatively. It looks straight. The laser looks straight. Yeah, you could zoom into Photoshop and there's pixel divergence, but it looks straight. Well, in concave Earth, as a consequence of light bending up, things appear to an observer, a particular reference frame on Earth. Things appear lower than they actually are. The light of it, the light being shifted and moved, not the actual thing. It appears lower than it actually is, more so the further away that fucking light is. So the further away the point of reflection, the light curves up more, which looks more appears
Straight.
lower to the observer. So
Yeah,
what's really happening?
same with the
Go ahead.
globe. Same
Yeah,
with the
so
globe
what's
with
really
the black
happening is
spot.
that
It appears flat, but it's the light bending, not the surface.
Yes. So what's
Or
happening is
the surface isn't flat, but it's
the observer shining a laser. The laser looks straight, but this is hypothetical. If Earth were concave, were concave, the laser looks straight, but the light is actually taking a upwards curved path, and the more and more it the laser goes away from the observer, the more it's curving up, and the more it looks it appears lower.
straight.
Also, so that's it.
But there's a problem with that, because then if you take a laser and point it directly up, it'll be straight, right? Because it can't bend anywhere. Would it be straight on this hypothetical?
I think if an observer points a laser straight, I think if there is a star on the celestial sphere directly at a zenith, that light for that reference frame would be a straight path.
Sure. So same with the laser. Like if I point a laser up,
I may be wrong. I may be wrong, but I may be wrong, but I would think just directly up and down it'll be
hypothetical.
Straight. But also I don't know if that field line at that specific. I have diagrams.
But if the light is straight when you point it straight up, then someone, let's say it's a very bright laser, and you can see it from 20 kilometers away. If someone 20 kilometers away is looking at that laser through a medium where light bends up, it would never appear to be straight. It would appear to bend, and that's not what happens. It always appears to be straight. So it doesn't work in reality.
I think it may be different in that case because that second reference frame, the path that the light takes to get to that observer is now a curved path, which will deviate what they see as straight. So do they see straight or do they not see straight? The second observer.
Yeah, you would see it straight. Like if you're looking at, let's say, Burj Khalifa from far away, it appears to be straight, not bent. Or you can measure an elevation angle to something that is high, and it still works. It doesn't shift the thing, so the light isn't curving that way.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could be due to the narrow lens that the laser is fucking focused in. So maybe the behavior we're expecting for it to not be straight for a laser would work if it was a fully diffused, say, spherical light bulb in which the light is going in all directions. But maybe in this one, it's actually a focused beam, and that's why the other observer sees it as focused, because it is focused, because the other observer is not seeing the non-lens dispersion of the light. That I don't know, that's how I would imagine it, but maybe I'll look more into it.
Yeah, because then if that was the case, then the laser pointing horizontal would not also curve, because it's not a light bulb. It would have to be on both occasions the case. But yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I don't know how how good lasers we have, like how high you can see them. But yeah, it would have to be a curved path if the light was bending due to something weird.
I tried looking for like long distance laser stuff. There is not really much out there. There's just Dan stuff. There's a few like debunking flat Earth stuff. There's lasers like at observatories at the top of the mountains. They have lasers that they point to the sky, and they'll do like time lapses during the night, and you can see the laser like move over the night, pointing to a fixed object as it travels across the sky. But there isn't really anything really good. I did actually see a video. I don't know where I saved it. Of some people in Australia by the coast. They had a laser pointer like at night, and the guy was pointing it like 45 degrees sideways in the sky, and it wasn't foggy or anything. And the person recording it like looked across, let's like pan the camera, and then he's turning their body. That laser looked curved as fuck. So I don't know what was going on there. It was completely clearly, or it appeared to be curved. So I don't know, but I saw that too. So maybe something worth
Should be a
looking
wide
more
angle
into.
lens. A wide angle lens would curve the path.
Yeah.
I believe the PC term is fisheye lens.
Yeah, fisheye wires and hairspray.
It's a wide mouth fisheye lens.
Oh god, the face when you have a 12-hour shift, but you have nothing to do for the whole shift.
And also, I think I found the solution for why we observe things appearing to bottom out or sink behind the a curve of the Earth, behind it, like below it, in concave Earth, as well as why the Earth, as well as why, as well as basically dip angle, plus even why the Earth appears convex when we're in like the ISS, for example. The moon one is a different story, but like from the ISS, SpaceX rockets going to space in 0G, which is not denied, and it clearly looks like a a globe. That's also can be explained all with the same argument or explanation of light bending.
Yeah, I think it's due to the lens that they have. Like if the ISS live stream, they have
Nope, not due to the lens. Not due to a lens. They don't have to. The effect that we observe is there is no intention. And not saying they're not faking it, but what we see, which it clearly appears like a globe, at least on ISS, is not due to they're faking it or there's a lens or video effects. Like it actually looks like that, and it's due to the same argument, which I could explain if you want to hear it.
No, I think they do have a wide angle lens, but you posted the 360-degree photo, and there the light was bending up. How do you explain that if light is bending up and everything looks to be curving down?
So the way it would be explained in concave Earth is you have without getting too much into the details of this, the details are going to be the light curving and how and all that. There's a small sun outside the celestial sphere. It's not a 360 light. It's more like a directional light. And the directional light, by the time it hits the Earth, it's like curves and like diverges. And it at its edges, let's say during the vernal equinox, so it's directly over the equator, the edges hit both poles. So it's taking like a caustic. You saw that image I posted? Yeah, I'll post it again. It's literally like doing something similar to this. Okay.
But there's a problem because if the light is bending up, it would light up the whole Earth all the time because the light would never hit the ground. It would just keep on going, bending up, bending up, bending up.
Well, look at the image of what it's kind of like as suggested to be like. Look at the image of this caustic pattern thing I posted.
Yeah, I think there's a problem because any point in that caustic thing, you will see the light source. There's no nighttime. There's no darkness.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't again. It wouldn't. Don't forget light bending up. It's not a omnidirectional light source. It's a directed. It's like directed in a certain region. So technically, if light was straight and light didn't bend like it does here, it would very narrow part of the Earth would be lit up. But it's like it's expanding. That's why like during the day when the sun's directly over you, they say, oh, that's like the real daylight. And then when it's like over there in the sky and it's still light up, it's not the same type of light. It all
That's
like
due to the atmosphere.
Bro, let me give you the idea first before we try to break it down. Fully
No,
understand.
I'm pretty sure that you finished. You said your
I'm
statement.
not here to argue this concept. I don't give a shit if you care or believe this or not. If you have genuine questions and you're actually wondering how things could work, I could explain it for you.
How things could, but I'm trying to explain to you that they do not work like that. The reason they say that is because when it is let's say for an example, when it is dusk, the light from the sun will have to take a longer path through the atmosphere. That is actually the reason that why dawns and dusk are seen as being reddish or pinkish.
That's because when the light takes the curve path at the edges, it's like refracting through its constituent 7 layers. It literally does that. So when it's that pinkish and that grayish and that's going through that curved gradient, which is a big problem for the globe. Because there's a lot of that going on for a long time. It's a big problem for the globe with your straight parallel light. Big problem.
It is not a problem at all.
Bro, okay, but there's problems with the globe too, and yeah, that's how it is. But your explanation that I cut you on off of is which I apologize for. It's because that's a consequence of light bending.
Okay, so
That's a consequence of light bending, which is happening all the time in this model. In the globe Earth, your light just goes straight unless you go through a medium. In this model, light's bending all the fucking time, regardless of the medium, but the medium influences it too. And maybe you might want to look into that and see which one is the real one.
So what influences or what bends that path?
I told you earlier, I'm very Dunning-Kruger on it, so I apologize. I can't the best I could give was the gist I gave earlier, was just the field itself, like the fabric of it. It has these field lines, and these field lines also are the speed of light is not uniform here in this model, which is the globe can get fucked in. Speed of light cannot be uniform. Yeah, in a small scale on Earth from point A to point B, or at our layer in relation to the whole sphere. But the speed of light in this model, it comes down to a crawl when you get to the center.
The light stop though.
Huh?
Yeah, it's in the two GIFs where you have the sun revolving in the hollow earth or the inside of the concave earth. Why does the light just arbitrarily stop at a point?
Light stop at a point like what?
Yeah, why
Like at
wouldn't the light
nighttime?
just keep
Like a Terminator line? That's just how it. What can I say? Like what words? That's just how light would bend in here, inside of a sphere with the light bending. The sun comes out. There's diverging fields. Oh, by the way, I didn't say any of this. In the mainstream versions of the model, I don't know about all this, but I know the argument. They have multiple literal, some kind of like glass spheres or something. Crystalline, call it glass, call it crystalline, call it energy field, call it something. But when the light in this model, and I'm just saying I don't know if it's true or not. When the light also goes through this, it also aids in its divergence, similar to the lens optics, because concave lenses converges the light, and convex converges the light, and concave diverges the light. So that's also aiding in there. So whether that's true or not, I don't know.
But I think there's a problem because if the light bends up, it would never reach the ground, so you'd never have nighttime because it would there's no reason for it to hit the ground.
It does. It does. I don't know where you're getting that from.
But if the light is bending up, how can it hit the ground?
That seems like you just are not fully aware on the consequences of light bending up or down. You're probably just thinking from a single beam path. You're probably imagining a single beam path and not imagining other beam paths. I don't know what you're doing. I can't help you with that.
There's no reason for a Terminator line. Just like in the coffee cup caustics, in the coffee cup, inside it, there's no place inside the cup where you don't see the light. It lights up the whole thing.
So in this model, contrary to what the globe has, sunlight should be. I've never done it. I can't even begin to argue it. But I'm just giving you guys some differences and stuff. Sunlight is not, on the globe they have every observer receiving a parallel light. It depends on their angle on the convex curve. In concave, it's every observer. They are on the relative to the concave inside curve, but the light paths themselves are also curving. They're not like the observer can't imagine a straight line. The light path hitting you is taking a curved path. And for example, I think you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. Let's say I'm fucking 100 kilometers outside the Terminator line in the night in this model, I would have a curved path that originates from the sun and hits me. There is a curved path for that, and it doesn't hit anything. So I'm wondering why the light doesn't reach me.
I mean,
because on the globe it's easy because there's a solid surface that the light
I don't know.
on.
I'm not saying your words are sufficient. They're just I'm not having difficulty like trying to grasp an actual issue or real world example. Maybe if we could like look at a picture of like
Oh, I can
testicular
I can
arrays or something.
I can explain it to you on a globe. Let's say the Earth is a
No,
globe,
I need to
and
see a
as
picture,
we
bro. I need to see a picture. I need to see a picture
so
because
just quickly because it's
what are you
not a hard.
driving or something? All
No,
right,
I
go
just
ahead.
don't
Go
have a
ahead. Go
picture
ahead.
for it.
Go ahead.
So if light bends 1 degree per 69 miles, so it will bend as much as the Earth is curved on a globe, then you wouldn't have nighttime. You'd see the sun from everywhere because the light
But that's
always
not
bends
true on the
roughly
globe, though.
opposite.
That's not. I disagree with that. That's not how light bends on
Yeah,
the
it's.
globe. Light bends
I
straight
know.
on the
I
globe.
know.
Okay. So
Yeah,
why
I
why would
know.
you
I
say
just
that
said that
then?
if
Why would you say that
no,
then?
I said that if that was the case, that light would bend down as much as the Earth curves, then you'd see the
Okay.
sun 24/7 everywhere. But on this model, the light does bend, and it even bends more than the Earth.
I lost you on your prior point. So if on the globe, if light bent down uniformly everywhere, you wouldn't see the sun?
No, you would always see the sun.
No, you wouldn't, dude. You
all the
have it. I have diagrams. I think I know what your problem is. I know how I can help. I have diagrams, dude. I know where you're going with this.
Hi, Lex. Can you hear me?
You see that? You see this diagram I posted, bro?
Oh, I got Discord sort of went out on me. Apologies for leaving with no no saying Discord went out on me.
No, you're fine. Let's not interrupt what they were saying, though.
Appreciate
Sorry,
that.
guys.
Appreciate that. Hey, Moman, you see that image I posted?
Yep.
Okay, I think what you were pointing to is if you look, so this image is there's two parts to it. Let's look at the bottom part with those two cubes. Okay, one cube is basically a shitty attempt at representing straight light, and this is the initial misunderstanding I had before I learned more being here. And then I thought, which is I think what you're alluding to with the sun and how we should never be able to see it or whatever. The bottom cube is with light bending down. So maybe you're thinking if on the globe, if light bent down uniformly everywhere, which it doesn't, but you're just theoretically saying it, we should not see the sun because the light has bent down, so we would never see the light because it's bent down to begin with, right?
No,
Okay,
I was
well,
saying that you can actually see not actually the sun because it's away from the surface. Let's say an object on the surface of the Earth, you would see it from everywhere on Earth if the light was bending as much as the Earth curve, right?
okay, let me explain this top part real quick. You see the top part of this image?
Yep.
Okay, so what this is at the left side you have a cube. Okay, it's just to represent that cube we have at the bottom. So this is like that bottom line's the ground. That's a cube on the left, and those circle things stacked on top of each other. Those are like supposed to symbolize like multiple observers, shoulder to shoulder on top of each other. So higher observers, basically. Okay.
Yep.
And that top half of that image, it's to represent a scenario where light is straight, where there is no refraction. So each observer would be getting a direct image of the fucking thing that they're looking at because that light came to them in a straight path. So it's represented as a straight line when we're diagramming it, and that's what they're seeing. What they're seeing is what they get. Okay. Now the bottom one is to represent a scenario where light is bending down, which is what happens or is said to happen on a globe. But there's more to it than that. But that's just the basic. And the bottom one now, what it's showing is curved light paths. Okay. Just like the top one, that cube, it's reflecting light in every direction. And it just, whoever catches that in their angle sees it from that direction. This one here, the cube is also hitting light in every direction. But due to the gradient that it's in, due to refraction, those lights now take a curved path. And in this one here, what it is light is bending down. So what these lines represent is after the straight light bends down. And what happens is initially the person on the ground, we think, oh, they would never see the cube because that light of the cube that's bent down, they don't see it anymore. So they don't see the cube, they don't see the sun, they don't see it anymore. But actually, it's what's going on is that cube that was initially shining light straight in all those directions. What happened is that initial straight line curves down, and they don't see that line. They see the line that was above it. So they see the
Yeah,
line.
it appears higher.
Yeah, so it appears higher. So
Yeah.
so no, I disagree. I think if in an Earth that's a globe, that light curves down uniformly, they would still see the globe. They would not see the globe.
No, I know. I said that objects, if light is bending down, then objects appear higher than they actually
Yes.
are.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. But yeah, still on the concave Earth, I still don't see why I wouldn't see the sun all the time. Because if light is bending, I would always, there is a direction that I can look where the sort of the field of view would end up at the sun.
Okay, so so you wouldn't see the sun. Let's say the sun's on the direct opposite side of the world. You wouldn't see the sun because what ray of the sun directly are you going to see?
Because
the rays never reached you. But now we do have light curving around from the sun that showed in that caustic pattern. We can see some of that light, and I'll explain what that one is in a second. That light doesn't hit the ground. That light doesn't light up the ground. In this model, what that light would be is basically it curves around. There's a whole, I don't know if you already looked. You said you already looked into it. But though, I don't know, with the model, you sounded like you looked into it. There's a region opposite of the sun where that light curves down into just like that caustic pattern you see. And in the globe Earth model, it's called the Gegenschein region. It's called the Gegenschein. What it is, it's a region in the sky directly opposite from the sun, so the anti-solar point. And it's a region in the sky that appears oddly really bright. And what's bright about it? Well, we don't actually see light. We see illumination caused from light. So what we see is space dust, whatever it is going on in that region. And the space dust is illuminated in this model by the light curving around and illuminating that region. In the Glober model, they say that the Gegenschein region, which is always opposite, directly anti-solar of the sun, is a region in space in which we have I'm not quoting it here, cosmic dust illuminating on and of their own accord. There you have it. In the concave Earth model, it's a region where the sun's light curves around into a funnel path, and actually the moon's interaction and proximity relevant to that funnel path is lunar eclipses. And light. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the coffee cup caustic image, I can't look at it because the GIFs fuck up my phone, so it'll just close my Discord.
Sorry,
but
I'll
in the
delete
coffee
them.
cup caustic, it's okay. There's no need to go there. But in the coffee cup caustic thing, the light is bending up, correct? Because it appears to be like bending away, sort of away from the surface. But the effect that it has is that it lights the whole surface. So I'm wondering why arbitrarily the light doesn't reach some point.
So the coffee cup caustic wasn't necessarily used to have a 1-for-1. It's similar, and we could use various things about it to help explain certain phenomena, because all of these are just words. We're trying to put words into things. It's not a 1-for-1. I do agree that the whole thing's lit up. Perhaps the white interior of the cup is reflecting all the light everywhere, which makes it all lit up. But this not meant to go any further than that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's say there's if the Earth is concave and I'm directly opposite to the midday, so it's midnight for me.
Okay.
If I'm looking down towards the surface, the line of sight hits the surface, correct?
So it's midnight. You're looking down towards the surface. So what am I looking like, tangent to the surface, or am I looking at the ground, or what am I doing?
No, at the ground. Then my line of sight will hit the ground because I see the ground in the center of my field of view, right?
I don't want to be too technical. Is like the observer just like looking perpendicular to plumb? Well, how are they looking? Where are they looking? I'm trying to.
Let's say 45 degrees down from horizontal.
Okay. So they're looking at the ground.
Sure.
But the sky is in the top part of their view. Okay.
Yeah, and then they are looking directly up. They see directly up, and it's not bending. It's just directly up. And I would claim that somewhere between those two lines is a line, a curved light path that would hit the sun, or the sunlight would travel towards the observer because the light is bending up. There has to be a point between the ground and the zenith where the light would hit the sun because the light is bending towards
Where
up.
the light would hit the sun. The light of what?
No, the field, like the line of sight, like a path of light from the sun would hit the observer.
And you think that this would somehow bend somehow, and it should hit the sun at the other side of the world?
Yes, because light is bending up, so it would eventually there would be a direction that they are looking at that would hit the sun because the light is bending up.
Okay. I think I know what I gotta post. I'm gonna post. I know what you're talking about. So in the short answer with words before I show this image to help explain it is that the way that it is the diffuse scattering of light from, say, a light bulb that we have is at ground level at midnight, which is the sun's on the other side of the world. The diffuse scattering of light of a light bulb, which is basically all directions, accounting for every ray of that diffuse scattering, every single one of and let's say the light was like super powerful, okay? Every one of those rays, the full path of travel would at its maximum be at either poles of the stars, basically. So let's say we have an observer. We're doing this. He's at the equator, okay, and it's fucking at his one horizon, looking towards the north. He's got Polaris at the horizon. And at the other horizon, he's like got Sigma Octantis or whatever. He sees both poles.
Yeah.
Those poles, obviously, those stars are not there in the concave Earth model. The light of it appears there, but those stars are around a literal celestial sphere up in the center of the Earth. Okay. Now, imagine those points that we mentioned earlier. Polaris, which is the furthest you see, maybe a degree or two more beyond it, and then it's the opposite one. Those points up connected on the celestial sphere, if this light bulb was like really powerful, those lights would curve, would take all paths because it's diffuse scattering. It'll take all paths, but the edges of those paths would be those two poles that we can observe because those are the edges of the fucking the light travels, or something like that. That's the max where it'll go, or something like that. And I'm gonna post this. I posted this picture I just posted. It's of an electromagnetic diagram. It's basically it's kind of similar to the ideas you see here. The light, it's not a 1-for-1, but that's how
Yeah, but I think there's some lines that are straight towards up and some that are not. But yeah, I sort of get the idea. But again, over here too.
This one's. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the sun, but there's the center point. Would you say that the sun is either the left circle or the right circle in the graph? Sort of slightly analogous.
So not the center, but those two axes, those two poles, basically. The sun, would be somewhere. I don't know if it's exactly that point, but somewhere near outside of it. Let's say.
Okay, let's say that the white one is the sun, sort of the pole over there, and the lines that
Wait.
come off it
I
are
don't know
the
what you're. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost. The white one's the sun. Which one's the white one?
Sorry, I'm talking about the earlier one, the with black background.
Oh, the caustic thing.
Where you, yeah,
Okay, yeah, the caustic thing. Yeah, so we have that obvious bright one, which looks like it would be the sun. That's that really bright one, okay? And then we have that that opposite region, which would be like the anti-solar, the Gegenschein region. Okay, so I'm with
hold
you
on,
now.
I think we're not still talking. I'm talking about the one that has south and north pole and H in the middle.
The north pole and H.
It's 37 minutes after the hour.
30. Oh, that one. That Well, I'll just hear you out, bro. I'll just sorry for trying to control everything. Just say it. Just say it.
Sure. No, it's okay. But in that image, you have the two sort of poles right next to the center, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say the right one is the sun, and the lines that come off it are just the path of the light.
Yeah, I see you, which looks pretty close and accurate. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And there's a point on the inside of the surface where the light is directly hitting the surface, like at zenith.
Yeah, the straight line.
Yeah, and then from that on, if you move along the surface, you have the lights, the rays that are bending up towards the
Curving,
sun.
and yeah, so that's that's like similar to the angle of light that would be hitting the surface. So it wouldn't be a straight light path.
Sure, but then there would be a line which would hit the opposite side of the sun also, because there are rays of light that are bending away from the surface and some that hit the surface. And in between there are also rays. So the whole surface would be illuminated by that single point.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You see those lines that are coming off of it.
you have regions beyond the two terminator lines of light. Those regions, there are regions lit up behind the terminator, which is another big problem for the globe. And as you could see in here, beyond the terminator line, there are regions lit up, but those regions they're not ground level. They're higher up. So here's a big problem for the globe. We've got ISS and all kinds of shit. SpaceX rockets.
There's a problem.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem for the globe, where I think is that we could see this clear sunset. We could see the clear sunset. The ground's completely dark, completely dark, completely dark. The spacecraft is still fucking fully lit up. And we're like, oh, refraction. And we go minutes and minutes and minutes, and it's still fucking lit up. It's lit up. It's behind the light. It's behind the curve of the Earth. It's behind physical obstruction of light, and it's still lit up. It works great in concave Earth. Works great.
It isn't, because it's 400 kilometers away from the surface.
Yep, which is a lot of distance, but also relative to the size of the Earth, nothing comparison to the size of the Earth. It works great in this model.
Sure.
We have light that's supposed in this model. We have light that's supposed to be there, and coincidentally, when spacecraft go in that region, when it's supposed to be dark on the globe because it's obstructed, it's still lit up. So that's why I think.
Yeah, but I still, in this image, you can draw a curved path from the sun that's between.
But you have no reason to, though. You have no reason to, because see, convenient for concave Earth, it's our electric field that bends light everywhere. Okay, for the globe, you need provable indexes of refraction, and we can verify it. I can verify it. It's a big problems for the globe.
No, but you still have the same issue.
Hey, it's not a problem for you. This is not your problem. This is a problem for the globe.
What? No, there is no problem with the globe.
Oh, it's a big problem. Yeah, we've
What's
got
the big
things
problem?
lit up in regions that should be no light. Conveniently,
Where?
it's light there in the concave. Where? Spacecraft.
Yeah.
I mean, we could pull up and we
Okay.
could
Can
pull up
you
a video. Actually, I'll let you do the work
pull
this
up a
time. I've
video?
posted a lot of things. Okay, but
Sure. But
I'll
I
make it
won't.
very easy for you. Find any super high altitude. We're talking ISS or SpaceX rockets in space. Conveniently, please, during a time lapse during a sunset. We'll see the sunset. We'll see the ground. We'll see the Terminator line. We'll see the different colors of the sunset, leading to dark red, then black, then darkness. And while we'll go over just darkness. The ground's dark. The ground's dark, but the spacecraft is fully fucking lit up. Concave Earth can explain that. Concave Earth can
And the
explain that.
globe can
I'll be
explain
right
that.
back. I'll be right back. You feel free to pull up that video. I'll be right back.
Okay, pull up a video that doesn't exist. Yeah, I think he doesn't understand the globe at all.
We've got big problems. We strap cameras, all kinds of cameras, normal cameras, fisheye lens cameras, 360 cameras, all of them. You go up during sunset, we've got all kinds of bending light, bending light, refracted layers. You go through, you clearly see, oh, there's the red portion of the spectrum hitting me. Oh, there goes the green one. Oh, now we're in the blue one for the globe.
But how is that a problem?
Because you're supposed to have straight light.
No,
Your model,
no, there is refraction.
Sorry, the globe model. Well, there is refraction. What's refracting it? To that degree.
The
To that
density.
degree. To that degree, causing that light.
The density gradient, yeah.
Oh, and then the angle of the light that we see, in these videos, I'd like you to show me a single diagramming it in the same angle that we're seeing it. Big problems. Penumbra for the moon. Big problems. Your shadows are going in incorrect directions. You've got diverging shadows. Big problems.
What are you talking about?
Diagram really quick for you, Glory, since you just have no clue how the globe works.
I know how the globe works.
No, you don't.
The globe
Well,
works very
you
fine.
don't.
The devil's in the details. The devil's in the details. It's curving. Lights refract. All these arguments you guys have with flat earthers during the years, none of them applies. It's
They all apply.
irrelevant. Yeah.
You're saying that there's an issue.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Hold on. You're saying that there's an issue with a video of ISS being lit up, but you haven't shown any videos. You have no numbers, no measurements, nothing.
Yeah,
and
we
you're
get
saying
it.
that it's an issue.
Yeah, we get it. Don't forget that was your opportunity to go find that video. I invited you to do that after I've been carrying this conversation for the past hour. Are you gonna do it or no?
You've been carrying it. If I was shut up, you wouldn't speak. But when you have nothing, you say, "Yeah, you can do it."
All right, it is what it is. Thanks for the invitation to that conclusion. I agree.
No, this doesn't lead you to anywhere.
Yeah, well, you have lost nothing. You're now empowered with some information. In the beginning of this, it's clear you already had knowledge of the information more than most people do. Now you know a little bit more. This is a net positive.
Yeah, and it still doesn't work. So
okay, that's great.
I'm still trying to figure out where the issue is with the spacecraft being lit up, because obviously you can see on the surface, you can see, like if you go to a high building, you can get another sunset. So if you're 400 kilometers above the surface, It's no wonder that the terminator line is away from there. It's what would happen on a globe. So there's a big video somewhere showing this discrepancy, which isn't a discrepancy. I don't know what I should do. There's not much to do.
Alrighty. What's the topic?
I wish I knew.
I don't think there is a topic anymore.
Morning, Nadine.
I tried to look for videos of the ISS being lit and the surface being dark, but I can't find it.
You want the ISS and the surface lit up or not lit up? 'Cause I've got both.
I think he wants. Glory said that there's videos of the surface being dark, but
I'll
the
find it.
ISS being totally lit up. Yeah. So I posted
I'll find
one image of one video, and that shows the Terminator line below.
Yeah,
ISS.
yeah. Well, we'll have one where the entire surface of the Earth beneath you is dark for a long time, and the thing is lit up the entire time. I'm not saying that it's fake or it's not happening. It is. Just the globe model can't explain it. That's what I'm saying.
The problem is that you couldn't explain how it is wrong.
How what?
Yeah, you have no. Do you have any numbers?
What
or
kind of
anything?
numbers do you want? We see things lit up in regions where they shouldn't, where light should not be there because it's being obstructed by the convex curvature of the Earth. What kind of numbers
How do you know?
want? Because it's
How
dark.
do you know?
Because,
No, hold on.
it's dark. Why
Like,
is that region
hold
dark?
on.
Why is that region dark?
Why are you answering my question before I can
I'm
ask?
answering you in real
How-
time, bro.
No, you don't, you're not. You're answering before I ask the question. How do you know that the ISS shouldn't be lit up at that point?
Let me get the video. Okay, since you couldn't do you couldn't deliver anything, let me get the video. I can do that.
Why?
I've already
So-
done like 7-8 things. What's 9
Sure.
gonna do?
So now you're bitching because you have to get your own evidence.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna for sure find this video now and rub it in your face when I find it. Hold on.
Sure, please do. I mean, I think, yeah,